set up properly, and inevitably wait for my internet to crap itself for the first 5 minutes of the stream, as is tradition. I will say, of course, my internet, as always, has been absolutely crystal perfect for the last however many hours, so if it does start breaking down again, I am going to think it is a grand conspiracy, most likely. But we'll see. Hoping that doesn't happen, but, I mean, at this point, who the hell knows? Let's see. Yeah, so far so good. So, a few things. Obviously second channel, right? For main channel, I'm still going to try and keep it mostly important stuff, leveling runs, etc. The things that I know people like to watch. I think the way that I'm going to view it going forward between like main channel or second channel is if I have a clear goal of this is something that I want to get done by the end of this stream, like for instance, a leveling run, where I know exactly what I'm setting out to do, then it makes sense to do that on like a main channel stream because, you know, I know for a fact that that'll be interesting to watch as like a VOD. And if it's going to be just a more like free-form stream, kind of like this one, where I have some general goals that I think I'd like to get done, but the reality is I've been just chipping away at random shit over the past, like, 48 hours, pretty much since waking up after doing the previous Shaman stream, and I'm just trying to do whatever I can. And I figure, I'll try to stream some of the more interesting bits, but obviously there is a lot that I'm going to get done on my own. This is my Demon Hunter, obviously not part of the Healer Challenge, but this is one of the characters that I've been primarily using to, like, progress some of, like, the first-time account stuff, because I talked about how, like, Delve rewards and the Nebulous Wood Cores and stuff, obviously the first character you go through it with kind of loses value, because they're the one who has to unlock it. So I've been trying to basically use this character to get through a lot of that annoying stuff. Like, I've burned basically all my keys on this Demon Hunter by now. I've done quite a lot of delves. My Valera is actually decently leveled at this point, and I've gotten up to almost level 6 for delves. I did just finally start doing a few delves on one of my other characters, who technically has a healing spec. It's my Monk. And since that one won't be done super soon as part of the challenge, hey Pixelina, but since that won't be done that quickly, I figured that is like the next priority for burning keys, and I'm trying to, like, for the initial setup, I'm trying to do my Preservation Evoker last, ironically, because it will be first for the actual, like, hard part, the Keystone Hero thing. But then there is an inevitable thing where if I wait too long, then obviously I don't get stuff done before the weekly reset, and then I lose long-term value on these characters. So that's kind of what I'll be doing here. I'm on my Demon Hunter mostly to show the progress that I made on it, so you can see, like, this is something I've been playing a decent amount. I sent, like, crafts and stuff on this DH, and I just kind of blew pretty much all my resources. One of the reasons for that is I got Veteran of the Dawn on this character. Now, I'm probably not going to use most of my Veteran crests, because on North America, for the Nebulous Void Cores, I have like a ton of Voidlight Marl that I can use to just buy all of them on all of my characters. It's by far the most efficient way to get your bonus rolls. But right now, since this account is still fairly new, I don't have that many or that much Voidlight Marl. I'm still, like, fairly limited, and I'm still in the process of even, like, finishing this whole unlock process. So the Veteran crests are going to be one of the better resources that I have for buying these bonus rolls. So I'm trying to save them up at least as much as I can on a lot of my different characters. So I don't think I'll spend them anyway, but then if I do, I want to make sure that they are discounted, because there might be some cases where it's worthwhile to spend like 10 Veteran crests to get something from 246 to 250 to save some champion crests. That could, theoretically, if I do it like once or twice, be like a little bit helpful for some of my healers. And if I have that as an option, it would be much better if I only had to spend 10 crests for that instead of 20. And since I don't really plan on playing this character long-term. That's why, like I said, I've basically burned all my resources on it just to get a bunch of that stuff unlocked, to get my delves as progressed as possible. And I managed to get all of the Nebulous Void Core quests finished so that I can actually get the bonus rolls. But now, I have to get the fucking Ascendant Nilhammer unlocked, and obviously this character's out of keys, and I've also done all of LFR on my Demon Hunter. So that means I have to resort to using my other characters. And what I was planning to do, because LFR is kind of the most efficient way to get that quest finished, I was going to go onto my Monk and do LFR on that, because 10 queues and stuff like that. But I guess that just doesn't work, because I sat in queue for 3 hours while doing delves on my Monk, which was midair. I'll pop over and show that. I was in queue for 3 entire hours, and I did not get it to pop. So now I'm kind of in a weird spot where I've already burned through all my keys on my Monk for at least this daily reset. The E reset is in less than an hour, so I will be able to spend more keys soon. But I would rather spend more of my keys after I've already unlocked the Ascendant Nilhammer, because it would still be nice to have some of those bonus shards on my Monk. I don't want to completely waste all my resources on this character. I am at least trying to be, mostly, outside of so far, the only thing I have wasted is 4 restored coffer keys. Outside of that, I'd like to be resource conscious on this character, because I will be playing this as part of the challenge for Mistweaver when we get there. When will that be? I don't know. But whenever that is, I don't want to be completely wasted. I also, in addition to that, I did buy praise on this character, so I burned through all the prey unlock stuff, but then I kind of figured, okay, while I'm sitting in, well, at the time it was like 1 hour of queue for LFR, I may as well also get the rest of the prey stuff unlocked. So I did that, and by the time I was fully done, and had done all my delves in this character, the LFR queue still hadn't popped. So I guess you just literally cannot get an LFR queue pop as a tank at this point in time. I don't know. And while I obviously could queue for it as a healer, if I'm going to do that, then I may as well do it on Preservation or Disc, which I actually have those set up for healing. I don't on my Monk, so it would be silly to do that. The only reason I was even going to do it on this character is because A, wasn't a high priority, and B, I figured tank would be easier. Apparently not. Maybe it's just literally nothing gets a fast queue, but I guess if it's not tank, then maybe it's healer, and if it's not healer, then I guess we just conclude that LFR just does not pop at all at this point in time. But either way, I've made at least a little bit of progress in this character. I did all my delves and stuff for the week. I will still try to get my 4 dungeons done, but I mentioned this on the previous stream. What I'm going to do on this stream, the goal, is I'd like to get this quest, what's it called, Emissary of War, done for my Monk, my Evoker, and my Priest. That is my primary goal. Because if I can get that done, then that would give me good progress long-term for whenever I get to them in the challenge. And obviously, Evoker will be first in the challenge, so next week, or next weekly reset, I would like to be done with Preservation Evoker. So that's why I'd like to get all of this out of the way now. And I'm also, I think early next week, I'm probably not going to stream. I've been debating. I'll think about it. I might stream our Reclear, because we're doing our first, split runs, and then our first Lura sale, which could, well, I was going to say it could be entertaining. It could be a fucking disaster, which would technically be entertaining. I'd probably be miserable, but then honestly, in that case, I'd rather be streaming and let other people laugh at our inability to kill Lure with a buyer, even if that might make, the raid look bad. I don't know. But then, maybe we just fucking one-shot it, and it's super clean and awesome, and then, I guess that would be good too. So it would be a win-win. So I'm considering, maybe, thinking about it, streaming that, which would be tomorrow, and I think we're definitely raiding tomorrow and Wednesday, yeah, because even if we one-shot every boss tomorrow, we still have 2 raids to do. The only thing I'm pretty sure is we're not raiding it all on Thursday. Even if we don't clear on one of the raids, we're not going to raid a 3rd day this week. We'll just work up to it. I think with the exception of Lura, that is a sale. We actually have a buyer for it, so that we will need to do. So I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll stream that. I'd like to get into the habit of streaming raid more often. I was on the fence about streaming raid in general before, especially because I can't stream comms. But I streamed my Laura rekill the other week, and there was at least, like, a decent amount of people who I think still were interested in watching it, and still, like, showed up to ask me questions about tanks and whatnot. And even though there, like, wasn't any Discord comms on the stream, I still think overall it was fine. So, as much as I do think that if I were able to stream Discord comms, which I just know I'm not able to for practical reasons, then it probably would be more interesting to watch, but, you know, is what it is. Just, that's a fact. So I can either just not stream raid at all, or I can stream it with comms muted, and I don't know. I think maybe it would be still enjoyable to watch with comms muted. We'll see. But what's it called? In the meantime, like I said, before this weekly reset, that's the goal, Emissary of War. So that's what I'm going to try to do today. How much progress I make on it during the stream, how long the stream even is, I don't know. Really, I'm just going to kind of stream until I'm tired, and then we'll go with that. Which is why, like I said, second channel stream doesn't have a defined goal, or it's, like, guaranteed to be more niche. And then next weekly reset, outside of the possibility for those raid streams, what I might do is I might stream on, like, Thursday or Friday the Preservation Evoker Keystone Hero, and I don't know exactly when that's going to be, but I want to do that at some point next week, and that'll probably be main channel stream. And in the background, I'll work on getting my Druid and other stuff ready, and then, yeah. What else was I going to say? Right, oh yeah, I haven't been able to get as much work done on the next add-on update as I want, which is why I'm going to probably try to go about it for this Keystone Hero challenge once I get them all set up, of one Keystone Hero per week. I think as long as I hold myself to that, that is a reasonable goal, I think, that I could manage to get done while still leaving myself enough time to work on everything else. The only thing is, like, getting all of it set up, right? I'd like to at least have them all at max level as quickly as possible, because then once I have them all at max level, I can, you know, at the very least start farming keys, running delves, getting, like, a bunch of gear off that, and that is very time efficient in terms of gearing. So that's why I've been trying to front load all of this. I've been doing, like, all the leveling runs now from scratch. I've leveled a lot of characters over the last, like, 2 weeks, and that is also while trying to get the add-on updates out. But now, once they're at max level, we'll kind of chip away at it, like, slow this down, because obviously I don't know exactly when it's coming out, but 12.0.7 is soon. I need to do testing, and I'd like to get a run done. I'd like to get a video out for that. I want to update the add-on for that. And then alongside all of that, I still want to get, like, the Sojourner routes finished. And that is a lot of work to do. So I need to make sure I'm allocating my time wisely with everything. And that's even alongside, you know, retail raids. So we'll see how well I manage to fit that all in. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so on my monk, this is the progress I made. I have decent gear, a few things from delves, some stuff here that I'm not currently using, but I could, like, upgrade it later on. But for the most part right now, I want to do, what's it called? I want to obviously save as much as I can for my Evoker. So that puts me in a weird position where, despite the fact that, yeah, I will be doing Evoker first, I think it makes more sense to do stuff on my Priest right now, because either one of them can queue for LFR, but neither one of them is going to get any meaningful gear from LFR. So, I think as much as I don't necessarily think this is going to be, well, I was going to say this wouldn't be engaging content, LFR can sometimes be actually really funny. In fact, I think one of the most viewed Twitch clips I have from back in Dragonflight is I randomly did, like, an LFR on a fresh account while gearing it, and a tank kept taunting the boss until he died. So sometimes that happens, and even though LFR is, like, incredibly stupid, it can be very entertaining in how silly it is. So, screw it. The one thing that I will try to do, also, is there is a quest in Voidspire that gives you a guaranteed champion cloak. Now, in most cases, that doesn't really matter too much. Like in the case of my priest, I already have Veteran Cloak. Like, it's not that important whether I have a champion cloak or not, but, you know, it could be helpful. So I'm going to try and wait to do Crown of the Cosmos LFR until I've picked up the quest from the start of the raid, which I don't have yet. Also, yeah, I don't think I have enough to buy my final bonus rolls, which I've been trying to do. What else? I have some bloody tokens. There's a few adventurer pieces that I haven't managed to replace. Actually, no, I got more than I thought. Yeah. At this point, I think it's just my weapon that I, in theory, could replace with bloody token stuff if I farmed enough of them, but it would take quite a while to get any more than I already have, and currently, these quests don't offer it. So, as I wait in LFR, I'll queue for March on Quel'Danos, but I'm not going to queue for Crown of the Cosmos until I have done Weapons of the Void, because then I can go in there and I can pick up the quest, but you don't get it, you don't get, like, retroactive credit, so if I do Crown of the Cosmos first, then it would not work for me. But yeah, so hopefully, I don't know, hopefully that doesn't take too long to activate, but there's entirely a possibility that LFR is just a complete dead end, and obviously it is pretty late at the moment on Europe. Why did I get pinged? Did I get pinged from Wordle? I did get pinged from Wordle, except it pinged an hour early today. That is strange. Wordle hasn't even reset yet, so I don't know why it did that. Yeah, that is odd. But yeah, so as I wait on that, I think my best bet is... I was gonna say I could do Prey now, but if I think about it, right, so Prey I could do at any time before the weekly reset, and the 2 champion Prey boxes give a guaranteed shard. So those initial Preys are as valuable for, like, long-term progression as any delves that I do, any restored coffer keys that I spend. But I have technically 9 restored coffer keys, so whatever keys I manage to spend now would still... I'm trying to find a way to describe this. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do delves first as I wait. Now, in a perfect world, right? Honestly, LFR would pop as I'm in the middle of this delve, and that way I get to just do that to finish off the Nailhammer. But if LFR just simply won't activate, and I cannot get people for it, right, then it is what it is. And then the only thing that I can really do... it also, by the way, I've gotten a lot of curio upgrades, not a single mandate upgrade, which is really unfortunate, considering mandate is really the only curio that actually matters. So I'm gonna do tier 11 delves on my Disc Priest, and honestly, it's not going to be the prettiest thing ever. It's still... What am I looking for? Is it interface? Yeah, show class colors. It's still worth doing tier 11 delves, so I know some people say, like, oh, well, I tried it, and I really struggled, but I did a few of them really early on my Demon Hunter, and it was really rough, and I still would rather sit here and slog through it than do lower level delves, because you just make more progress by doing tier 11, even if it takes longer. Because at the end of the day, restored coffer keys are a limited currency, and then there also are rewards that you can only get on level 11, like the extra gilded boxes, and what's it called? Even after I've gotten all 4 of these gilded boxes, obviously, up until that point, it is worth doing tier 11 delves regardless. But even after that, I'm going to be making more progress on my Delver's Journey by doing it on tier 11. And even though right now, you know, you won't really feel the effects of that, and I think that's why so many people don't bother with this. Like, the vast majority of people I know still have not gotten their Delver's Journey finished. They just never do enough delves to care. But if you're actually trying to gear up, I am making a concerted effort to fill that as quickly as possible. And there's no catch-up, really, for it that hasn't just existed since the start of the season, except early in the season it was actually heavily limited. You couldn't progress past a certain point. So a lot of people, when they were doing delves the most, hit a point where they couldn't get any more progress, which is the only reason why they may not be as far as, like, I am now in the amount of time that I've spent, because obviously I've been getting the full value out of this. But then also there's a lot of people who will only do their delves in, like, tier 8 to get their Delver's Bounty and stuff, because that is obviously where the gear caps out. And it does take a large concerted effort to get to the end. Like, I've burned through effectively 3 weeks of restored coffer keys on my Demon Hunter at this point, and I still only made it to, like, I think midway through level 4 on the Delver's Journey. And then I burned through 4 keys on my Monk, and now I'm at level 5, and by the time I'm done with all of my keys on my Priest, I'll probably still only be at level 8, and it won't be until my Evoker, maybe even beyond that, when I finally get to level 9. But then at that point, I still have a lot of other characters after this. I still have to do Shaman, I still have to do Paladin, I still have to do Druid, and then for every week after that on all my other characters, because Delves are still pretty good for catch-up gearing, until you're in, like, full myth track stuff. So when I get more keys on these characters, the moment I hit that magical number of Delver's Journey level 9, then all my keys will be worth so much more. And I will be able to jump up really, 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 really quickly. And, every time I mention this, people are like, well, Delves are boring. Delves are really boring. I don't know how you enjoy Delves. And the reality is, I fucking don't. I have been binge-watching YouTube videos about random shit for the past, like, 24 hours while chipping away at this stuff. And it's not exactly engaging content. I don't love it. But if I want to achieve my goal of managing to get 0 to hero on every single healer spec on Europe, not just by the time the season ends, right, but like, in a short period of time, then, I need to bust my ass, right? I can't just chip away at it. And in theory, like, this is why I've been telling, people in my guild that, oh, you should at least be, like, doing it, at least your Delver's Bounty every single week. Because the most efficient single method to progress your Delver's Journey in the game is every single week, the first delve you run on any character, once per week per account, you get an item, I forget the name, like Primeval Remnant or something. There's a different one every single season, but it's always been a mechanic where you get an item that you turn in at the Delver headquarters, and it gives you a big chunk of progress, once per week. So as long as you're chipping away at it, Blizzard loves their systems like that, where you get like a big bonus early on, and that is by far the best way to progress it. So I could have done, like, barely any delves, and as long as I did that, I would have been, at this point in the season, if I had started early on, already completely maxed out. Now, obviously, in this case, I am trying to progress this quickly, so I don't have multiple weeks to wait. I have to work on it, and the unfortunate reality there is also, if you want to grind this out, you really, really, really need a lot of characters, which is why, like I said, I've basically burned a lot of resources on my Demon Hunter that, in theory, would have been useful in the long term, because I don't care about playing my European Demon Hunter in the long term. So, since it's not part of this challenge, it's a useful thing to basically use as a sacrifice, so that I can get more value out of my healers. But I still had to spend time doing that. It was still a very involved process. Also, as I go through this, so I did... On all of the delves I did on my Demon Hunter, I never realized just how broken this is. Like, Valeera is just kind of soloing things. And... this is kind of easy. Now, she did this much damage when I did Brewmaster delves and when I did Havoc Demon Hunter delves, but the difference is, because I had Threat, I was constantly running for my life. So, Valeera was soloing everything, but I still had to constantly try to keep myself alive through all the mobs autoing me in the face. But here, because I'm not actually doing that much damage as a healer, Valeera gets threat on everything, and she can't die. And then, if mobs do hit me, I just keep myself alive because I'm a healer. So, this is kind of broken. I kind of understand now why people have told me that doing delves as a healer with TPS Valeera is incredibly broken. Now, obviously, this is a popular Nullius strategy, that much I knew about. But I figured that's just because Nullius' Tank Buster is, like, really dumb. So, having Valeera hold threat and be unable to die is, like, a massive advantage there. But considering I'm not actually doing that much damage when I do this on my Brewmaster Monk and my Demon Hunter, because they're very undergeared, it definitely feels like maybe would have been easier if I had just kind of allowed Valeera to solo. But I can't really do that, because the problem I noticed on my Demon Hunter is if I try to kite too heavily, Valeera will just stand next to me and not do anything. But here, I'm attacking the mob, so she's actually doing her job. But she's able to consistently hold threat. Whereas if I tried to, while playing Havoc, kite around and just throw glaive so that the mobs can't hit me, or the same thing as Vengeance, which I had to do in some cases, then the mobs would just still fixate on me, but Valeera wouldn't do anything. She would just, like, sit there and not kill the mobs. I did actually have to do that sometimes, and if I, like, kind of step into the mob's range and kite barely outside of melee, usually Valeera's close enough to where she will attack things, so you can still work around it. And in some cases where the melee attacks were too hard for my super undergeared characters to handle, I did that, and it still worked. So again, it's still always worthwhile to do tier 11 delves. There's always a way. And even rogues, I'm sure, could manage to do that, although I'm sure it wouldn't be pretty. There would be a way to make that happen, but this seems pretty effective. It also helps that now my Valeera is not high level, but level 40 is at least, like, decent. And I've been doing a good amount of delves, but it hasn't taken me too long to get Valeera up to this point, right? Like, the nice thing is, once you do enough tier 11 delves, it gives tons of Valeera XP if you fill the Nemesis boxes. So I think there's a lot of people who have progressed their delves beyond this and still don't have a Valeera even this high, just because they haven't progressed it in a way that's, like, also given them a lot of Valeera XP. Because you get disproportionately more if you do tier 11, and if you do all the Nemesis boxes, which I do every single time. If you're just doing tier 8s, then your Valeera will start to lag behind. But at this point, I don't know why she's taking so long to kill this mob, but whatever. Pixelina said, Mandate was your last one as well for the longest time, even the upgrades? Yeah, it's rough. On North America, I think I got lucky, if memory serves, and it was actually one of my earlier upgrades, but no such luck here. The problem with stuff like that, though, is there have been multiple seasons now where people have that happen to them, and they assume that there's, like, some weird thing. Like, I specifically remember hearing this a lot with, the mech suit back in Undermine. And there was, like, this crazy theory that I had multiple people espouse to me of, like, oh, the only way to get a mech suit upgrade is if you kill the underpin or whatever, and until you do that, you can't get the upgrade. But then, like, I proved on a fresh account that that wasn't true. But sometimes if people get really, really unlucky, they try to, like, rationalize the bad luck when, you know, sometimes it is what it is. It's like the same thing with my fucking internet shitting itself the moment I start stream. In this case, I've been streaming for how long today? And so far, it's been smooth sailing. And, I mean, I even said that yesterday, that, well, I guess it was 2 days ago, when I streamed, that I know that, obviously, it isn't the case that, you know, it's magic, right, the moment I start stream. But when coincidences happen enough, people usually start, like, applying stuff like that to it. So I have to deal with that a lot of times, where, you know, people get unlucky with drops and then they immediately assume, oh, it's rigged, you know, have you looked into this, etc. And even outside of that, a lot of people just don't realize that, well, this, I guess, separate topic, but on my mind, because I just answered, literally, like, 5 minutes before starting stream, a Follow the Arrow Curseforge page comment, where somebody was, like, explaining to me why my add-on was bugged because, oh, you know, I ran into this issue where this quest didn't pop up and I traced it back, and they're like explaining it as if like they're helping me out. Like, it's because, oh, you forgot to put the quests in the right order and it tells you to pick up Zul'jin before doing this other thing. And then I'm like, okay, well, I just looked in the code and what you said is happening is just quite literally impossible based on the code. And the only thing I can assume, which, you know, reasonable assumption, right, is they just picked up a quest in the wrong order, and then instead of going, oh, the add-on, you know, is telling me to go to the wrong place, maybe I picked up the quest, like, before it was ready to be picked up, they immediately assume, you know, the guy who wrote this, I guess he just made a big mistake. It's impossible that I made the mistake. The add-on writer made a mistake, so I'm going to write a lengthy comment on his CurseForge page explaining why he's wrong. Now, in this case, I'm being, like, you know, a little bit maybe overly critical, because I do think the person at least wrote it in good faith, which is why my response to it wasn't like, you fucking dickhead, you're wrong. I literally copy-pasted the relevant code, and I said, this is exactly how it appears. I even included some, like, parts of the code, so, you know, he knows that I actually did double-check. This is the exact order the quests appear in the code. Sorry, but that's just incorrect. I haven't gotten a response, because, like I said, I literally sent that reply 5 minutes before starting the stream. But what I'm hoping is that somebody who at least wrote a well-meaning comment like that will see my clear proof that, no, you must have just made a mistake, and be like, oh, my bad. The thing is, I've been doing YouTube long enough to know that there is an equal possibility that I will get an angry message back explaining why, actually, no, I'm right, you're wrong, and who knows. But we'll see. This honestly kind of completely unrelated, just happens beyond my mind and was ever so slightly tangentially related. Where's the last Nemesis pack? I cannot see it. It must be over here? Oh. Yeah, I don't know how I couldn't see that then. Okay. So this should be it then. If I do this, and then I'll do Ultimate Penitence, and then the shield could keep me alive through basically anything, and Valeera will kill the rest. This is why you thought it was so much faster to heal through delves? Well, so I kind of got off topic. Two things, mind you. So I did say, hey, you know, there is some merit to, I know you were one of the people who had said that, yeah, and a few other people mentioned it. And at the very least, I think it is fair to say that there is more merit to it than I had initially thought. And definitely, I think, if healing is your only option, right? Like, if you can't tank or something like that, like, basically, if you do not have a tank spec on your class, in the case of this, like Priest, I definitely think this would be the best option to go about it, then it might be better than I had previously thought. I think that is probably fair to say. But I do think that, generally speaking, if your tank is geared enough, right, then it is definitely a better way to go about it, because I am still doing small pulls here, right? Like, if I was doing this on a Guardian Druid, and I was able to do significantly larger pulls and let Valeera do some AoE, like, she does mostly single target, but she does have some AoE, like Fan of Knives, she applies, like, bleeds to multiple targets, she does her Caltrops, which does, like, okay damage, so it does do more, and then the other thing is, as she puts those effects on mobs, especially once you have a higher level of Mandate, like, that is, each time damage ticks, there is a chance that Mandate procs in all those mobs. So, effectively, the longer that you are in combat with a mob, the higher the chance is that at some point Mandate will just proc and instantly kill them. And obviously that saves a lot of time, right? So, it is undeniably true that when done properly, tanking a delve is a lot faster, on average, than anything else. Tanking a delve with DPS Valeera, right? Just because, even in this setup, right, like, I'm able to do this because I'm able to do, like, small-ish pulls. This is also, frankly, an easier delve variant here. There are some that are going to be a little bit trickier to pull this off. But if I was able to pull, like, basically everything and round it up and then stack it up for Valeera to cleave a bunch of them as I cleaved it, if I could survive that, then, I mean, that's just better, right? And Guardian Druid, once you get enough gear, you kind of hit this point where Guardian Druid basically just can't die. Guardian Druid's also a interesting case because it is a really, really, really good tank at kiting. Maybe not in like an M+ setting, but definitely in like a delve setting like this, where you look at what's it called? You look at like Blood Decay, right? You kind of need to be in melee to do most of your damage. Even Vengeance Demon Hunter, which Vengeance is good at kiting in an M+ setting, but still needs to actually hit mobs to do all of its stuff. But Guardian Druid can kind of just stay barely out of melee range, which what I described earlier sometimes does work for me. You stay barely out of melee, and you just thrash, swipe, and then moonfire a bunch of mobs, and you can do most of your damage without mobs being able to hit you. And you have enough mobility that you can just kite in a circle. So Guardian is especially good at that. Blood Decay, admittedly, even if you're under-geared, you could probably just survive through most things that don't one-shot you just by nature of the spec. So they'd probably be pretty good at doing this too. And Vengeance, while I don't think Vengeance is, like, that good, when I was doing delves on my Demon Hunter, I mostly played Havoc, because obviously, if you can play Havoc with DPS Valeera, well, that's just the fastest way to go about it, right? Like, that was very fast. But then I did reach points where Havoc just simply couldn't stay alive. Like, I was just straight up getting one-shot. And in those cases, while I did have to, at times, kite with Vengeance Demon Hunter, the nice thing about Vengeance, at least, is it can do that, and you have enough smaller CDs, right? Like, kite until my cooldowns are backed up, and Valeera would maybe sometimes not be doing anything, but then I go back in, and I'm, like, immortal during CDs. And I just pop everything, pop meta, and then, while I'm sitting there face-tanking mobs, Valeera is able to do her thing. And Brewmaster, also a good tank for kiting. You can stay barely out of melee range with Keg Smash, etc. So Keg Smash, Breath of Fire, I would do Leg Sweep, I would like bounce them away with Ring of Peace, and I was still close enough to where Valeera was actually attacking. So that kind of worked out well. But I could understand how, for some people, it might be easier to do, what's it called? Like Mistweaver or something like that, and stay at a distance, kind of like what I'm doing now with Priest. But like, I did this delve on my Monk, and I think, while it was significantly harder, because I basically pulled half the delve and then kited in a circle as I let Valeera kill everything, while I was desperately trying to keep myself alive and, like, Keg Smash, Breath of Fire, etc., it was a pain. It did feel significantly faster. That took me, like, what, 10-ish minutes to do? But it was extremely chill, so that's definitely a plus. Okay, so I need... Yeah, I think LFR is just a wash at this point. It doesn't help that, obviously, it's late in the week on Europe, and it's also middle of the night in Europe, so the odds of finding LFR groups, probably this point in the season, this point of the week, and this point of the day combined, is going to be extremely challenging. But ultimately, the only thing that I am losing from this is... when I do my delves, I lose out on, like, what would have been a slight amount of the Ascendant Nilhammer shards. And while that is, like, that's a little bit of a bummer, just because that can speed up gearing slightly, I don't think it's enough of a reason to delay doing my delves by, like, multiple hours or even a full day or something, just so I can find an LFR group to speed up this quest. But if I could, then this would be the best way to get that done. I'll leave myself in queue. But then also, the moments that I do... Yeah, because European reset is in 15 minutes. So I'm going to try to do this delve. And then, because I want to maximize my value... Actually, I was going to say I want to maximize my value for keys, but the problem is if I do delve split up across my Evoker and my Priest, then I don't think the quest progress carries over. You need to get all three on one. Not sure. You know what, I'll try for science. What I'll do is I'll run this delve, This will get me to 2 out of 3 Hungering Oblivion. And then I'll run a Delve on my Evoker. That will put me at 1 out of 3. But I'm still... My progress towards... What's it called? My progress towards the Ascendant Nilhammer is currently 1 out of 4. So in theory, as long as I do the quest 3 times across different characters on my account, then that's going to give me credit. So if I complete it once on my Priest, once on my Evoker, and then like once on my Monk or something, then that would still get me to the Ascendant Nilhammer. And if anything, that actually might be best, because then I effectively have evenly distributed my wasted restored coffer keys across my different healers. That way, all of them are receiving roughly the same amount of Ascendant Nilhammer shards later on, instead of one of them being significantly further behind. So that's probably a better way to go about it. Okay, let me Ultimate Penitence here. Let's do this. Yeah, so here... Look, Valeera is able to do, like, pretty reasonable damage here. Because they're all stacked up. And... yeah, the Caltrops didn't amount to that much here, but even her Fan of Knives was not too shabby. In this case, though, I think this is the type of delve where... if you tried to, like, math it out and test different runs, you actually might get a much closer results with healers, just because it is so hard to do really big pulls in this type of delve because so many mobs are casters. This is, it's still, like, one of the... I wouldn't say it's a fast variant, but it's, like, an above-average variant, just because you don't actually need to do that much to finish it. But out of the stuff you do need to do, like, look at these Necrotic Bolts mobs. Whenever I try to do this on a tank, it's really, really, really hard to group these up. You have to do things like this, and tag all of them, then drag them around little corners like this to LOS them. But it's kind of awkward. So, in this case, Valeera's probably just going to be single-targeting down most of them anyway. But she's not doing a bad job, honestly. Also, for both of the Troll Delves, you pick up that Mask. That gives you really good damage. Oh, fuck, I didn't finish the cast. I'm going to position myself here. My barrier up. I've been forgetting to use my Trinket. I keep forgetting I have this Astalor's on-use Trinket thing. Is she DPS or tank? Definitely DPS, yeah. So, I'll be honest... I don't think there is any use case for Tank Valeera at this point. Especially because it just works so much better with DPS. The only reason to use Tank Valeera would be if she filled one of two criteria. A, she did more damage. Or B, she survived better than DPS Valeera. But I don't know why DPS Valeera is tuned to be this way, but, like, she takes no fucking damage. She does not die. I almost never need to directly heal her. I think one of the big reasons is she's flagged to avoid lots of types of damage, so if she's taking direct auto attacks, she will eventually die. But any sort of those, like, AoE things, I'm pretty sure that does actually hurt Tank Valeera, but it doesn't hurt DPS Valeera. I don't know exactly why, but, I mean, if you put on Tank Valeera, like, she will get absolutely fucking obliterated, which is kind of the entire minigame. But it is weird, because... DPS Bran did actually die pretty quickly if he got focused. I don't know why Valeera doesn't, honestly. So, I definitely remember trying this back in, back in War Within, early on, and Bran could not effectively tank as a DPS. Another big thing is Valeera holds aggro incredibly well. One of the big issues that I ran into when I remember trying this with Bran is Bran would just never be able to hold threat. He just... he did significantly less damage. Admittedly, I don't think I ever bothered trying this by the end of the War Within, so it's possible that after they buffed Bran by, like, Season 3, this, like, strategy may have been a lot better. I don't know. But I remember extensively testing this out in Season 1, because a bunch of people had been asking me to do it, and he could not hold threat. So, whenever I did these test runs as a healer, every single time, what ended up happening is I would have threat on every single mob as healer. I would basically be running for my life nonstop, and Bran didn't really kill them that quickly, so I would just die. So it ended up being incredibly slow. Now, back in Season 1, Tank Bran wasn't even a thing. They added Tank Bran largely because, as I had demonstrated at the time, it was incredibly bad for healers. They had no real effective way to actually do delves. Also, I need to go hunting a little bit because we don't know where the Nemesis pack is. It could, in theory, spawn all the way back there. But I'm not seeing anything on my map, so there's also a chance it's over here. But I want to make sure I get all 4 of them. And then also we have the banner over there. But then, I do recall testing it at least when they added Tank Bran in Season 2, and obviously, for anybody who remembers, there was a brief period of time when Tank Bran first came out where he actually did more damage than DPS Bran. If you played Tank Bran as a healer and you just pumped healing into him, he did crazy damage, and he just started murdering everything. And that made it actually an effective way to clear delves, because the issue with obviously playing a healer in delves is the trade-off was always supposed to be, it's like kind of a balancing act, where if you play like a tank, well then you can kind of keep yourself alive, so you don't need healer Valeera, or healer Bran. And so you can run DPS Bran, and then that way, even though your damage was a little bit lower as a tank, then DPS Bran would make up for that. And then if you were playing a DPS spec, well then, okay, yeah, so the Nemesis group's over there. If you're playing a DPS spec, well then you can run healer Bran. And then healer Bran would allow you to do your full damage thing while, not dying to random mobs. So you'd probably end up doing more damage, or at least that's the idea. You'd end up doing more damage than if you were to run tank spec with DPS Bran. And then the idea behind healer Bran, well, if you're playing a healer, you're going to do basically no damage. So whereas DPS Bran was meant to be like supplemental for tank specs as a way to like amount to what a full DPS could do, Tank Bran was supposed to carry basically all of the damage on his own, and then the more you heal him, the more damage it does. So if DPS Bran, or rather, if Tank Bran just did all of his damage in a vacuum without any external help, then, well, DPS and tanks would run it too. So you need to have a way to make it so it's only really good for healers. So that was the design of it. And I'll be honest, I still thought that that actually was a really interesting design, where, like, the more you heal him, it, like, charges, what was, like, the electro weapons or whatever, and he does a lot. And I think after the final set of tuning, it was at least okay. Like, I did test it a few times, and you could clear delves with Tank Bran, and it was fine. But the inherent issue with Tank Bran was always, unless he was kind of overtuned, like that brief period of time, and just doing so much ridiculous damage that it just made delves really fast, because he just insta-killed everything, it was really hard to do pulls, because you were kind of reliant on him to either do it, or after he got nerfed and he wasn't really overpowered, you kind of had to pull for him, and so you had to do a bunch of pulls, and then he would kind of round it up, but not really, and then because all the mobs weren't stacked, obviously, he wouldn't do, like, extremely efficient AoE, so even if he was doing okay damage, it obviously wasn't as efficient as if you were, like, a tank, and you pulled everything together. And the end results of delves, I think, by the end of the War Within, after I had done, like, extensive testing, was that tanks with DPS Bran were the most efficient way to go about it. Not to say that you couldn't make any of the other methods work, but what did I end up doing on every character that could do this? I used DPS Bran. Partially because DPS Bran eventually got more buffs, and I think by the end of the War Within, he was just pretty strong. Like, he did good damage. And at that point, especially if you're playing a tank spec and you're able to do decent damage as a tank spec, then overall you'd probably do more damage than most DPS. But in theory, right, in theory, because a lot of the really powerful things that Bran brought to the table were usually the curios, which to an extent can still be said for Valeera with Mandate of Sacred Death, though at this point I think she also does just more passive damage than Bran ever did. But in theory, you could argue that a really, really, really strong DPS if they were able to kill everything really quickly, would be able to clear faster as long as they got, like, healer brands value to keep themselves alive, because, you know, tanks would just do less damage overall. And maybe on, like, single-target bosses, that could be the case, but the biggest issue that I always ran into whenever I played a DPS spec is that Bran is not, like, a reliable healer, and honestly, to an extent, Valeera isn't either. You have to wait for the orbs to spawn, or in the case of Bran, the potions, and then you have to run and pick them up. And if you're trying to do a really big pull, and you're getting blasted by a bunch of mobs, a lot of times damage in tank is not linear. It's not just like, I am taking damage over time, and as long as I pick up the healing orbs after X amount of time, I'm alive. If you get blasted by like 5 bolts to the face over a few seconds, you're just dead. And if the orbs don't come out until like 2 seconds from then, it doesn't matter. You're just dead. And then it's a wipe. But tanks obviously have defensive abilities, so you can do really, 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 really big pulls, and you can get away, like, as long as you press a defensive ability when all of the big mobs are hitting you. Well, then you just kind of kite the mobs around a corner, group them all up, pop your big, like in the case of Bear, Incarn, keep yourself alive, and then let either, you know, DPS Bran, DPS Valeera, whatever it is, go to town. And the kill time ends up being, in my opinion, faster because you're able to do bigger pulls. Because the issue playing a DPS, most DPS, Havoc Demon Hunter sometimes can be an exception. Like stuff like Rep Paladin that has bubble, maybe a bit of an exception, though Prot I still think is faster. In a lot of those cases, you're able to do larger pulls, which ends up being faster. Even if DPS could theoretically kill the pulls they do slightly faster, tanks can pull more mobs, which makes the actual... Oh, in this case I got a cloak. Okay, well... I don't need the Void Spire anymore, or don't need Crown of the Cosmos anymore then. But yeah, so I've always found tanks to just be faster for delves, obviously, if that's an option. But there are other ways to go about it. DPS Valeera is interesting to where she just kind of does more damage than most other things. Okay, there's a weapon here. I'm tempted to buy this just because I have a crappy weapon. It's like one of my weakest slots, and I know for a fact that I already have a champion offhand, so I would like to have a one-hander. I don't know, though. I mean, how many undercoins do I have on, like, my Demon Hunter? Yeah, I mean... Look, it's... I don't think this is that expensive. This is what Zoran is here for, after all. The only other thing I'd be using my undercoins on is more restored coffer keys, which, by the time that I'm done exhausting my existing restored coffer keys, I would have more left over. So then if I feel like I need to run additional delves to get better gear, then I can just do that at that point. And then whatever character I think needs to run more delves, then I can buy the keys. I think for now, I may as well take what I can get. Oh. Interesting that you learned Midnight Fishing if Valeera chucks a fish at you. Huh. That's neat. Alright, what should I do next? Probably... Oh, I should. I need to pick one fast, either way. Probably Sunkiller Sanctum. And as long as I get into the delve before the European Daily Reset, then it'll preserve that delve and the Bountiful status until I leave. So I can get extra value out of that. Also, I keep forgetting to do this. Oh shit, and this worked out well. It took me directly to Sunkiller Sanctum, which... Yeah, it wasn't glowing at first, but it is still in Bountiful. Let me put the pinned message that I usually want to put in both chats for my catch-up gearing guide. Because obviously that's all relevant here. Everything that I'm doing here is just still showcasing processes used in that catch-up gearing guide. So I think it is important. Let me... Just going to my second computer. Comprehensive gearing, or I'll put comprehensive catch-up gearing guide, and then what's the YouTube link? in this message. Okay, and then let me go over to Twitch. Copy paste. Control C, Control V, and the message. Okay, cool. Want to make sure that is easy for people to find for any sort of related type of stream. Okay. You hate healing on Druid, you just prefer tanking. Yeah, well, it is definitely true. What was the other thing you said? You did T11 with item level 180, you're definitely not as skilled as you with your 250 Druid. Well, to be fair, like, look, will I concede that, yes, I obviously have a lot more experience and whatnot, and, like, that does make a difference, sure. Obviously, the specific example of doing T11 on 180, which I did partially do that delve to demonstrate just, like, how anything can be possible. Sure. But that was also, like, a very special variant, right? There is a reason why that variant, I think I mentioned this as I was running it, is one of the only two that I would put in S tier, assuming nothing gets changed by the time that I make my delve tier list, which I think I've mentioned that I'm aiming for 12.1, along with all the other delve features for the add-on. Any sort of delve-related stuff, I obviously did a bunch back in War Within, and I was going to do that this expansion, but obviously the add-on took up a lot of time. But if I did that stuff right now, there'd be, like, negative interest in that since we're already so deep into the season. The reality is most people don't engage with delves after, like, their mandatory early season stuff. But there is a lot of engagement with delves at that point. So, even though I've still been thoroughly testing delves and running them all the time on, well, both my main account and now Europe, I don't think that people would really care about that information if I did it now. But if I wait until 12.1 to then retest anything for that patch in the PTR and then make new guides for that, then I think that would be a lot more interesting for people and relevant. And assuming nothing changes by that point, when I make that tier list, the current idea would be, and then also assuming there's no additional delves that would end up in S tier, one of the only ones would be that grenade variant, because it is so good. And because that delve's gimmick is so powerful, you are able to do that delve at extremely low item level because the gimmick of that specific variant just carries the entire thing. So that is... honestly, it is stronger than... I'm trying to think, like, what did we have in War Within? That was close, right? For War Within, in S tier, I put Tokrathon Pheromones and Smashing Skardin. And Calamitous will probably end up in S tier just because it is still an efficient delve variant that is, like, pretty good for leveling, so that is kind of the Smashing Skardin equivalent, where it is, at this point, proven to be a really good way to farm XP through delves. And also, Calamitous is just a good delve variant. I would say it's, like, solidly A tier for, it's, like, high A tier for endgame farming for, what's it called? Like, this type of thing, like running tier 11 delves, etc. But then because it is so obscenely broken for leveling, it ends up being, I think, overall S tier. And then in the case of, what's it called? Huh. So, it just occurred to me, I was about to say, before starting the stream, like a few hours ago, I switched from Voidweaver to Oracle, and then I was gonna say, I completely forgot to put the Oracle ability on my bars. And then I realized that, no, they've just changed how Oracle works now. This is the first time I've really played with it. Yeah, okay, so I'm used to, like, the way that Oracle worked back in, what's it called? War Within, is you got, like, the different active abilities, so you would do, like, the overhealing one, and then you would get the, what was it? The tank DR one, and then your next abilities reset, so you would use that on, like, penance, etc. And now, I guess, yeah, so instead of that, you just get 2 charges of penance, which I realized I had, but I kind of assumed that was just a class talent. I didn't realize that was part of Oracle. That's actually quite nice. And that kind of simulates what the ability reset thing did. Honestly, that seems really strong. Because previously you had to activate this. Now it's just a passive? You just get permanent overhealing redirection? That seems very good. And I mean, yeah, that just seems really fucking good. I was wondering why sometimes I was penancing Valera or myself, and it was still hitting an enemy. That's, I guess, what this is. Well, I can kind of understand now why Oracle is the thing that everybody's playing, because that's the reason I swapped, right? For leveling, obviously, Void Weaver, I think, is just better. It does more damage, so that's why I played that, and I think the effectiveness showed while leveling. It felt quite strong. But there's a fucking fly annoying me. But yeah, I noticed that basically every single Disc Priest I could find was playing Oracle. And considering I'm already at least somewhat familiar with Oracle, I figured, okay, yeah, sure, I'll make the swap. And it does look like it changed more than I realized, but honestly, I like these changes, and they feel pretty intuitive. So I'm kind of looking forward to playing this in an M+ setting. Which I'll probably do at least a little bit today, because like I said, the goal for this stream is the 4 mythic dungeons on Evoker, Priest, and Monk, at the very least. Planning to do a leveling challenge 1 to 90 anytime soon? What do you mean a leveling challenge? Like, a specific challenge? Because obviously I've done multiple leveling runs. So I assume you're not just saying, like, a leveling speedrun or anything like that. And obviously I am planning to do more speedruns for the purposes of, like, the guides. Like, I'm gonna do a run, an 80 to 90 run for, what's it called? 12.0.7. At the very least, I'll post one, right? I might even... What I'm considering doing is, at some point next week, I'd probably do, like, a second channel stream where we test out 12.0.7 leveling. Because, obviously, a lot of people have asked me about it. And I've talked about the raw numbers that I've seen in, like, Wowhead posts so that people have, like, hopped onto the PTR and given me. And while I know it's not that big of a deal, I do think... Well, I know it's not that big of a deal, and I'm going to do a full run, so people will have that. I do think that at least walking through the process of testing, at least once on stream, would maybe be interesting. We'll see. But I wouldn't consider that, like, a challenge run, personally. And then, obviously, I'm going to do more runs to... or rather, I'll be doing leveling off-stream to build the add-on, right? Because that won't be interesting. I'll basically just be going through my route, adding in the quests, incorporating it into Follow the Arrow, and then eventually, once it's added, what I'll probably do is, once the Alliance route is added into Follow the Arrow, I'll do, like, a 1 to 80 run for Alliance with Follow the Arrow running, just to be like, hey, look, this is how fast you can do it, and in case you didn't realize I updated the add-on, that kind of thing, like, once it's done. But again, I would not personally consider that a challenge run. So if that's what you're talking about, like, if you're just asking speedruns in general, then that should answer your question. And who knows, right? Like, I mean, up until last week, I wasn't even planning to do any PTR 12.0.7 runs. It was just one of those things where... At the end of the day, like, if there's enough demands for it, like, I'll do it, right? As long as I don't think it is completely pointless. I was a little bit resistant to the idea of doing 12.0.7 stuff just because I thought, well, this is stupid, not much is actually changing. But there's been enough requests for it, and I figure at this point, if anything, just to counter the misinformation, it would be important to do a run of my own, just so that I can actually have tangible evidence to point to of like, no, this is actually what leveling will look like, not whatever you're being clickbaited into thinking it's going to magically be. So at that point, I do think it has more value, even though the route will basically just be a slightly, fancier version of the existing Follow the Arrow route. It will be faster, and then I will still be able to demonstrate that, like, yes, even with the changes, this is still really fast. So after thinking through that, I was like, yeah, I should do this. Whereas initially, I was thinking it wouldn't really matter all that much. So, like, I do change my mind on that stuff. And I guess if there was another idea of a run that you were looking forward to see, I would at least consider it. Yeah, there's a Nemesis pack all the way back here. This is strange because I don't recall there being many Nemesis packs that spawned on the locked hallway. Because only one of them opens up, so I have to, like, double back all the way. But I will do that, just so that I get all the progress. Yeah, look at this fucking LFR queue, man. Ugh. At the very least, I'm a little bit relieved that the LFR just doesn't pop at all at this point. And it's not like a tank queue thing, it is just... LFR queues right now are, I guess, incredibly long on Europe. So, this at least reassures me slightly that if I had chosen to wait an additional hour or so on my monk, it wouldn't have made a difference, and it still probably wouldn't have popped. I'll grab this. And then, did I... Okay, I forgot to use my Delver's Bounty. Maybe I should have... I don't know. I could have waited until after opening my Delver's Bounty to buy that item off Zaran. Because obviously if I get a Hero Track weapon off this, then, well... I would have kind of wasted 3k undercoins. But 3k... Like, undercoins are not a limited resource, so... Worst case scenario, if I do get a Hero Track weapon, and I did waste 3k undercoins, it is something that I could just farm to eventually get back. It would not really make that much of a difference. So I wouldn't care all that much. I would just be very mildly annoyed. I will say, mobs like this are the ones that really fuck up DPS Valera, because she doesn't really fixate on one target. She'll just, like, randomly pick things to attack. So, if there's a bunch of little meaningless mobs that will infinitely respawn like this, you can see she's killing them one at a time, but by the time she's done killing all 3 of them, oh, look, 3 more of them have spawned. And now she's probably going to hit this mob for a little bit, and then she's going to go and hit the void spawn. And yeah, now she's hitting the void spawn. So, she ends up being really inefficient at actually killing this stuff. It's fine, though. Let's pull this. This. And... Okay, I mean, if I can keep them roughly stacked... Oh, actually, shit. I didn't even think about this, but I should be PIing Valera. She would actually... Oh, fuck. She would get some meaningful damage out of that. So it can't hurt. That, it's probably going to charge. As long as I don't directly stand in mechanics, it's kind of impossible to lose this. Definitely a lot more relaxing of a way to do delves than tanking this. Though, like, I don't know, it's... I am also extremely undergeared on all of my characters. And I think outside of cases like that, where you are, like, literally fresh level 90, trying to get by with absolutely no gear, I don't really think you should struggle much at all with, tanking or even DPSing. Even if you have to play it safe, though. I guess if you're already playing it safe, maybe at that point it's worth it to do healer for the ground. Who knows. Alright, what do I get out of the Delver's Bounty? Fingers crossed it is something good. Which one is it? Yeah, that's the Hidden Trove. I'm going to open that last build suspense. Blah, blah, blah. What do we get? This is Shoulders. Okay, so that is an upgrade, but I still have tier on. Now, the nice thing is I've already gotten my 4-piece in this character, so I can start getting catalyst charges, though I have not actually looted any yet. I'm still at 2 out of 8, which is the amount I left off at, which is kind of yuck. But... That's fine, I think. I guess the question is then, do I just take the free upgrades, or do I catalyze this now? I guess for now I should probably just take the free upgrade. And I'll save the extra catalyst charge. Okay. Alright. Well, I mean... Look. Oh, I manifested it. Like, I'm not honestly that upset, though. Like, it is a good thing, out of all of the things to get from this, because I would like to have a decent weapon doing M+, and while I could craft a weapon, obviously I need myth crests, but I don't have enough myth crests to do that. So this just means that I can at least have an okay weapon in the meantime, and then just once I get enough myth crests off M+, I just do that, and I don't need to worry about, like, crafting one early on. Ah, well, yeah, that's, 3k undercoins down the drain, but, again, like, I can just farm it, and the nice thing is, the best hero crest farm, the Invasive Glow farm also gives you a ton of undercoins, so, you know, if I did need to buy more stuff, I could just do that. I do think it's hilarious that I literally got the exact fucking thing that I bought, though. What are the fucking odds? Alright, what's next? I guess first things first, I go turn in the Ascendant Nilhammer quest. I'm in war mode. Yeah, so I'll turn this in, and then I have 6 keys on my priest. Now, I would like to save the rest of my keys until after I have the Ascendant Nilhammer fully complete. That way I can get the upgrade shards off all of those Bountiful Delves. So I could do, let's go here. So now I need 2 out of 4. I'll pick up this quest, but I don't think I'm going to complete it on this character. And I have enough Voidlight Marl to buy at least the rest of my bonus rolls, so I guess I'll do that while I'm here. Now, before I forget, I'm going to go upgrade my shoulders. And then I think if I recall, either my monk or my demon hunter is sitting at, what's my Delver's journey at? Okay, so I have unlocked the ability to purchase keys now. One of my characters, either my monk or my DH, is sitting at 1 out of 3. And then I ran out of keys to use. Okay, I'm guessing Leatrix Plus is not enabled. Let's see, let me upgrade this for free. Cool. So I'm gonna check that. And then, I mean, we give up. Unfortunately, Elifar just doesn't pop, is what it is. So I'll check them to see which one has it. I'll check my DH first. Actually, no, I know for a fact my DH doesn't have it, because I remember picking it up when I started the stream. So yeah, it must be my monk then, that I'm thinking of. So then I'll do my monk first. I'll use 2 keys on this character, since I've already gotten progress towards that quest. And then I can use keys on my Preservation Evoker, the final one. And while I won't really make much progress towards getting the Ascendant Void Core thing now, the nice thing about that anyway is, in order to get value out of the Ascendant Void Core upgrade, you need to at least have, bare minimum, a fully upgraded Hero Track weapon or trinket. And even if I had the upgrade thing right now, I wouldn't have something that I could upgrade. So all that matters is that by the time I manage to get either like a crafted or upgraded Hero Track thing, which probably won't be until the end of next week, that I have enough of those cores to fully upgrade all of them. Which, by the time I do M+, I should be able to get without too much trouble, so... And let me double check that I'm not misremembering this. Yes, I do have 1 out of 3 here. Perfect. Okay. So, nice. It is a Calamitous day. Ah, yes. So Calamitous has not popped for like 5 days now. The nice thing about this is I've been waiting to level up my Druid and my Shaman and Paladin, because I really wanted to at least have Calamitous for the early levels. Obviously, you know, I think Follow the Arrow is, like, for the entire route, better, but I have said multiple times that I think Calamitous spam is probably slightly faster than some of the later Zul'jin quests. So what I'm probably going to do is spam Calamitous for like 2 levels, up to like 82 or 83 on those characters. Also, just the other delves are always faster, with some exceptions. But yeah, most of these variants on the Calamitous Day are really fast. So maybe I'll, like, if I finish this, and I'm not tired yet, if I finish Emissary of War and all 3 characters, I might even do a bit of leveling through the delves and stuff on my other characters towards the end of the day. We'll see, though. It might be super late, and I might just want to, like, take a break and go make food and then do this off stream. This is the important thing that I think is more interesting, especially the M+. And I wanted to at least show part of the Delve and Ascendant Nilhammer, like, unlock process, so I wanted to do that here. So in this case, okay, with this set of Delves, how many keys do I have? Yeah, I have 8 keys, okay. Actually, that's perfect. So then I'm going to spend 2 keys to finish this quest on my Monk, and then I'll have 6, which is exactly the same as my Priest. So I think my Evoker will end up with the most keys left over out of anything, which is perfect, because that's the character that I want to get the most progress on early on anyway. So I do think that worked out well. Calamitous and Almoth Munchies are both very good, so we should probably do those. Yeah, that seems like it's going to be my best bet. And as I said before, I'm doing my Monk Delves on Brewmaster. So I think that this will be a good way to demonstrate that even with DPS Valera, it is still faster if you can, like, efficiently play a tank to run with this. And this Monk is not, like, super geared, right? And this is not optimized, right? I don't have, like, enchants or gems. I have, like, you know, a high haste ring on Brew, which is, like, yuck, but I'll use whatever I can get. I have an okay champion track weapon, but this is not optimal. It's still kind of eh. So I also, yeah, I was gonna say, have I looted my Delver's Bounty on this character? And yes, because that's what this was. Okay. There we go. That's a good way, easy way to remember it. And also, you can see here, I've already done all 4 of my gilded stashes in this character. I am still going to run this Delve on tier 11, even though the gear rewards are the same, because it gives more Valera XP, and because it gives more Delver's Journey progress. And I still consider that to be an important thing to maximize. So it's going to be a little bit more time-consuming. Like, it'll be a few minutes slower. It'll be a little bit more difficult, but it is worthwhile. Okay, interesting. So there is a Nullius pack over there. Let me see. Environment said odds are 50-50, yeah, for the weapon. Yeah, and then because I am a 400 IQ individual, you were using Fall the Arrow, had done all the delves, was in Zul'jin, and decided to faction change your character and play with your wife. Oh, fuck. Okay. And if I die, it's your fault, Environment. I'm kidding, of course. But I didn't realize I was close enough to those mobs. I mean, I also am at the very start. If I did die, I could just reset the delve, and no harm, no foul. Okay, we're good. I'll recuperate. Because you're a 400 IQ individual, you were using Fall the Arrow, had done all the delves, you were in Zul'jin, and you decided to faction change to play with your wife. Imagine your surprise when you got to 88 and went to turn in the delve quest. Do they reset? If that's a thing, I actually did not realize that was a thing. Based on the way that you worded that, I'm guessing what happened is it reset all of your Delver's Call quests. But I actually had no idea that was a thing that happened. If so, that's good to know. I guess it's entirely possible that maybe they've coded... Well, at the very least, I can confirm that the quest IDs are the same for both Horde and Alliance. Like, it works for both. There is no, like, one faction version. But it's entirely possible that maybe they, like, reset a lot of your quest log when you do faction change to make sure that you don't carry any, like, faction-specific quest over. But if that is the case, I didn't realize. Also, what the fuck is Valeera doing? Okay, my Valeera is definitely bugging out. I don't know what is happening here. But you can see she is just jumping around. This, I don't think, has anything to do with being a tank, though. She is just objectively doing no damage and just running in circles at the entrance. I think the terrain was causing her to glitch out. And now she's just running away. Now, something weird... Okay, something really fucking weird is happening with Valeera's AI. She is just permanently sitting away. And at this point, genuinely, it would be faster if I switched to Mistweaver and did literally nothing because she's just AFK. So I don't know why right now she's deciding that she just wants to stop working. Yeah, look at this. Look at... What is she doing? Dude, I'm gonna fucking report Valeera. She's griefing me. What the hell? I mean, I've seen her bug out every now and then, but this is like... What? I wonder if it's like, maybe something in her code is whenever one of those little AoE effects happens, it like forces her to run away. So if there's like... If there are multiple mobs in a pack that do like a slight AoE, then Valeera's code is just basically constantly telling her to run out of the AoE. And so she's just like permanently running out of melee range? Is that what's happening? I think the problem here is... If I was like in healing spec, right? Then at the very least, if she was permanently running away from mobs, at least they'd be chasing her. I mean, I'll try it. I don't have Mistweaver set up, but now actually, I want to see if like that just... I can literally sit here and do nothing, and just let Valeera do her thing. And, I mean, if she's gonna bug out like this, then, like, right now, like, yeah, mobs are just not dying because she's doing literally nothing. She's also... Okay, did I... Is Valeera set to... Okay, well, now we know the problem. Why the fuck did it wipe Valeera's combat roll? I was literally doing delves a fucking hour ago before starting the stream on this character. What? Blizzard. Fucking Blizzard, dude. Alright, well, I mean... I don't know why having Valeera set to no roll causes her to bug out like that, but at least, presumably, that is why she was doing absolutely nothing. That is... that is baffling. I genuinely have no idea what caused it to just wipe my Valeera progress. but okay. Or at least it cleared her role. That's just... Whatever, at least it's fixed. Oh, it does fully clear the quest log. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I never thought about that. Well, that is good to know. I mean, I don't think I've ever been in a position where I've, like... I guess usually when I'm leveling a character, I'm just like, alright, I'm gonna get this done, and then if I faction change, it's either before I start or afterwards. But that is not something I had ever thought of, so... thank you for your contribution to science, at the very least, environment. Okay, yeah, now, look, Valera's doing actual damage. She's doing her fucking job. I think a big thing is also, like, she apparently doesn't have Shadow Step, because I'm seeing her regularly Shadow Step now. So at the very least now she can stay in combat more easily. Yeah, like you see, she starts to run out and then she Shadow Steps back in. So I do think it's probably that she might always be bugged like that. It might always be the case that if there's lots of AoEs, she'll, like, constantly be forced to run out. But maybe because when she doesn't have her abilities, she doesn't have, like, Shadow Step as an ability. When, like, she just isn't able to run back in, I guess what I'm trying to say is, when she has no abilities, if she doesn't have Shadow Step, then she has no way to get back in. So it does cause an endless loop. But when she has Shadow Step, even though it is technically bugged, she's constantly teleporting herself back into melee range, overriding her bugged code, and that's the reason why nobody has noticed up until this point. That is at least my current hypothesis. At the very least, it's fixed now. There we go, there's a mandate proc. Myth is the highest track? Yes. Yeah. Here, what I should be doing for this... round up all these mobs, try and get them into the explosion. Nice. Then you pick up this. This is going to be a little bit tricky to do, because I don't have as much gear, so I will need to stop to not die. Do this. I'd like to stay mounted as long as I can. Okay, yeah, but I definitely won't be able to at this point. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that for as long. I should have tried to dismount earlier. Probably still faster to do it that way, though. Well, I mean, ideally, I just don't die and do that. Doing this as, like, a Guardian Druid, for instance, while leveling is really easy, because you can just go into travel form. The bolts also just fucking destroy me. They really need to fix bolt slop in Delves, honestly. Like, this has been a problem since War Within. I don't know how they have the numbers tuned so poorly, but random bolts from caster mobs hit, like, 5 times harder than anything else that you'll find in Delves. And it's just so fucking annoying having to deal with this constantly. Where it's just, like, randomly, you get a bunch of caster mobs, if you don't perma-LOS them, they just do most of your health. I can interrupt some of them, but not all of them. But, like, here, I can see there's all of these bolt mobs. Oh, I have... Alright. Okay, that felt fucking bullshit. I had a slow effect on me. It did not clear with Tiger's Lust. Yeah, Soul Siphon. Tiger's Lust is supposed to clear all slows. But for some reason, not that one. Not that one, because spaghetti code. And then it just kills me. But we have an extra life. Just pull this. And now I just play slightly safe while Valera kills the rest of the mobs. Alright, and then, is this the final... Yeah, that's the final Nemesis pack, okay. I saw that there was a little curiosity up there. Curiosities are mainly good while leveling at Valeera, but obviously I still want to get as much XP for her as I can, so it would be worthwhile. But there's enough, like, easy-to-pick-up ones in most delves to where I'm not going to go for one if it requires me to pull extra mobs, so... This is what it is. Paddox90, subscribe with Prime. Thank you. Let me thread the needle here. Valeera, so help me if you pull. Oh, okay. Alright. Valeera is not completely worthless. Sometimes there are curiosities that spawn on the ground over there, so they would be free to pick up. But I am not seeing any. Then also sometimes they spawn up top here. Yeah, like over there. Any more? I don't see any other ones, but I can go grab that after the delve is done. Let's see. Pixelina typing laughing emojis. I'm glad that you enjoyed my suffering this delve. That's one of the nice things about streaming this type of thing. I would just be kind of like fuming to myself about, you know, Valeera and the mobs being dumb. Overall, though, like, this honestly wasn't that slow of a delve, I think. So... Like, even though this was undeniably, like, way messier than the healer delve, I think that it probably still ended up being faster. Outside of, well, the initial pack obviously took forever because Valeera was, like, entirely AFK. But when she's actually here, I'm able to do considerable damage, right? So, I think it balances out. And with Calamitous, I mean, I kind of fucked that up, right? And I don't think that would have been much easier if I was playing Mistweaver, because I would have still had to run ahead and pull everything. Ooh, okay. Well, we got 2 Mandate upgrades in a row. That is quite nice. So this is going to be a lot easier as we go on. Because every Mandate upgrade is very, very, very nice. And I got a Void Reaper's Librum, which is probably better at the moment than Withered Safter's Paw, and it would also let me upgrade my Crucible for free, at least once. And I'll clear my bags here. I'll go do that. I'll go upgrade. What are we at? Yeah, I got progress for that. I guess the next upgrade I get won't matter for a little while. The Warbound Champion gear will be nice, but like, it doesn't make that much of a difference. The Warbound Champion gear will mostly matter, like, the next time that Invasive Glow pops, I'll be able to farm that a bunch, so I'll probably wait to do my next set of Invasive Glow farming until I get that upgrade. And then I'll probably be able to get a bunch of Warbound gear for my Shaman and my Paladin, which my Shaman and my Paladin, I will definitely not get to 90 on them before the European weekly reset, so I'm not going to try and get them the Mythic box, and they're going to be a little bit delayed. I'm probably gonna put, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's post that poll. I'm gonna post it in my Discord, I think. So I don't want to post it on, like, on YouTube or Twitch and only have, like, one of them able to vote. But, obviously, you know, both of you guys should be able to easily join my Discord if you're not there already. And then also that way I can let it run for, like, 24 hours. I don't want to... I was gonna, like, potentially YouTube poll it again, but I don't want to, like, overuse those. So I think we'll do that. I'll post it in bonus videos. Okay, for the 0 to hero on all healers challenge, I'll be doing preservation first and disc priest second, as determined by the initial YouTube poll. This poll will determine which spec is done third and which is done fourth. Arsham and HPAL will be either 5th or 6th, and I'll pull that once we get there. And then create poll, which healer is next. So then, what does that leave? Restoration Druid, and Mistweaver Monk. I'll put it up... You know what? I'll put it up for 3 days. Yeah, I think 3 days is probably good enough. And I'll post that. Alright, there you go. So, I put up a poll in my Discord for whether we do Restoration Druid or Mistweaver Monk next. The order is obviously Preservation Evoker first, then Disc Priest. I've mentioned that a few times. That's based on the results from the initial YouTube poll. But at this point in time, like, my Shaman and my Paladin are a little bit further behind. Obviously, I've had to gear them up, or well, level them up from scratch. Whereas my Monk, obviously, is already at level 90, and my Druid should be level 90 by the end of tomorrow. I'm going to try and finish gearing it up later, or finish leveling it later tonight, and then start getting initial gear. So those are definitely going to be significantly further ahead than Paladin or Shaman, so I think it makes sense to kind of break it up into those sections. We do, obviously, Preservation and Disc first, and then the other two either third or fourth, and then once I get to... you know, what I'll probably do is... I don't know exactly how I'll handle Holy Priest. I'm definitely going to do Holy Priest, but I might just, like, kind of do Holy Priest over time in addition to the other ones, but I don't want to, like, force myself to only start doing Holy Keys after we've finished all of the other 6 healers. But I do think that learning a brand new spec definitely takes time, right? So I think the time investment I'd have to start working on or on Shaman or Paladin would be, like, roughly equivalent. So I would eventually put that up to a poll once they get up to 90 and I start gearing them up a bit. But the moment I finish the Disc Keystone Hero, then I'm still going to be actively playing my Priest, and my Priest will already be really geared. I'm not going to make a brand new Priest. I'm going to do Holy on this. So once this character already has a bunch of gear and I've already done all the keys on Disc, I will probably just every other week or so do, like, a Holy Key. And that's how we'll do Holy Keystone Hero. We'll just chip away at it for, you know, a few weeks at a time. It especially works out well because Disc is already going to be done very early, so it won't need to be, like, delayed. Right, I wanted to upgrade my Trinket and then do Gulf of Memory. But yeah, the poll's up there in Discord. If you want to vote, it's going to run for 3 days, so plenty of time to figure out which one will be the winner. I just realized I forgot to do my whole streamer mode thing so that it actually displays. There we go, enable streamer mode. I always forget to do that. The Collector said, you had the same issue before yesterday when you were doing delves. You would just go run into a corner and sit there. I wonder if it was the same thing, though. Like, were you ever able to isolate it to the fact that she didn't have a spec on? Because as far as I could tell, the moment I fixed that issue, she seemed to be fine for the rest of the delve. So I'm pretty sure that was the problem. But it could have just been an unrelated thing. Or maybe it happens in multiple instances. I don't know. Am I streaming on YouTube? Yes. Yeah, I always try to multi-stream. If I'm not streaming on my main channel, which this one isn't, then you can always find it on my Stream Archive channel. So for streams like this, right, where the way I described it at the start of the stream is if it's something where I have a tangible goal, like it's a leveling run, where I'm trying to level from, 80 to 90, and I'm going to do all of that in one sitting, well, then it makes sense to do that on the main channel, because the thing I need to consider for main channel streams is the VOD. Because when YouTube turns that into a video, then the video is treated as like if I had uploaded something. I think it approaches it slightly differently, but I definitely have noticed in the past, if I have a stream that like massively underperforms, and my streams are never going to perform as well as like a regular video upload, like obviously, but generally speaking, as long as they do okay, they don't like disrupt the algorithm all that much. So there definitely is like some different treatment, but the difference between a stream that like performs well and then if I consistently stream a bunch of like stuff that nobody watches, especially the thing about a lot of the speedrun stuff is even if those streams don't get a ton of viewers initially, they actually get decent VOD viewership if it's on the main channel for something like a leveling run. But a lot of the more miscellaneous streams get very poor VOD viewership, and I have noticed that does tend to hurt me a little bit in the algorithm, which is why for streams like this where, like, I'm just doing delves, I'm, fucking around. Obviously, some people like doing that, or like watching that, which is why I'm still streaming this. But this would not really work well for a VOD. I think most of the people watching right now are, asking me questions in chat, and I'm just kind of, sitting here yapping and whatnot. And that's like a different vibe than something that you're just watching as a recording later on. There's less rewatch value, if that makes sense. Now, I probably still will stream parts of this challenge for like the main channel, but I think it would be more coherent goals. Like a good example would be whenever I do the M+ sections, by and large, I'm going to try and do like all of it in one sitting. That's kind of the approach that I took for the early Keystone Hero at all specs challenge. And now, like, as a necessity, I've kind of had to just approach it as, like, I edit the keys after the fact because I'm so busy. But for this particular format, because I am trying to get through this as quickly as possible, I do think I'm going to try to pick, like, one spec, in this case, let's say Preservation Evoker, and then when I do Preservation Evoker M+ keys, I'm going to sit down, and on one stream, I'm going to try and get, like, all of my Keystone Hero keys done in, like, an 8-hour span. And that will be the entire VOD. So that VOD, I think, would be more interesting to rewatch, because you'll get to see me doing Preservation every single dungeon from start to finish, and presumably there'll be some, like, fucked up runs where everything's a disaster, and then some really good runs and whatnot. So I think that will have more rewatch value than just a random assortment of delves and keys. And while I'm going to do some keys here, I'm going to do them across, like, a bunch of different characters, and they're going to be lower keys. I'm going to be pugging into, like, probably 6s or 7s. Technically, I didn't say it, but I'm going to be trying to get, like, keys in that range where I am not geared enough at this point to do 10s. Well, technically, right? Like, when I was gearing characters on my main account, there were multiple alts where I walked into plus 10s with less item level than this, and with a full group of guildies, I was easily able to tank 10s at this item level. Like, it's not impossible, but what I more so mean is I'm not going to be able to get accepted into keys on this character, and I don't have my own key, so I would not be able to run dungeons like that. And how much damage does the Allmoth Storm actually does decent damage, come to think of it. It's not as strong as the grenade, but, like, this is not nothing. So it is worth actually using this, I think, for damage, considering you can use abilities during it. I should probably taunt the Ultradon and so that it gets sucked up. But I think that's how I'll go about it. But one of the main reasons why this one isn't on the main channel, in addition to the VOD thing, is I don't know exactly how much I'm going to get done on this stream. I just figured I'd stream, and then however much I manage to do, cool. But because I don't have any defined start and end point, it's a little bit more disorganized, so I don't know how easily enjoyable it would be as a VOD. Hopefully that makes sense. You prefer watching on YouTube lately? Twitch ads are all gambling slop now? Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I really don't like Twitch as a platform. I also really hate watching streams on Twitch. The gambling slop thing I agree with. I mean, it's one of those where I hate the content of those ads, but at the same time, like, you can't really escape it. And I mean, I've gotten gambling ads on YouTube as well. It's just, it is what it is. But the volume of ads on Twitch is, like, fucking ridiculous. It's just really, really, really hard for me to watch a lot of stuff on Twitch. But I don't know. I mean, a lot of people prefer it, though. So at this point, it's not difficult at all for me to do it that way, to, like, multi-stream. So I just do that. If people want to watch on Twitch, they can. If they want to watch on YouTube, they can. But yeah, it'll always be available on both. The only streams recently where I've only done it on a single platform is my Turtle WoW streams. I did only on my third channel, Lenara, and that was primarily because you cannot stream private servers on Twitch. At the very least, you can't, like... I'm actually not sure how it would work for a game like Return of Reckoning, because I know that if you stream private servers on Twitch, like, they can request that you stop. Like, the company can try and get your stream taken down. That's, like, part of Twitch's terms of service. But for a game like Warhammer Online, which no longer exists, technically, that would be considered a private server. But I don't think it is explicitly disallowed, just that your stream might get taken down, like the VOD would get deleted if you streamed it on Twitch, and they could, like, maybe strike your channel or whatever. But if the game doesn't exist and there's no company to strike your channel, then I think it would probably be fine. So, like, at some point in the future, I'm sure I will probably play Warhammer Online again. I've been meaning to go back and try, like, other MMOs at some point. Obviously, this is, like, not anytime soon. My schedule's, like, packed to the fucking brim for the next God knows how many months. But that's something that I'd like to revisit at some point. And I think whenever I decide to do that, I should probably still be able to multi-stream it. But Turtle WoW was definitely an exception in that case. Mixelina said, only because it happened to so many of us, your commentary makes it that much funnier. You would have rage quit WoW for the day. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I'm so used to Delves being, like, a shit show. I think this is why, like, so many people really hate Delves because of janky shit like this. And I get it. I know, like, multiple times I've actually had people in my guilds stream themselves, like, running Delves to me. Because they're, like, they'll share their screen. They'll be like, look, I'm running Delves, your favorite content. And then they get, like, so annoyed because they always run into some dumb issue like this, because, like, that's just what happens. The system is not very polished, right? But the reality of Delves, right, is I understand that this stuff happens, and, like, yes, is it annoying? For sure. I get frustrated all the time when I'm running Delves, and I just know that the amount of time that I would have to spend grinding, I would be far more annoyed having to farm for, like, twice as long in other content than, you know, if I just sucked it up and ran Delves and did the efficient thing. So, I can admit that I don't enjoy something and still force myself through it. And, you know, people always say, like, oh, WoW players will optimize the fun out of everything. Which, like, technically I'm kind of doing in that case, because I'm doing something that, admittedly, I don't find fun, but I'm doing it for, like, optimization reasons. But my usual counter to that is that the actual process of optimization is something that I find fun. And there are some cases where I genuinely do enjoy it. Like, speed leveling is the big one, where people I think will falsely cite that to me. Where I consider me doing Delves to be a more, like, accurate example of the whole optimizing the fun out of things. Because that is definitely me doing something that I think, personally, isn't fun for the sake of optimization. Optimization or rather optimized activities can still be very fun, like in the case of speed leveling. Some people don't find that fun, and then they throw that quote at me as like, you know, oh, you're doing optimized things, you must not be having fun. It's like, no, actually, I prefer this. But in this instance, it definitely is true. But I try to view it from an angle of like, I'm maximizing the amount of time that I'm having fun. And I think it would be naive to assume that you could go through life 100% of the time and always having, like, the most amount of fun that you could possibly have. And, like, that's just not a thing, right? There's always gonna be something that you don't enjoy doing as much. So I just accept the fact that if I spend a little bit of time doing something that I don't enjoy doing quite as much, then, you know, it balances out. And also, I mean, that's why whenever I'm doing delves, if I'm not streaming it like this, which usually I'm not, but if I'm not streaming it, then I'm watching something on my second monitor, and then usually my focus is entirely on whatever it is I'm watching, and then I'm just kind of like autopiloting through the delves and giving it only the bare minimum amount of tension needed to not die. And the beauty of delves is that a lot of times they are brain off enough to where you can autopilot it, and if you make mistakes, like I did in that delve, I died 3 times, I think. And even despite dying multiple times and not going about it super efficiently, I still cleared the delve. It's forgiving enough. And while technically speaking, you know, in the case of M+ or something, you could make mistakes in an M+ dungeon and you'd still be able to clear it. But I never want to make mistakes in an M+ dungeon because I would feel bad that, like, I'm wasting the time of my group. So I don't care if I'm, like, slightly wasting my own time in a delve. Because at the end of the day, the only person whose time is getting wasted is mine. And if by not paying attention, I am watching something on the second monitor that I think is more enjoyable, then technically that is not wasted time, right? I'm enjoying the existing time more. So in that case, I don't mind it. But whenever I'm doing M+, I usually don't like to watch something on the second monitor if I think it's going to hinder my performance, because then I will be like, oh, well, I'm kind of wasting other people's time, and that I don't like. Which is one of the reasons why I prefer gearing through delves more than trying to force myself into M+. Because unless I know for a fact that I'm, like, with a group of guildies who are guaranteed to clear the dungeon in, like, a somewhat efficient way, and if I fuck up and die, the most they'll do is, like, laugh at me and be like, ah, whatever, you know, and they won't care, then I'm going to try and at least play at my best. So I don't feel comfortable doing, like, second monitor stuff. Honestly, getting Valera to 45 already is... This is faster than I thought it would be, but I guess if you do just constantly run tier 11s and get all the Nemesis packs, then yeah, you are going to get pretty efficient Valera XP. So now I can go turn this in, and then we do 3 more delves on my Evoker, and that'll get me my Delver's Bounty on my Evoker, and it'll also get me the final upgrade for the Ascendant Nilhammer, and I can start collecting those shards. Dreamer Magister said, what would you think Heroic World Tier added as an option to Legacy leveling content? What would I think about that? I mean, so the problem with asking that, right, is, like, what would that mean, right? Heroic World Tier doesn't really mean anything. Because, like, the obvious answer is, what would I think if they added that to Chromie Time? I think it would be absolute dogshit, right? So, rather, if they added the Legion Remix version of it to Chromie Time, it would be horrendous dogshit. Heroic World Tier was an objective failure of a system, and anybody who doesn't see that just, I don't know, didn't engage with it properly. It was not a well-designed system. Every time I saw people talk about Heroic World Tier and Legion Remix, they were like, I like the idea of it. It has some problems, and then they list out all of the myriad of issues that it has, but it's a cool idea. And it's like, okay, but then people will immediately flip around and be like, it's such a cool idea that we should immediately shove it into all of the other content in the game. Like, no, the problems that it has are severe, and, like, if we're just referring to it as that, which is the only frame of reference we really have, then no, absolutely keep that shit really far away from anything else in the game. It was absolute dog shit. Now, the idea, if we're not saying specifically Legion Remix Heroic World Tier, which again was dog shit, and we're just going back to an idea of more challenging leveling content, I am all for that. But the way that they should do that is way different than the extremely brain-dead, half-assed, slap a giant modifier on it and call it a day approach to Legion Remix Heroic World Tier, which was dog shit. So, and then Blizzard's now, I know, adding, like, some new Heroic World Tier in 12.0.7, which, as far as I know, is, like, an endgame thing. And that's why, again, it's, like, hard to compare one-to-one, because, like, it's just going to be for the Void Assault areas, and it's, like, when you're on Heroic World Tier in the Void Assault areas, the rewards are slightly better, and there's a quest where if you kill the world boss multiple weeks in a row, you get, like, a myth track piece of gear. And, like, okay, sure, but, like, I don't know, it's, let's log out and go onto my, my evoker. It's very different when it's, like, leveling content versus endgame content. Heroic World Tier for endgame content, I don't hate the idea. I think it's a lot more acceptable for endgame, because for endgame, the idea of doing something that takes significantly longer for, like, marginally better rewards is more acceptable, right? Because that is, like, the bulk of WoW's endgame loop anyways. It's just, okay, well, I'm gonna run Mythic Raids, which take me, like, weeks of time to prog to get Mythic Raid gear. Or, really, in my case, the gear that I get from it is kind of an afterthought, and I'm mostly doing Mythic Raids because I like the challenge. So, if challenging open world content for endgame is done well, I mean, I'm all for that, right? I've cited multiple times that I think Guild Wars 2 does that amazingly well, and while Guild Wars 2 has, like, different approaches to it, I've always enjoyed I always did enjoy, back when I played it a lot, the really challenging events, and sometimes even if those events didn't give me, like, as good gear as other things, I still preferred to run them, because I just thought it was more fun to do, like, the harder, like, more organization-heavy open-world content, just because I enjoyed the gameplay loop. So I had this, like, cool endgame activity that did reward me well for the time that I spent, and even if, let's say, like, when I played Guild Wars 2, an example was, like, the Assault on Tarir, or whatever it was, that was a very, very, very easy event. Still fun, but I farmed that a lot, because it was a fairly simple loop. It was really fast. If people didn't fuck it up, you could get it done in, like, 5 minutes, and then if all you wanted was, like, a way to easily farm endgame materials, you could just do that event over and over every time it activated, which was, like, I think once per hour. I don't remember the exact, like, time that it activated, but I think it was, like, on an hour cycle, and kind of like, you know, if you think about Stormarian Assault, that kind of thing, it had, like, a rotation period, and you show up, you spend 5 minutes, you collect your loot, boom. And if you just did that over and over, that was faster than spending time doing all the other events, but I still enjoyed doing all the other events, because even if I had to spend, like, 45 minutes just to get it done, I still got decent rewards, and I had a lot of fun. So it didn't really feel like my time was wasted. I got to do something cool, and I got rewarded for the time spent. And at endgame, that's fine, right? When it comes to leveling content, everybody says that they want harder leveling content, but, like, I don't know, it's kind of a you think you do but you don't type of situation, where people want harder leveling content up until they realize that it's not actually faster. Because then, at the end of the day, if you want harder content, well, the harder content is at endgame. So, if you're just doing hard leveling content, the hard leveling content never actually poses a challenge, right? Like, Heroic World Tier and Legion was not challenging, it was just fucking annoying. Every mob had ridiculous amounts of health and hit you for a ridiculous amount. And at a certain point, you could kind of slog through it once the scaling was favorable, but because it was not actually designed in a way to challenge you, it was just a flat modifier slapped onto everything, sometimes you'd randomly get one-shot because the scaling just kind of broke in some area. And an ability that hit hard in a vacuum, suddenly when multiplied by 300% or whatever, one-shot you from 100 health, or 100% health. And, like, that's not fun. right? That's not challenging. That's just annoying. And the other problem is it was really slow. So it would be a lot harder to exploit Heroic World Tier in the context of Chromie Time, because the only way for max level players to get there is with Party Sync, which does scale you down. But if they do something like that for Chromie Time, it would just devolve into the exact same loop. Like, why do you think that by the end of Legion Remix, the fastest leveling strats were just mob farming? It's because when you do massive mob kill XP multipliers, but it takes forever to kill, well then the only way that that becomes fast is if you have a way to negate the time to kill, in that case by getting a really powerful character to boost you, and then if you have a really powerful character to boost you, and you can get 300% more XP from mobs, well then, if you can sit in one spot and farm it, it becomes really fast. It doesn't magically make it faster for solo players, it ends up being just slower than regular questing. So all systems like that do, for leveling, is they encourage boosting. So things like Brackenhide Hollow or Knock It on Hold or what are the other ones that people like to use? Those like single mob boosting strats, which usually end up being slightly slower than like optimized leveling, even when done perfectly, just because a lot of times they're not actually as fast as people like to make them sound. But I mean, if they had 300% more XP, as we've already seen in Legion Remix, there is definitely a breaking point where that just suddenly becomes the best way to level. And if they did something like that for leveling, I am willing to bet that people would find a way to break it. Because, again, if it is the Legion Remix version of Heroic World Tier, it would just have the exact same problems with Legion Remix, where the moment you find a way to negate the higher health on the mobs by boosting, right? Whether that be level 11 Twinks or high-level players scaled down in Party Sync with like a Twinked out setup, either way, there would be a faster way than solo players would be able to take advantage of, and then that would just end up being the fastest way to level. And, I mean, personally, I think that would just be incredibly lame. So, I don't know. I could rant about that because obviously I've been asked that a bunch of times, but I do think that is a fair assessment. Daniel said, hate is my guide, assume full rested XP needed at the start. You leveled around 10 characters and always finished 87, and the guide didn't get you to 90 unless you were 25% buff and rested XP at the start. Well, when you say finished at 87, are you saying after you turn in all of the Delver's Call quests, you finish? Because so you said the difference between rested XP and not is 87 and then 90, right? When I assume what you're saying is that you finished somewhere in level 87 compared to level 88, which is the rough breakpoints, where you should do the Delver's Call turn-ins and crafting to then shoot up to 90, right? So, A, does it assume rested experience? No, obviously not. Otherwise, I would say that. So, duh. If you do not have any rested experience and you do not have war mode, or you do not like take advantage of calamitous spam at all, might you need to, and especially if you're missing the warband XP buff, might you need to do a few extra quests to get to level 88 to get to that breakpoint? Possibly, right? Which is why there are a bunch of extra Sojourner quests in Follow the Arrow, Midnight Sojourner, Eversong Woods. There's a lot of extra quest lines in here, in Zul'jin, a bunch of extra ones here that you can do. And I do say that. 87 before, yeah, and then after turning in all the quests, you were 89.5. Yeah, so first off, keep in mind, there is an extra quest in Harrandar that if you're like a few bars off, which might be the case depending on a few small variables, the quest, the turn-ins end at Grudge Pit, and the Grudge Pit quest line is very fast. And then I do say that if you find yourself below the recommended values, you should do bonus quests to get to those values. The problem is there's a lot of different variables, so keep in mind that, like, depending on which delves are active, some delves give more mob kill XP than others. So something like Calamitous, this variant that I'm in right now, which for leveling gives a lot of mob kill XP just passively, is faster and will end up with more raw experience even if somebody does Shadow Guard points on a different variant. They could do the exact same delve and walk out with slightly less experience. And depending on how all of those variants line up for you, you might find yourself with up to like half a bar or half a level less of experience. Also, some people do, I usually do delves on tier 2 early on because the scaling is very favorable. I recommend doing that, generally speaking. But a lot of other people just prefer to run tier 1. Now, is it that big of a difference? No, not necessarily, but one of the reasons why it's better to do that is obviously that amounts to, across all the delves, about like half a level of XP. That, you know, it's not a ton of extra XP, but it does add up, and that means you won't have to do some extra quest lines in Zul'jin later on. You completed some more quests and it was fine, you were just curious, gotcha. You don't understand why Blizzard had to make leveling so miserable, and on top of that, they nerf all AFK boosting spots? Well, okay, well, I don't necessarily think Blizzard has made leveling so miserable. I don't think it's that bad. And B, I think AFK boosting spots are incredibly fucking stupid, and I hope they all get nerfed, so I'm gonna be honest, I disagree with you there. I'm glad that my guides are able to help you, but I think if the fastest way to level, which I just kind of got done saying with the whole heroic world tier thing, I think when the fastest way to level is to AFK and get yourself boosted by somebody killing a mob hyperspawn spot, I think that is a failure of game design. And, I mean, if you hate leveling so much that you just want to completely ignore it and let somebody boost you, like, I can understand that, but I would hope that we can at least agree that that is just bad game design, and that it should be nerfed. Stuff like that should not be the fastest way to level. If anything, methods like that should be, as they tend to be nowadays, okay, but mostly just there for people who really, really, really don't want to do traditional leveling, which I think Blizzard should make the fastest way to level. So, I mean, that is just fundamentally a difference of opinion, though. So obviously, like, you know, you may prefer one thing, and that's fine, right? But, yeah. Let me catch up on, I know you sent a few messages, Dreamer Magister. You like Delves, it's a fun thing to do without, it's never challenging enough except the final boss being on question mark tier. Yeah, but like the problem is also this final boss also wasn't very challenging on question mark tier. And, you know, I'm glad that you like Delves. I know a bunch of people like Delves. And it's cool, right? I am not personally a big fan of Delves, but I think Delves are, I don't know, like, there's a lot of people who fucking hate Delves. I'm definitely not in that camp. I don't think that they are, that fun, right? I don't personally enjoy them all that much, but I don't hate them. I think that of the different ways that you could have, like, for catch-up gearing mechanisms, they're not bad. And I definitely prefer them, like, compared to a lot of the things that have been added to the game over the years. Like, Delves are definitely a lot more palatable than, you know, like, Torghast or whatever. So, I don't absolutely hate Delves. I just find them to be a little bit boring. And I think the fact that we're not actually forced to engage with Delves is... it's nice, at least. There is definitely something to be said about not forcing people to do it makes it a little bit more enjoying. Like, as much as I sometimes feel like right now, I just got done saying, you know, I feel like I need to do Delves so that I can gear my characters quickly. But... my throat's dying, hold on. Okay, I just had one of those moments where, like, my throat just randomly closes up and said, nope. So, I'm gonna let that, resolve itself. That was weird. What was I saying? Yeah, so, like, even though I say that, like, oh, I'm forced to do Delves, right? Realistically speaking, you know, Blizzard is not doing anything to force me to do Delves. They're just adding rewards that I can seek out. And because I like to optimize, I, you know, as I said, understand that the time I spend doing Delves is worthwhile. And I don't hate Delves enough or anything like that to not want to do them, since I know it is efficient for gearing. So... that makes me enjoy it a little bit more, that, like, I'm weighing what I want to do, that I know, like, if I really, really, really did hate Delves for some reason, that I could just choose not to do them. But it is my choice to do this for catch-up gear, because I think it is more efficient, right? And if people really, really, really hate it, they could basically take a longer alternative path that avoids doing Delves at all, and still make meaningful progress in endgame content. It would just be a little bit slower, but... if they enjoyed it more, then they're not actually fundamentally missing out on everything. it's not like, for instance, the whole Ascendant Nilhammer thing, which everybody is forced to do, or like what they're adding next patch, which I'll probably make a video about that. I don't know, I'll test it on the PTR, I'll see how much I can do. The fucking Omnium Folio, which I think is dumb as fuck. Omnium Folio, by the way, if you didn't hear, it is going to be a permanent thing that we have to deal with for the entire rest of the expansion. So it's not just seasonal borrowed power, it is permanent borrowed power. So if you don't do that, you're gonna have to do it next patch. Yay! Who the fuck asked for this, Blizzard? Why are we still doing this? I genuinely cannot fathom why they continue to add this borrowed power bullshit to the game, despite repeatedly being told over and over and over that people do not like these nonsense systems that just add random cantrip effects to our character. It is like maybe the single loudest point of feedback that I think the community is united in of, we hate the shit, stop doing it, and they keep doing it. If you ever need proof that Blizzard is still never actually listening to the player base, and will only make, like, cursory changes to make it seem like they care about feedback, that, like, look no more. It is shit like that. Shit like the Omnium Folio, shit like Ascendant Void Cores or whatever. Like, not Nebulous Void Cores, the bonus rolls, I think are good. I do think the whole unlock process is, like, extremely tedious, more than it needs to be, but at least, like, hey, it's okay. They could have done a worse job with it. But, like, the fact that I need to farm this tertiary currency to arbitrarily upgrade my weapon from 289 to 298 for reasons, like, yeah, okay, that is purely a, we want you to waste your time. And the fact that you have to, like, do all this, like, special stuff, like, I effectively can't make progress on it right now because I need to go through the unlock questline on this character before I can start making progress on the shards. Like, shit like that is just purely designed to waste your time as a player. It does not respect you at all. So even if they are shifting towards that direction, they are constantly seeing how much can we get away with? How much bullshit can we add into this game until players start complaining? And I do wonder, although it is true that the bonus rolls are way more generous than we've experienced before, I have to wonder if Blizzard realized just how broken of a system they were actually adding to the game, because they have kind of trivialized gearing at the end game at this point, and I have a feeling that they will not do this again, because it's almost too generous. And it definitely, especially, it flies in the face of everything else they're doing, right? You know, they're adding bonus systems like the Omnium Folio and the Ascendant Void Cores. You don't add that, and you don't add ways to arbitrarily waste players' time, and then also add a mechanic that bypasses most of the fundamental gearing loop. So I do kind of feel that part of that they didn't really anticipate just how much it would trivialize the later gearing process, but who knows? They're just very conflicting design goals. But I will say the one small thing that I will give the Omnium Folio credit for is that it's not a piece of gear. So I guess it would be really bad if it was, and it was with us for the entire expansion. So, you know, that's something. But either way, the fact that it's not like Cersei Circlet or the Delve Belts from War Within Season 2, where it just, like, trivializes an entire gear slot, or kind of like Reshi Wraps. Which, like, Reshi Wraps, I think, would have been a lot more acceptable if it wasn't paired with the boots. The fact that Reshi Wraps was effectively 2 slots, one of which you still had to earn from Raid, that's what, in my opinion, made it, like, particularly egregious. If it was just 1 slot, especially if it was, like, the way it was designed, super overpowered and you never took it off, and then that was just 1 less piece of gear you needed, that would have been fine. It wasn't necessarily borrowed. It was kind of borrowed power, but it was less egregious. But then, of course, because Blizzard can't help themselves, they added the boots. So if you want to get the full value out of your easy borrowed power, you have to get another thing. And then that just made gearing a fucking pain in the ass for the entirety of Season 3. So, at the very least, Omnium Folio is just a system of abilities. It's not a piece of gear that you have to equip. So, that's something. But, like, again, do we really need a random set of extra cantrip effects that we need to unlock over the course of multiple weeks? Because reasons, right? You know, it's just... I also... This is a minor thing, and this I do think, like, it is probably a bit more of an elitist point for me. but I really enjoyed progging Mythic Lura. I think Mythic Lura was a really, really, really hard boss, and that was one of the most satisfying feelings I've had recently, for a while in WoW, is killing that boss. It was very, very challenging, and already on our last rekill, I'm like, okay, so much of this fight has already been nerfed. And now certain mechanics I do think, like, yeah, need to be nerfed, but the reality is when you start adding so many random, like, free stat effects, by the end of the season, you end up kind of taking away a lot of the value of, like, really hard, really fun, challenging fights like Mythic Lura, because now, even if guilds get to this later on in the tier, and they would have theoretically wanted a hard challenge, they can't get it, because the fight is just kind of trivialized when you can just bypass so many mechanics with extremely high damage. I still think Mythic Lura, even late in farm, will be one of the harder bosses, just because there are a lot of abilities like the glaives, like the memory game, where unless they completely nerf it to the ground, it'll still be somewhat challenging for people to engage with. But a lot of the harder parts of the fight are already at a point where they're, like, very, very easy to deal with, and that's just going to get even more so the case later on. Like, by the time I killed Dementius, I didn't need to do the final section of the boss where, like, you're super cramped in and you have to do, like, the pull effect. I never got to see that pattern other than, like, one kill that we got super deep into farm where, like, half the raid died and, like, some of us had to pull that off right before getting, like, the last 1%, which, honestly, that was my favorite kill I had of Dementius because it was down to the wire. My first kill, we just killed it before that, and it was kind of disappointing, because, like, watching the Race to World First for Dementius, I got to see all of that stuff, and it looked really cool, and I was looking forward to doing it. And I never really did. And although there were some, like, technically the very last set of mechanics on P3 Lura, we phased the boss into P4 before we got there on our Lura kill, we still had to do the vast majority of the fight. And that set of mechanics, while challenging, was fundamentally similar to a lot of the previous ones, but we still had to do the bulk of the boss as it was intended, and I enjoyed it a lot. But because of the way that they're currently designing the game with all these catch-up mechanisms and, like, borrowed power systems that just trivialize any sort of damage check, a lot of people won't get that experience, and that just makes me sad. And, like, that... I hesitate to say that because it comes across as elitist of, like, oh, other people aren't going to deserve their kill. But that's, like, not really the approach that I have for it. It's just, I enjoyed my time progging that boss. I had a lot of fun with it. And it's just disappointing to see that because of all of these new systems, that experience won't be the same for anybody doing it later on. And I think they deserve to have a really fun time progging a very difficult boss. Like, that's why I enjoy doing Mythic Raiding. So... hey, we finally got Purple Mandate. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna... let's see, do I have... I still don't have more Dawnlight Mana Flux, so I'll just upgrade this for now and save my Catalyst charges. And let's, I'm gonna Hearth, and then... I forgot I have one Beacon of Hope sitting in my bank. So I'm going to go use my Beacon. And I think that'll be good. Oh wow, a lot of messages. Okay, let me catch up a little bit. Nice thing about, like, you know, streaming when it's not a speedrun or whatever is I can sit here and read chat as much as I want, and nobody's going to be sitting here like, start the run, start the run. Like... the entire point is to just, like, yap. So. Goose Comics said, that's just the internet. You've heard a lot of people do enjoy leveling at midnight. Yeah. I don't think midnight leveling is that bad, I'll be honest. I think, like, I'm a little bit spoiled, right? Because I was already doing, like, speed leveling and guides and whatnot for many expansions now, and, like, you guys complain about midnight leveling? You guys would never have stood a chance back in Shadowlands if you wanted to level alts. My Shadowlands speedruns were like barely under 5 hours. I think my fastest Shadowlands time was just a little under 5 hours for what was it, 50 to 60? Shadowlands leveling was slow as fuck. I don't remember what my final time was. Honestly, I kind of gave up trying to do Shadowlands speedruns for at least the final 10 levels, the Shadowlands part, because it was just miserable. It was not fun at all. I made my leveling guide, and then I just got bored. And there just wasn't really any good way to level in Shadowlands, because all you had is Threads of Fate, and a lot of times you were entirely at the mercy of like whether or not there were good world quests up. Like world quests and other activities, because you had to like 100% the zone. So you wanted to do like the 100% fill the bar in Bastion, because Bastion was a really good leveling zone, but a lot of times you'd find yourself at like 90% out of 100. And then if there were really efficient world quests up, you could easily get the final remaining percent. But sometimes there just weren't. And then you had to do the most miserable world quests ever just to get the last bit percent. And God, I mean, optimizing Threads of Fate was so fucking boring. So it's yeah, it was just not fun, especially compared to now. And then even Dragonflight. Well, Dragonflight, I managed to get, I think, my final time was like barely sub 2 hours. That was after multiple attempts of really, really, really optimized runs to barely get sub 2 hours by the end. And that was like final patch as well. We had Dream Surges, and it was incredibly RNG. In order to get that run, I had to get like very lucky with how the Dream Surge buff lined up, because it wasn't always the proper one, and you could only level during, you could only efficiently level during Azure Span weeks, which was only 1 out of 4 weeks. So if you wanted to level alt, you were shit out of luck half the time. And then if you wanted to really efficiently level, you wanted Darkwind Fair to line up with Azure Span weeks, which sometimes didn't happen for months on end. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I am remembering that, right? When I think of expansion leveling, I think of Shadowlands and Dragonflight. And honestly, BFA wasn't much better. There weren't that many good options in BFA. So, War Within was already a massive step in the right direction. Delves made things a lot easier. I already had, by patch 10.1, or what was it, 11.1, I had a run that was barely above 1 hour. And I never managed to get a sub 1 hour, but I got close. And then already, my very first, like, real speedrun attempt was 2 hours, 15 minutes, or whatever it was, on Druid. And that was without Darkwind Fair buff. I already think that right now, without any changes, I could get a sub 2 hour if I tried to do that again. And now we're getting massive buffs in 12.0.7. Well, massive, air quote. We're getting nice buffs relative to the existing route. It's not going to change the route, but it's going to make the buffs, it's going to make the existing route faster. And the big thing is, they never actually gave us any flat buffs, for the most part, even in War Within. The most they did is added, like, slight flat buffs to, like, everything. And it was like, okay, yeah, it's like 10% faster, sure. But it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But now they're giving us direct buffs specifically to the stuff that we were already doing, which works out well. So, I don't know. It's, yeah. Kenon Butter said, I've heard the Folio adds like 0.5% damage to next to nothing. You're missing my point entirely. I mean, my point was never it gives, like, a lot of damage or whatever. Honestly, if anything, you're proving my point, because, like, yeah, that is so trivial. Why the fuck do we need this, right? It's not about whether or not it gives a lot or a little, because, let's be clear here, whether or not that is a sizable increase or not, 0.5% increased damage for, like, Mythic progression is still important. So if you're a Mythic Raider, you're still going to need it. I don't even know if that is the correct number. I have not looked at Sims, but that makes sense. From what I've seen, I could see it being only a little bit. Does that change the fact that it is a pointless system that doesn't need to exist? No. If it meaningfully changed the way that we engage with the game and, like, actually gave us, like, you know, sizable damage increase, then actually it might be more interesting. Then, like, okay, they're actually trying to meaningfully change up, like, the gearing system. But of course they're not. Of course that's not what it is. It's just yet another generic cantrip effect that we slap onto our character and never think about again. The problem is we're still going to have to go through the process of unlocking it. So it's just adding more chores for the player base to do over multiple weeks to get the final unlock thing, and they know that people are going to do it because any amount of damage will matter for mythic progression, especially if it lasts for the entire expansion. So even if you're forced to do content that you have absolutely zero interest in, even if you've already killed Mythic Lura, like my guild has a month ago, and you don't necessarily need to min-max your damage, well, alright, we're gonna need this next patch, so I guess we have to jump through all these fucking small little hoops. And even if it is a little hoop that you have to jump through, what does it add to the game? That's the core question. Anytime they add one of these systems, ask yourself, what does this contribute to the game? If the answer is nothing, then ask yourself, then why does this need to exist? And if the only answer is so that Blizzard can pad their playtime metrics, then you should be pissed off about it. Because that is fucking bullshit game design, and we should not be accepting this as okay. Like, obviously, there's, like, we're not going to change anything, right? And I'm not saying, like, well, the reality is, like, what can we really do about it? Unfortunately, nothing except complain, right? That's not going to stop me from complaining and pointing out that it is bullshit, right? I'm not going to say, oh, I enjoy mythic rating so much, but I'm going to quit out of protest over this one little thing. No, I am pissed off that they do this stuff because it's just annoying and contributes nothing to the game. But it is annoying that they do this. And, like, while, again, I'm not going to quit WoW over this, I do think that there are a lot of games that if they do decide that they want to focus, Guild Wars 2 is the, like, I'm going to be honest, the day Guild Wars 2 decides to fully invest into raid content and make that, like, a new big thing and try and rival WoW in terms of raids, they have a real shot at killing this game, and I will be the first person to jump ship. Because right now, the only thing, the single thing that Blizzard has over other MMOs is their endgame PvE content. That's it. Now, they have other people who still play it and who are still, like, you know, I don't know, Stockholm Syndrome into enjoying the game because, like, you know, their friends are all here and they don't want to, like, obviously the time it takes to jump to a new MMO it's a lot of effort. Most people play this game for years, they're comfortable where they are, and they enjoy it enough to where they stay. But the like, stranglehold that they have on the MMO scene at this point is their endgame PvE content. And yeah, at the end of the day, they can get away with doing dumb bullshit like this because they have no other real competitor. So yeah, I am going to sit here and bitch and moan about the Omnium Folio, and then I'm going to go get it for my 0.5% DPS increase because I still love Mythic Rating, and obviously, my guild is going to require me, with good reason, well, I would do it no matter what, because, like, I just understand that's proper practice for Mythic Rating, but my guild is going to require every single person on my raid team, whether they like it or not, to do their Omnium Folio because it gives you some amount of performance increase. And, you know, I'm gonna have to do that, like it or not, because that is important for Mythic Rating, and I like Mythic Rating. But the moment that there is a viable market competitor for Mythic Rating, dear Lord, get me the fuck out of Blizzard's player metric bullshit. Like, it is just so exhausting, right? If I could just log in, do Mythic Rating, do the fun parts of WoW, without having to deal with all of the bullshit systems that Blizzard adds to this game, I would never play another game, and I would stop playing World of Warcraft forever. That's okay, that is hyperbole. I'd probably still play this game every now and then, because I'd still want to check out their raids as well, but I definitely would not invest nearly as much time into it if there was a viable competitor. Right now, there just isn't. But honestly, it's one of the big reasons why I know a lot of people who have been really enjoying Fellowship, because Fellowship is basically that for M+. Now, obviously, I don't hate M+, but I've always been much more of a raid person, so I have not played Fellowship. I've heard good things about it, and I understand why a lot of my friends who enjoy M+, also really, really, really enjoy Fellowship, because it's basically exactly what I described. It's M+, but without all the bullshit. It's just the fun parts of M+, without all the forced grinding. And obviously, if that's the part of the game that you enjoy, then it's, like, perfect for you. So, and that being said, most people I know obviously still push M+, but then, you know, Fellowship does take up, like, a decent amount of time that they would have otherwise been playing M+, instead, because they can just do both. And they can only spend as much time as they really care to spend in M+, and then the moment they get bored, they play something else. That is, in this case, Fellowship. In my case, it would be, I don't know, a different game or something like that. But you know, hyperbole aside, because obviously I've gotten myself a little bit worked into a frenzy, just because it annoys me whenever I see people, like, trying to defend this stuff, even slightly, and I know... Yeah, because, so you even said, you're right, it's a carrot on a stick, so I understand that you agree with me to an extent, but I think that whenever you give them that pass of, like, well, it's only 0.5%, there are some people who will just refuse to push back on it at all for stuff like that. And I just think that we should recognize, instead of trying to hand-wave it and be like, well, it's only this, call it out and say, no, there's no reason for this to be added to the game. What the fuck is it adding? And a lot of people, I think, who don't engage with the game that much don't realize that this is what it is. Like, they don't understand that this is contributing nothing, and they are effectively sinking developer resources into something that is just objectively making the game worse to play. And that's bad. Whenever you're spending time adding new systems that decrease the quality of the game, if the game would be better off without this thing added, that's a fucking problem. And I don't like that. Let me make sure I don't die. And then I do want to make sure that I respond to what you all said. Because I also only read the first part of your message, and I don't want to continue yapping until I've fully acknowledged it. And also Balira's not getting threat for some reason, so... Okay, there we go. You're right, it's a carrot on a stick, just, we gotta do something if we think it's worth the time. An ugly, shriveled carrot? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Min-maxers will take every single advantage that they can, See Tettle's video about the Darkman Fair trinket? Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't seen Tettles' video. I guess it makes sense that Tettles made a video about it. Let me see. People in my guild, obviously, who are pushing M+, were talking about that. So, let's see. This newly OP trinket is probably your bis. Well, yeah. I do think there's a certain element of, like, Tettles is churning these out now. God damn. But yeah, that aside, yeah, I did hear from people in my guild about, like, the trinket exploit. And definitely, like, I don't know how worthwhile that is outside of, like, high M+ keys. Like, I'm not gonna bother doing that. It's already been hotfixed? Goddamn. When did that happen? I guess it was a stealth hotfix, because I didn't see any patch notes. Yeah, Wowhead didn't even update their article. I believe you. But, yeah. I did hear it. You had to do some very silly stuff, like getting all of your stats to be literally identical. And I do also think that that was not how it was intended to be, because the most trinkets that work like that, which is why I think up until now, most people, like myself, never even would have thought to look into that. Most trinkets will just pick, if everything is the same, one of the stats. So that is just like a lazy code oversight. But that's kind of the thing. Spaghetti code on Blizzard's part. Even though there have been effects that worked exactly like that before, they will just redesign the effect instead of reusing whatever code they used for the previous trinket for God knows whatever reason. And then it leads to issues like this. So, yeah. But yeah, it's, I didn't realize you had to use Wad or Wrath of Lich King gems, though. And then, yeah, I didn't see your last message, Daniel, about you think most people agree that leveling isn't enjoyable. I disagree on that. I don't think most people agree on that. Especially leveling this expansion is as fast as War Within, right? Like, why would leveling be worse than War Within? You're doing the exact same thing as War Within. Like, so the only way that I could see people thinking leveling is not enjoyable is if they do not understand my route. The fastest way to level in War Within was with my routes, which were primarily delves and then very efficient quests like Isle of Dorn and some parts of like Hall of Fall Ringing Deeps. And now it is primarily Delves, and then really efficient quests, primarily Eversong Woods and parts of Zul'jin. Fundamentally, what is different? What has changed? It is exactly the same. If anything, there is a slightly higher emphasis on Delves, this expansion, than in War Within. So now, if you... The point that you made earlier about, like, oh, well, you just like AFK leveling, while I might disagree, I could at the very least understand why you might not like midnight leveling if that's your preferred form of leveling, AFK. But I do think it's silly to say that it's worse than War Within when it's like the same as War Within. There's, like, this is just the faster way to level. It has always been the fastest way to level in both expansions. And while at this exact moment in time, I think War Within was ever so slightly faster, one of the big reasons for that was Dream Surges, right? Like, because you could align War Within crafting with Dream Surges, you were able to save, like, an entire level just by doing that. So that was really efficient, and obviously they've nerfed Dream Surges. If Dream Surges were not nerfed, there's honestly a good chance that leveling would be exactly as fast right now as it is in War Within, and now with the upcoming 12.0.7 changes, while I don't think they are a ton, I actually think that leveling will be as fast, if not ever so slightly faster than War Within. I think that you could maybe make the argument that it would have... that they will be, like, as fast as War Within minus Dream Surges, bare minimum, with the 12.0.7 changes. Like, because I think I got a speedrun of, like, 1 hour, 5 minutes was, I think, my fastest in War Within. And I don't necessarily think that 80 to 90 will be that fast, largely because you can't just bypass, like, the first 4 levels with Dream Surges. But I do expect my projected time, based on my napkin math that I've already done, I think I can very comfortably get a sub 1 hour, 30-minute run in 12.0.7 with the changes. I'm going to try to get that on the PTR. And on the PTR, I also won't have Turbulent Timeways, and I won't have, like, Winds of Mysterious Fortune, which, in theory, like, for my faster War Within speedruns, I had. So it's entirely possible that once Turbulent Timeways is live and I'm able to get the 30% bonus... or if later on they add back in Winds of Mysterious Fortune and I have the additional 10% XP on top of stuff like that, with things like that, who knows? I might actually be able to get a faster midnight run than War Within. So, and at the very least, I think it is pretty safe to say that for the average player, the difference would be negligible, right? Like, I'm talking extremely, like, min-max speedrun stuff, but I think in terms of how fast the routes were, the average time that people told me it took them to follow my War Within routes is about the same time I hear people saying it takes them to follow, or, well, to use Follow the Arrow, right? So, I don't know. I don't think that's a good comparison, unless you just weren't following my routes back in War Within, but then also if you weren't following my routes, then I don't know what you were doing that you thought was faster. You haven't played Guild Wars 2 in forever? It's a good game, for sure. Definitely, at some point, I'll have to go back and try it again. I've been playing Guild Wars 1 a lot on my phone, but that's a very different game. Very, very different than Guild Wars 2. But the nice thing is that, presumably, by the time I end up going back to Guild Wars 2, I'll have fully unlocked the Hall of Monuments in Guild Wars 1. And I'll be able to get all those fancy cosmetics, which, you know, I never had before. So that'll be cool. I always, like, back when I played Guild Wars 2 before, I used to think to myself, like, at some point, I have to, like, try out Guild Wars 1 and get all those, like, fancy unlocks, because there's, like, a whole system where, if you link your Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 account, if you make, like, enough progress in Guild Wars 1, there's, like, things that you can do to get, like, cosmetic weapons and pets and titles and stuff in Guild Wars 2. And I always just wanted to do that for fun. But now I'm actually, ironically, long after I've stopped playing Guild Wars 2, just because I'm too busy these days, they made Guild Wars 1 mobile, which, yeah, now I can actually play it, and it is very cool. Yeah, I don't want Valera to pull that mob that's patrolling, but I figure there's a good chance she will. Come on, Valera. Are you kidding me? She was this close. Just to be clear, you're not defending the folio design, you just think it's not Torghast level annoyance? Well, yeah, I mean, definitely, that's why they get away with it, right? They've learned their lesson with things like Torghast, for sure. Torghast was very fun in the beta, but they nerfed it into the ground and forced it for more, or made people forced to do it for more power progression and made it even worse. Yeah. Sorry, I missed that message earlier. What did Valera even pull? Okay, she pulled something but killed it on her own. Yeah, I mean, I'm well aware of the changes made to Torghast. And they definitely did do it a disservice. I mean, I don't know. I do think that by the end, Torghast was at least, like, kind of better, but yeah, it was definitely really problematic primarily because of the forced player power tied to it. But I do also think, to a certain extent, Torghast, at least in the version that we got on live servers, would have ended up being unfun, regardless of whether you had to do it or not. They did just kind of make it kind of miserable. And it's a shame, because we haven't really got anything like what Torghast was supposed to be ever since, because the reality is Blizzard always learns the wrong lessons. So people hated Torghast, so the reality is Blizzard says, okay, people just don't like roguelike game modes in World of Warcraft, even though that was the only good part about Torghast, and like, I can't remember the last time they've really done something like that. At least not to any meaningful way. They have, like, little Torghast powers in Delves, but you never really meaningfully interact with them. They're just, like, sometimes you do passive damage, but Torghast had a lot of potential that never really got utilized. It's unfortunate. Okay. Was this... Do I get this, I think, by opening the chest, right? Or no, this is still... It's right at the end, so I still need one more. I've only done 2 delves in this character. I got boots, I guess, which is something. And, yeah, I don't need shoulders. I've almost upgraded all my curios. Yeah, I only need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 more delves and my curios will be at max. But realistically, I just need one more upgrade for the cheat death thing, and then I'll be effectively done, because Mandate's already done. Alright, what do I need next? I guess it's just, it's either this, Darkway, or Twilight Crypts. I probably think Darkway is less annoying, so we'll do that. You wish they improved Torghast, but just renamed it? Half the community probably wouldn't notice. Yeah. Well, I mean... I think that you can take some of the design elements of Torghast and still include them in the game. Like, you know, they have very sparingly, but they haven't done anything quite like Torghast. But that's why, you know, what I think people are usually asking for is, like, something like what Torghast was supposed to be, but without any player power tied to it. The problem is, you know, it's the eternal issue that Blizzard faces, where they are terrified to do anything that is not tied to player power. Every single system they add, they feel like needs to be tied to player power. And to a certain extent, I do kind of think that everything that doesn't have player power tied to it just ends up having barely any design resources thrown at it. Like, the only example I can think of recently of something that has absolutely, except for housing, I guess is the one exception, and even then, they've done, like, barely anything with housing except pump, like, microtransactions into it since it first came out. I think they kind of knew that housing needed to be, like, a good standalone thing, And even then, the irony is they've had like a quest to get free crests by engaging with housing every single week. So like they technically have added tiny player power to it, but I think they understand that housing needs to just stand on its own instead of being completely player power driven. But what's it called? The most recent thing I can think of that has absolutely no player power is Decor Duels, and I have not heard a single good thing about Decor Duels. Like that, I have not tried it, right? Because I looked at it and I said, this just looks like a wholly uninspired copy of Prop Hunt. Not really for me. I played Prop Hunts a few times back in like the TF2 days when there were like it was a game mode on some of those servers. Like I've engaged with it. It was fun sometimes to play with friends, but it was never something where I'm like, oh yeah, this is like my favorite thing ever to do. So it wasn't something that I was necessarily super interested in, but I was at least like, all right, I mean, it's cool that they're doing that for people who enjoy that as a game mode. But from everything I've heard, it is like a garbage system that was just thrown in completely half-assed. No real thought was put into how players would actually play Prop Hunt. And I think because there is no player power tied to it, it kind of shows. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're terrified that people aren't going to engage with any content that doesn't have player power. So whenever they do try to add something that doesn't have player power tied to it, they don't put enough developer resources in. It ends up being dog shit. And the lesson that Blizzard's probably going to take away is like, well, people hate the Prop Hunt mode. Wrap it up. Minigames that don't get player power are not welcome in our game because nobody's going to play it and our design resources are wasted. Whereas, like, if they actually spent time making it good, who knows? I may have played it for fun. And then at the very least, the people who enjoy it would play it for fun. But then it just leads to this recurring problem where, like I said, I don't think this game has anything to offer for people who don't engage in endgame PvE. Because there's just zero real focus put into it. And it's a shame. It's a shame that's the case, but I feel like they would never really add something like Torghast without any player power attached to it because they'd just be too afraid to invest developer resources. Because they'd be like, well, why would people ever play this? And I don't know, I'm hoping that I will be able to prove them wrong. Like I said, I'm working on something that I hope will be able to make Blizzard hopefully realize that, no, you can just have fun mechanics in the game that people enjoy engaging with because they're just intrinsically fun, and not because there's any sort of, like, in-game reward for doing it. But, I don't know, whether I'm successful in that is, obviously remains to be seen. Let's see. I know I missed a few messages on YouTube earlier. Let me scroll up. They want to add challenging content to the worlds, but it fails a little bit. You think a more challenging leveling experience would be immersive, but it'd have to be bespoke for each zone and perhaps each quest, which is too much effort for them to even consider. I mean, I don't even think you need to go that far, right? Like, definitely, don't get me wrong, that would be cool, right? If they did add, like, genuinely challenging, engaging, like, bespoke open-world content for leveling, where there were just quests that were designed to be really hard. But, like the way I think of it is, you know, imagine something like a PoE or Diablo campaign. Admittedly, I haven't played any of the recent Diablo campaigns, but, like, the PoE leveling campaign, at least when I last played it, which wasn't until it was like, what, Season 2, I think? I haven't played recently. But I really, really, really enjoyed the PoE leveling experience. In fact, I kind of, like most people, I think, got burnt out playing maps at the end, just because that wasn't rewarding. Even though, like, I've heard a lot of people in PoE 1 really like that, and I understand that from, like, Greater Rift farming in Diablo 3, which I did a lot, it can be fun when the loop is done correctly. But I still had a lot of fun playing PoE 2 just because it felt really challenging. And it was kind of like a leveling experience, like that was the main goal. But it was especially really fun seeing, you know, so many people were, like, really struggling with it, and I ran into issues too. But then every now and then I would have, like, one of my friends tell me, like, oh, this boss is really tough. Like, I died multiple times. And then I get there, and it is tough, but then I clear it really quickly. and then I feel really good. Like, a good example is the final boss of Act 2 of PoE. I remember a lot of my friends said that they struggled with that one for a while, and I think I killed it on my, like, second try or something like that. And I struggled with some of the other bosses a little bit, like I wiped once or twice, but overall I felt like, oh yeah, no, I got through this a lot easier. And I do think I picked, like, I forget what I was playing, Ice Monk or whatever, which ended up being one of the better playstyles early on, so, you know, I kind of lucked out on that, but I still thought it was pretty engaging. And then I even did, like, a PoE 2 speedrun for Act 1, and I played, I think it was Warrior, was the name of that class. Whatever the one that's, like, you know, just supposed to hit things with a hammer was, but I played it with a bow, and I went at the absolute lowest possible level to the first boss fight, Geonor, and I had, like, absolutely zero gear. I was way stronger when I did it the first time, but I just played that fight fucking perfectly, and I just did every single dodge roll correctly, and despite having really, really, really crappy gear and being really underleveled for it, I managed to do it. And I felt, like, so fucking proud of that at the time. And that, like, obviously, those boss fights were really good. I think, I definitely want to go back and play PoE 2 again at some point, but I'm pretty sure, like, it's still not fully finished, right? It's still in early access seasons and stuff like that. So I enjoyed it, but I think my mindset now is I'll probably wait until it's a little bit further along and then check it out again, but I did have a lot of fun with it, so I'm sure that whenever I go back to it again, it would still be really fun. But stuff like that, I think, could be really, really, really cool if WoW designed leveling more to be, like, more engaging and, like you said, more bespoke encounters and quests and whatnot. That would be great. Where do we... Oh yeah, shit, I have to do this ley line up here. I guess in theory I should have done this one before. What would be the fastest way to do this delve? I normally don't do this one, just because this is not a fast delve anyway, but, like, I may as well think, how would I optimize this? And probably you would start off, interact with these pillars, and then you would do this. You'd go around here, do this entire loop, and then you can finish off that other crystal as you loop down here, I think. I'm trying to remember where the final boss spawns. I think this final boss, does this one spawn here? I guess we'll see. I've done this a few times at this point, but, like, the variants kind of blend together. Ogre Powered is kind of distinct, but the other two all take place in this general area. But one of them, I remember one of them, like, this door opens and the final boss is here, but I can't remember if that's this variant or not. The reality is I haven't bothered trying to optimize this because this isn't necessarily one that I would want to do anyway, but it's worth considering. And I guess this is also on the Calamitous variant now, so... The problem with, like, speedruns for Midnight is going to end up being that, like, with all the delves being on the same exact cycle, unless that changes, the way it's going to end up working is I would want to do my run on, like, a daily reset, and then I would basically do Calamitous and all of the other really good B variant delves, and then when the daily reset happens, I would need to hope that it rolled over into A variants. And that way, I would get, like, a mix of the best possible delve variants across different days. But yeah, I guess to that point, Dreamer Magister, let me read the rest of what you said, because I know you said a few other things. The issue with how WoW makes harder content for leveling is what classic leveling is. It's rather tedious. For you, slowness ain't an issue. Well, I actually think that the challenge presented in classic is, like, a lot more engaging. Now, classic can be tedious, right? For sure. But I don't necessarily think that the combat in classic can be tedious all the time, right? Definitely the rotations are simpler. Travel time is a lot bigger of a factor. That's the stuff that makes classic tedious. But the thing that makes Classic more interesting is that you have to more meaningfully engage with a lot of mob abilities, and oftentimes when I am leveling in Classic, I have to spend a lot more time thinking about, like, okay, this mob has, like, a really powerful heal, and I don't do, like, so much damage while leveling in Classic that I can just ignore every single ability. I have to be like, alright, I'm going to use my stun to interrupt that heal, because otherwise, I won't have enough self-sustain to keep myself alive. And, you know, oh, this mob has, like, a really nasty dot, so I'm going to have to try and LOS whenever it starts casting that dot. A good example that I can think of is there's, I think it's Old Murkai in Westfall has a really nasty dot that it applies to you, like a disease effect. And even though he's, like, fairly high level compared to the other stuff in that area, usually when I'm leveling in Westfall in Classic, I will always try to do Old Murkai when he's, like, orange level for me, like, much higher, because if you outrange Old Murkai when he tries to do his nasty disease cast, he won't hit you, but then his AI is coded to always try and reapply the disease. So you just kind of hit him a little bit, wait for him to sit there and do his cast, walk out of range, he finishes, he'll auto-attack you, like, once, and then he'll keep trying to recast that. And because the mob will, like, kind of pause for a moment every time it tries to do its cast, you can kind of play around it. And even though if the mob was just sitting there pounding you with auto-attacks one after another, it would probably be too difficult to survive, you can kind of kill it way earlier than you should by manipulating that AI. And then also, if you got hit by the disease, it would probably kill you. But if you don't, and you keep outranging it, then you can actually completely cheese this one random mob. And there's a lot of little examples like that. And that's the kind of thing where Classic leveling, I think, often can feel very engaging as results. So if you had something like that, where mobs even had, like, basic mechanics like that, little things that you had to consider, where, like, honestly, kind of like delves, right? I don't necessarily think that delves are super interesting, but, you know, this is at least something, right? You know, these little Twilight illusions, there's, like, a frontal cone, right? Delve bosses at least have some cool mechanics, and especially, you know, it's avoidable, right? One of, I think, the interesting things about that particular example that I thought of, and why I've always liked it, is because it's a rare case of, like, something in Classic being effectively avoidable damage. Now, I don't necessarily think the developers intended for that to be, like, an avoidable thing that you have to run out of. It just so happens that if you outrange it, it turns into an avoidable mechanic. But nowadays, we have things like this, where you could make leveling a little bit more engaging. And they sometimes rarely do this in quests, but honestly, not that often. I'm trying to think of, like, examples. Oh, nice. Is that... Oh, apparently that was the last delve I needed for that achievement. Cool. I got all the delves done. 11 deathless. Nice. They sometimes do things like that, but a lot of the mobs are just designed to be big health sponges, and if they are difficult, they just hit really hard, and, you know, in retail, that is, and that's not very interesting. But even if that was an accidental example from Classic, I think things like that, they could... Cool. Things like that they could use for retail to make things a little bit more interesting. Well, I got Crucible of Erratic Energies, or Sealed Chaos Urn, this shit. Unfortunately, this is garbage, but it would at least allow me to temporarily upgrade my trinket, so that's something. Not that I really care. Yeah. No good trinket for sale here. You know, I will take this just because this is so cheap, right? 1,000 undercoins. So, even if I get another offhand, it's, you know, it's still going to be an upgrade compared to that. So, or, well, even if I get another offhand, you know, I would only have wasted 1,000 undercoins. Well, I would only have wasted 1,000 undercoins. I'm tired, I can't talk. But if I don't get another offhand, then that is a pretty decent upgrade. So. Let's see. But yeah, I think there are a lot of ways to make, like, leveling more engaging, and The other problem that I have is I don't think, like, because this all stemmed from the original question you asked before, Dreamer Magister, that, like, spawned this whole thing is, would I think adding Heroic World Tier, would it be a good idea? And the big problem that I always have with this stuff, and it's why I've said for a long time, I think War Mode giving you increased experience is bad. This should not give you increased experience. If people want to turn on War Mode because they want to engage in PvP, let them. But making it so you get 15% more experience by turning this on, all it leads to is, obviously, most of the time, you're going to want to turn it on. And a lot of times, it's just going to be 15% faster. And then, rarely, somebody's just going to decide, I want to gank this person, I want to ruin their day, and then you're just going to have a bad experience playing the game, because this is obviously faster for leveling, but now you're getting ganked, and obviously it's slower, and you're miserable, because now you can't do anything, and it just feels bad. There's just no reason why this should give more experience. It's just bad game design. Always has been. And Blizzard, as always, and not even just necessarily with player power, they do this, at endgame, they do this with player power. It's like, we need to make sure every single thing has some form of player power tied to it, or people won't engage with it. And then for anything leveling related, they do XP modifiers. It's, we need to make sure this has some sort of XP bonus attached to it so that people think that this is a faster way to level. And sometimes it is. And, like, sometimes it's innocuous, like, Turbulent Timeways giving you a 30% bonus is fine, especially because you can use it anywhere. So that is actually, I think, okay as a way to implement a bonus. Like, you do 3 delves, you get, or you do 4 turbulent or 4 time walking dungeons, you get your 30% bonus, and then you go do whatever you want, delves, quests, etc. It forces you to engage with this other system if you want to level a little bit fast, but only just a little bit. And if you want to do something else after the fact, you can. I think that is good design. I think forcing you to stay in War Mode forever is not good design. And I think whenever they do things like Heroic World Tier, it's just annoying, because a lot of times you don't want to have to do a much, like, harder leveling experience, right? But let's say Heroic World Tier was tuned in such a way where boosting wasn't a factor. Ignore that part, right? But let's say it was tuned to where... also, okay, yeah, so now I have this. Also, I completed the quest on my Evoker, so I have a starting shard, which is nice, because I wanted more in my Evoker. And although I now finally have access to this, and I'll probably do M+ soon-ish, now that I have this, I can do my final delve for today, which, you know, maybe that still gives me something good. And did I... Come to think of it, I don't think I have actually done my Delver's Bounty yet. Yeah. I haven't done that. So, before I do that, actually, I can do Prey. And now that I've finally unlocked the Ascendant Nilhammer, I can finally do my Champion Prey and potentially get upgrades off that, because they give guaranteed Ascendant Void Shards, and I wanted to wait until I had this unlocked to actually get them done, because that will make my character have more of them in the long run. But yeah, I think... if we, like, ignore the fact that, like, boosting is obviously what everybody just did in Heroic World Tier, let's just pretend that it was worthwhile to run solo, which it wasn't, because it just, mobs were way too tanky. But even if it was like, yeah, this is ever so slightly faster, the mobs only have, like, 100% more experience, but or 100% more health, but they give, like, 300% more experience, or whatever balance would have made it faster for solo play, it still might have been annoying, because you might have had people who are like, well, I just want a chill leveling experience. I just kind of want to, like, brain off, second monitor, watch something as I, like, autopilot through a questing route. And then maybe they're forced to turn on Heroic World Tier and, like, actually meaningfully challenge themselves just because that is technically faster. And really? I hope this is not internet thing. It's just, yeah, it looks like my internet's fine. It's just Blizzard lagging. Hello? There we go. And not everybody wants a challenge 100% of the time. So I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They should have some sort of, like, Heroic World Tier challenge mode leveling thing that doesn't make leveling faster. It deliberately makes leveling slower. That's the point. But you get, like, cosmetic rewards or something. Where the entire point is it's a fun challenge, like, think the Mage Tower. You know, Mage Tower doesn't have any player power. Mage Tower isn't used for leveling. You don't do the Mage Tower for any reason other than, I want the cool Mage Tower appearance. So what if, instead of having like 300% more XP or whatever it is just objectively a slow way to level, but at the end you get some cool bonus. You get like a fancy mount, right? Slap a mount on there, right? Tons of people would want to do that just to collect. And then if you designed it well enough, then it could just be a genuinely fun way to level. And then in that way, it would end up feeling fast, right? Because the entire thing I said before about, Guild Wars 2 world events is I liked doing some of the events in Guild Wars 2 that weren't necessarily the most efficient for getting gear. But as long as they were still somewhat rewarding, and I was having fun doing it, it ended up feeling worthwhile to me, because I am still, I don't feel like my time is being wasted. I'm able to spend time doing something that I'm enjoying, and then at the end of it, I still get a reward. So now imagine you're leveling up a character, you do this challenge format thing, and it takes maybe 2 hours longer than if you just leveled normally. But let's say it was really fun. You had really enjoyed the process of doing the harder content and whatnot, and then by the end of it, you got a fancy mount or transmog or whatnot. And then even if you spent more time leveling up a character with this heroic world tier thing, just for lack of a better term, right? You might still actually think that it was a less wasteful use of your time because you enjoyed the entire process. So you got something special out of it, you got a character leveled alongside it, and you got to enjoy the whole leveling process instead of just mindlessly following the same route that you've been doing for however many years. So it could still be better in that way, even if it isn't just objectively faster. It doesn't have to be faster to be a fun addition to the game. That's the thing that I think Blizzard continually fails to understand. It just the same thing with time walking, right? Although some people will delude themselves into believing that time walking is faster, a lot of people fully understand after I tell them and explain to them, no, time walking is slower, and they will still say, well, you know what, I just prefer it. And that's fine. And some people will still level through time walking dungeons, knowing full well that it is a slower leveling process just because it's something different, right? And they just enjoy the process more, and they're like, you know what, it might be an hour slower, but I would rather spend 4 hours doing something that I enjoy than 3 hours following, the same leveling route again. And that is, I think, actually a perfect example of how it already can work like that in-game. And it doesn't even necessarily need to be an extremely slow leveling method. It could still be, decent. Just, oh, shit. Not having an interrupt is going to be awkward for some of this stuff. Maybe I should go Devastation for this. I think at this point my Evoker might be geared enough to where I can just play Dev and I'll have enough self-healing to not just instantly fall over. Because I was mostly playing Prez for world content because my Evoker before was 220 item level. And there, I had to TD myself to survive basic things. But in this case, I should be fine. Although Prez is not bad, honestly. Dude, ask the Lord, you fucking dickhead. I don't even know, can I kill this mob in 8 seconds? I don't think I can. Yeah, probably not. Whatever. I can at least out-heal. Alright, lovely. Am I even going to be able to do this in time? Okay, cool. Alright. Let's see if I can switch to Devastation without getting killed for me. No! Immediately. Remember Plunderstorm? I remember Plunderstorm. I mean, I think Plunderstorm is definitely a good example of, a bonus game mode that technically didn't have player power attached to it. Did have a lot of cosmetic stuff attached to it, so I think that would be a good example of something where they still managed to get a lot of people interested in it. And I do think Plunderstorm was genuinely fun. I think one of the problems with Plunderstorm, though, is, they brought it back a second time, and I remember being excited for it, and then they put in like literally zero effort into the second iteration of Plunderstorm. So I played the original Plunderstorm a lot, and I don't think I played the second release of Plunderstorm like 1 second after I had already unlocked all the cosmetics, because there was just clearly zero work put into it at all. They did the second release of it, they changed like 2 abilities, and arguably the new stuff they added to Plunderstorm was just extremely dogshit and really made the game unfun to play. The Starfall thing and the, like, what was it, I forget what the other ability they added is. All I remember is the stuff they added just turned Plunderstorm into a poke meta. And whereas before, my favorite thing about Plunderstorm was you had, like, these really tense, like, Shadow Step, like, Toxic Smack Roll, and, like, the Fire Axe and stuff. Every single, like, Final Storm was really, really, really engaging, and I had a lot of fun with it. The, like, meta for Plunderstorm in the second release was literally just stand from really far away and poke people who were, like, way too far to actually meaningfully engage with you, but you can just kind of do chip damage to them as they fought each other, and then by the time they actually reached you, they were already at half health and there was nothing they could do. And you couldn't actually meaningfully stop to try and, like, get away and heal, because if you ever did that, you would just get poked from 50 meters away, and your heal would be interrupted. And you just never had a chance to escape. And it just objectively was miserable to play, and I don't know a single person who actually enjoyed it that time around. And, I don't know, maybe there's some person out there who I never spoke to who had fun at the re-release of Plunderstorm, but yeah, it definitely felt like they put zero effort into actually testing any of the new stuff they added, because it just, like, fundamentally the game did not work. The original version of Plunderstorm they designed was not compatible with the new things they added. And there's not even, like, it's not even like it would have been hard to make those ideas work. You absolutely could have tested that a little bit and then tweaked it to a point where it would have been playable, but as far as I know, after, like, the first few days, they just kind of let it sit like that. And it was just, I don't know, really, really, really bad. So, yeah. That's how I feel about Plunderstorm. But I guess it's a better example than most other things in WoW's history. Okay, I have 5 stacks. I can get this. I probably shouldn't be doing this in war mode, huh? There's also no reason for me to even be in war mode at this point, because I don't need bloody tokens anymore. Okay. This is really bad. Unfortunate for this capybara, but Astalor says you need to die. Jesus. Am I in range of that big frontal? That's what I meant to target. Honestly, maybe it is better to do this as Prez. Because this is the problem with fucking Prey, right? It's just, it's such a dogshit system. Because they will just throw literally everything at you at the same time. It's just like, oh, you just attacked a big elite mob? Well, you're about to get ambushed and I'm going to do kill for me now at the exact same time. And then, you know, if you die, you lose all your progress. And like here, obviously I didn't die, but, you know, if I was slightly less geared on like a brand new character, I very easily could have. So if I had been on Prez, I also would have been impossible for me to die. It would have, like, I wouldn't have been able to kill it as fast, but I could have even TD'd through kill for me now, whereas if I had not killed that little poor baby capybara here, that would have fucked me up, and the dot definitely would have finished me off, so, yeah. Isn't just buying gear from Marl faster than doing praise and shit? Well, yes and no. One, this is a fresh account, right? So I can't even do that. I've used all my Voidlight Marl to buy bonus rolls, and I'm pretty sure that you actually need to already have, like, some M+ rating on your main character to even transfer the gear. But, like, yeah, if you're gearing up your 5th alt, you can technically skip prey, but also not really, just because you get the, you get these things, Ascendant Void Shards, by doing your champion prey. So I'm actually still doing, on some of my characters, my first 2 champion prey on fully myth track geared characters, just because it's a faster way to farm Ascendant Void Shards. And then especially if I'm on a full myth geared character, then the prey goes by in, like, 5 minutes, if that. But definitely on a fresh character like this, that would be a terrible use of my resources if it is even something I can do. I will double check just to confirm. I'm pretty sure that on a brand new character, I cannot do that. But even if I could, I would not want to. And this LOS is, right, in war mode? Oh, apparently not. There we go. Okay, yeah, let me turn off war mode. Yeah. But hopefully that at least explains my logic there, Puritus. Hold on, let me catch up on messages. Keyboard Death said they should just make PvP an actual way to level, then maybe more people would want to PvP. Make PvP kills be equal to a quest or something. I mean, that's, like... Well, so, first off, I don't think that would make people want to PvP. Like... There is no nicer way to say this other than just saying I think that is an objectively dogshit idea. I'm sorry. Now, whether or not PvP would be an effective way to level, like, I think PvPers should have options. Like, they should maybe buff Battlegrounds. I honestly, I've never tried leveling through Battlegrounds. I know it's not fast. But if Battlegrounds or, like, maybe leveling arenas or whatever was, like, an okay way to level for the people who actually do enjoy PvP, like, sure. I think if you took away the flat XP bonus in war mode and you made it so there was like some sort of XP tied to killing players in the open world, I still think that's a bad idea. But like, let me just explain why in a vacuum, right? Why the idea of making a PvP kill be worth equal to a quest, why that would just be so absolutely awful. Because the way that you would then level, right? Imagine if you just had a bunch of people funnel into like one person, unequip all of their gear, and die over and over, and that would turn into a boosting method. You would just have like a group of people dying on repeat and getting farmed to basically get a quest every few seconds. So that's kind of the problem with that kind of thing. You need to think about how could this be potentially abused, and I mean, I'm going to be honest, that is a very easy to see point of abuse for making a single PvP kill be worth it for a quest. Now, if you did something where instead of something like that, the two, I think, solutions to that would be, one, you can make there be like a weekly, where think about like Southerils or the Do 10 Delve quest or something like that. Maybe you turn on war mode, and there is a quest where if you kill 10 players, you get like a Delver's Call quest worth of XP. That way, for people who do enjoy doing war mode, you at least get a one-time bonus for engaging in PvP. And that way, the time that you would have lost doing PvP is slightly mitigated by this bonus. So you don't feel as bad for wasting your time. Another option you could do is, if you really want to keep that, you get an honorable kill, you get like a quest worth of XP. If you put like a cooldown on that, where after you do that, you get like a 30-minute debuff. Like, I'm just thinking something where it's like, your bloodthirst has been sated and come back in 30 minutes to, you know, get another reward or something like that. And that way it encourages you to, like, every 30 minutes take like a slight detour to, you know, just fucking kill a guy to get a big chunk of XP. Something like that could theoretically work in a way that isn't that abusable. That could be interesting. I don't necessarily know if I like that design, and I would not like that design in the current context of World of Warcraft leveling. Like, in a vacuum, that sounds cool. In practice, there's no way that would work, right? And the reality of world PvP in the modern era, and why it just fundamentally does not work, is because of level scaling, right? Like, if I see somebody leveling, and they're just starting, and they're in Fairbreeze Village, and they're level 81, well, what if I spam delves until I was level 87, and then I started Follow the Arrow, and now I'm like 6 levels higher than this guy, I have better gear, and most of the time, they're just going to get curb stomped into the ground. And that's assuming that it's even leveling player versus leveling player. Like, we're thinking, when people talk about world PvP, they think like rose-tinted goggles, Stranglethorn Vietnam, everybody's around the same level, and you got that rogue sitting at the little rope bridges, ganking people in stealth, and everybody's fighting around like the Hemet Nessingwari camp and whatnot. And if everybody's in roughly the same leveling zone, at roughly the same leveling range, that is when PvP is at its best. And definitely some of my best world PvP memories are around the launches of Classic, where I'm kind of leveling up really quickly, and I'm within the same general range as somebody else, and we're like competing over a quest or something like that. And then usually we have like a decent back and forth battle. But you're never going to get that inherently in the modern day, because everything is scaling. You might get lucky, you might happen to stumble upon somebody who happens to be at the same exact level as you in like Chromie time, but even within Midnight, there's 10 possible levels that, it used to vary between. And that is not even accounting for the fact, which has always been a thing, even in Classic, where people can just gank you. Max level players can just sit there and kill you. And at the very least in Chromie time, that's not a consideration, unless somebody uses, like, party sync to scale themselves into Chromie time, which is a thing you can do, right? Outside of that, you're not going to encounter any max level players. So, like, there's that at the very least. But it's still usually not going to be an even playing field. So, it sounds nice in theory, but it just doesn't really work. Ooh. Well, that's quite nice. Okay. And actually, kind of a good thing I bought the offhand now, because now I have a good one-hand, so it kind of pairs together pretty well. I'm going to hold on to this, though, because now I don't necessarily know if I'm going to spend this, but I can upgrade this to 246. And then if I wanted to get this 250 upgrade, if I don't get something from, like, Delves or whatnot, I can spend 10 Veteran Crests instead of having to spend 10 Champion Crests. So, we'll see. Any idea how much longer Season 1 is going to be? Most likely, 12.0.7 comes out on either the 17th or the 24th. It definitely won't be next week. They never do, like, a one-week announcement for a patch. If they announce it, like, tomorrow, or I guess later today, or tomorrow, usually they do announce this, like, on Wednesday or Thursday, though. It is possible we can see a release on the 17th, and then I think more likely it's probably going to be the 24th, but honestly, either of these, I think, at this point is equally likely. That's 12.0.7, and then, by all projections, either final week of July is going to be 12.1, or, like, the first 2 weeks of August is what most people think. No. That's why I'm saying, I do think, while I'm talking about dates, it's worth it just to give you a frame of reference when the next patch is going to be. End of Season 1 is going to be 12.1, which would be around here in August. That is roughly how long. Obviously, I don't know the exact week, but WoW has been on a pretty consistent cycle. But keep in mind, right, we don't even have 12.1 on the PTR yet. 12.1 hasn't even been officially announced. So we are, we're still a ways out, right? There's, at the very least, 2 full months left in Season 1. You're looking forward to Turbulent Timeways. You only have a few more characters to level to 90. Also, I see your earlier message. BGs used to give a lot of XP back in the day, so you could level in PvP. I mean, I think you still can. But also, I don't remember BGs ever giving that much experience. I always remember them as being like an option for for leveling if you really wanted to. I don't think they've ever been the fastest way to level, which is fine, right? I think if BGs are currently very undertuned, then I think they do deserve to be slightly buffed. I think PvP should be one of those methods for leveling where, like, if you really want to do it, you should at least be able to passively level as you go through it. But, you know, there are inherent issues, especially with world PvP. But yeah, keep in mind, by the way, with Turbulent Timeways, obviously, disclaimer, right? If you enjoy time walking and you prefer to level with time walking, go ahead and do that. But I do think it is important to acknowledge, because a lot of people don't realize, it doesn't magically make time walking the fastest way to level, but when Turbulent Timeways is available, the buff that you get from it applies to everything. So the fastest way to level is to do 4 time walking dungeons, get the 30% buff, and then do other stuff. Now, it still makes leveling fast, but it's not just because of time walking dungeons. You may already know that, but I do think since you mentioned Turbulent Timeways, that is always something worth reiterating, just because a lot of people don't know that. Keyboard Death said, I used to play Dark Age of Camelot, and the gameplay was more around PvP than PvE. They had battlegrounds where you level against each other and have some quests to do. Yeah, I've never played Dark Age of Camelot, but I have heard about it. And it sounded more like one of those hardcore... Was it like... I don't know if it was full loot, but definitely like in that kind of genre of like super hardcore, you know, PvP-focused MMOs is the little bit that I know about it. And... yeah, I mean, for a game like that, that makes sense. I do think that, obviously, in the case of World of Warcraft, right, it's a little bit different. But even then, the way that you described it, they had battlegrounds, right? And I think battlegrounds, if you're going to push a form of PvP leveling, make a lot more sense. Because they're less exploitable than some of the things I talked about for open world. They want time walking dungeons to be leveling meta so bad, they is you. Yeah, I mean, it's still good. Even if it's not meta. What am I doing? I've gotten distracted. Right, I'm doing Prey. It also, like, so, no matter what the week is, it definitely, like, it'll never be faster than questing, especially after the buffs that we're getting in 12.0.7. But there are definitely some weeks that are better than others. So it varies. Like, I think Mists of Pandaria, Wrath, and TBC are probably all, like, roughly comparable. Cataclysm may be, like, a distant... I guess it would be a distant third behind the other 3 that I think... couldn't really distinguish between those... let me turn off War Mode. I couldn't really distinguish between those 3. Because the reality of, like, TBC, Wrath, and Mop is all of them have dungeons that are, like, equally fast, but then all of them have some really bad dungeons in there. So any one of them could be either fast or slow, depending on how lucky and or unlucky you get. Because in the case of, like, TBC, right? TBC has, for time walking, I know there is, there's Manitombs, right? Yeah, Manitombs is obviously one of the fastest ones. Then, is Blood Furnace? Yeah, Blood Furnace. So, like, in theory, right? If you just alternate Manitomb's Blood Furnace, Manitomb's Blood Furnace, like, that's really, really fast. And then I think, which one is... one of these is it? Yeah, Underbog, also really fast. So, those are 3 really, really good dungeons that I actually do in the leveling route. And in theory, you could cycle between those 3. I think even... no, Shadow Labs isn't... What am I thinking of? That's in there. Problem is, Botanica is one of them, right? Yeah. So Botanica's pretty slow. This is not a good dungeon. This is, I think, the slowest dungeon. Shattered Halls is in the mix. Shattered Halls is not, like, awful, but it's not good either. It's pretty yucky. And I think that's it, right? Yeah, Sethek Halls isn't in there. Magister's Terrace is like, yeah, Magister's Terrace is pretty slow. So, it really, really, really depends. Yeah, no ramparts. But it isn't theoretically possible between Manitomb's, Underbog, and and Blood Furnace to just alternate between those three multiple times. And like for the purposes of, as I said, getting the buff, you could get a combination of those as your 4 dungeons, and then that's really good. That is just objectively very, very fast. And then Wrath of the Lich King has a few good ones too. Gundrak, yeah, Gundrak's really good. Is Azrael Narub one of them? Yeah, Azrael Narub is extremely fast. Arguably as fast, if not faster, than any of those dungeons. And yeah, Draktherin isn't one of them. Halls of Lightning is not terrible. It's definitely on the slightly slower side, but it's like, eh. Is Pit of Sauron? Oh no, it's not one of them. Which one? Is it Forge of Souls? Yeah, Forge of Souls also pretty fast. For a 2-boss dungeon, though, surprisingly a little bit slow. Nexus is okay. There's no Oculus. No Culling of Strathholm. No Violet Holds. Utgard Keep, honestly, pretty fast. No Utgard Pinnacle. And no Trial of the Champion. Honestly, I forgot the exact pool of dungeons. I think that, on average, Wrath is actually probably faster for time walking, which is kind of ironic, because TBC is faster, and I do think that 3 TBC dungeons are very good, but there really isn't any bad dungeon in Wrath time walking that I can see. The worst would be the Nexus, and if the Nexus is your worst dungeon, like, you're kind of sitting pretty. And, like, the reason why, obviously, we do TBC dungeons for low levels is because at that range, that's the best options. And then a lot of the really good dungeons for Wrath that I just listed are mixed in with, like, well, all of the other bad ones. And then, obviously, when the pool gets diluted, it becomes a little bit more problematic. And then, if I recall... fucking Astalor, dude. I mean, this should be pretty easy to kill. If I recall, Mop also has mostly fast dungeons, but I think Mop has at least one bad one that I recall. I'm pretty sure Stormstout's in there, right? And Stormstout is not a fast dungeon, so that would slow you down. Legion time walking starts tomorrow. Well, yeah, I mean, Legion time walking is one of the slower ones, for sure. But, I mean, that's besides the point. We're talking also specifically in the case of Turbulent Timeways. I suppose this would also remain true if you wanted to spam time walking dungeons, like Wrath Classic or Wrath time walking would probably be your best bet. But, yeah, I mean, even, like, BC time... Legion time walking was definitely one of the slower ones. Like, BFA, Legion, I think, yeah, they're adding Dragonflight time walking. I mean, I can't see any universe in which any combination of these dungeons is fast. The only slightly fast Dragonflight dungeon, compared to, like, you know, when compared relative to everything else, would be Ruby Life Pools. And even then, that would be slower than, I think, almost all of those other ones. You know, it could be a fast dungeon in a vacuum, right? But obviously, dungeon design has changed over the years. Blood Furnace is just an incredibly fast dungeon. Like, those are all 5-minute runs. And I cannot see anything other than Ruby Life Pools being done in 5 minutes. And even then, in order to do Ruby Life Pools in 5 minutes, you'd have to, like, really, really, really hold W. All the other ones, like, even if you one-shot the mobs, have, I think, so much travel time that it would take you longer to get through it. The other problem to keep in mind for leveling purposes, especially for... this matters more for, like, Chromie time leveling. So, if you're leveling... Also, completely unrelated, I never realized these buildings were here. There's, like, a cute little uninhabited set of Blood Elf buildings just sitting here that aren't used for anything. It's like, I've flown past this place easily, like, 50 million times this expansion, but I never processed that, like, there's an entire little town. I'm willing to bet this is used by RP guilds, right? Because I know RP guilds love having empty areas that have, like, you know, props and stuff set up, but no NPCs, where they can set up, like, parties and events. And this has a whole little stable area, a little tower, a little house. Pretty cool. I don't know how... I have never processed up until now that was there. I guess you just don't really think about it. But, what was I saying? Yeah, so for, like, leveling purposes, some of the dungeons, like BC and Wrath dungeons, in Chromie time at the lower levels, they give you the actual dungeon quests that you can complete for XP. So when we talk about like time walking dungeon spamming, obviously we're just evaluating like the actual speed of the dungeons. And I think like WoD time walking, although the dungeons are not like fast in a vacuum and they're not like actually good for leveling normally, if you're trying to spam time walking dungeons, I don't necessarily think WoD would be that much worse than some of the other expansions, even if it isn't the best. But for like Chromie time leveling, it ends up becoming, I would say, a good bit slower, at least for the 4 dungeon method for the bonus, because you're not getting the advantage of those dungeon quests. Where like, let's say I do TBC time walking as a way to get the buff during Turbulent Timeways. I have no idea when it will align, right? So, and that entirely depends on when the patch comes out. When it, like, realistically speaking, for Turbulent Timeways, we'd have to see, like, I'll probably do a 1 to 90 speedrun at some point, but I would have to do it on the week of the Darkman Fair buff, because at the end of the day, the bonus that you get from Darkman Fair would be considerably more than any minor difference between the time walking expansions. But in theory, let's say that... Oh, and I guess classic time walking is a thing now, yeah. But in theory, let's say TBC time walking was available on this week during the Darkman Fair week, and there is technically 2 weeks, so if it was available on the 6th or the 7th, then I would be able to... do it on one of these days, and then the weekly reset happens, and then, let's say, it could be also this week as well, this section of the week, and both of them overlap with Darkman Fair. So there technically are 2 chances, as long as I time the speedrun properly. And if it was TBC time walking, then I could, in theory, do the exact same thing I do for normal runs, of doing TBC dungeons early on, and benefiting from the quests from, like, Blood Furnace, Mana Tombs, etc., but also getting the time walking buff. But if, let's say, Wrath of the Lich King, or, bad example, Warlords of Draenor is up at that point, then I would have to get the time walking buff, and I wouldn't benefit from any of the quests, and it would probably still be faster to do that. But it would be even faster if I could benefit from Darkman Fair and from the TBC time walking dungeons. If I got, like, the full maximum value out of that entire low-level dungeon spam. So we'll see how that all lines up. Impossible to say for now, because, like, we look at the calendar, right, and obviously, what's it called? It says, you know, oh, Shadowlands time walking is going to be here, but the moment Turbulent Timeway starts, everything will get pushed up, and then we get one time walking run, or one time walking set of dungeons per week. So, I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. Another thing to keep in mind is classic time walking, actually not bad. I remember that was a similar one where they have dead mines, which is really slow, but there are some really fast dungeons, so I think on average it's probably slower than Wrath. And, like, what is Mop and Kata? Let me take a look. Okay, I finished the Prey thing. Kata's Blackrock Caverns, that one's okay, kind of slow. This is classic time walking. Yeah. Interesting that the boss stuff changes. End times is kind of RNG. I think it's like, if you get a little bit lucky, slightly above average. That one's not part of it. That one's not part of it. Lost City I know is. Lost City's solid, but like still slightly slower than other ones. Stonecore is, again, solid. Vortex Pinnacle, solid. Yeah, none of these are like ultra fast, especially because, yeah, Throne of the Tides now used to be really fast, but you get the changes with it. So, yeah, I don't think you get Zul'jin or Zul'jin. Yeah, I remember Cataclysm Time Walking being okay. I don't think none of these are, like, massive outliers. They're all, like, comparable, but I think these are all, like, on average, pretty consistently slower than Wrath Time Walking. And then I remember Mop being slightly faster. Gate of the Setting Sun is, like, okay. Slightly below average. Same with Mogashan Palace, slightly below average. You don't have, yeah, neither of these. then Scholomance, unfortunately, is slow, because you can't do Demon Hunter skips. Now, in theory, if you happen to queue into, like, a level 11 Demon Hunter Twink who does the skip to fucking Dark Master Gandling, then technically could Scholomance be fast? Yes, but, like, you're not going to get that. Shadowpan Monastery, objectively, just a slow dungeon. Yeah, oh, yeah, right. This is what I remember, right? Storm Stout and Shadowpan are just objectively slow on average. And then you have, like, Jade Serpent and Gate of the Setting Sun are, like, fast-ish, but unless you alternate perfectly between these, or if you have somebody to cheese Scholomance, it isn't going to end up being that fast. So, I still think, on average, TBC would be probably your second best, and TBC has the potential to high roll to be extremely fast if you get only the good ones. But Wrath, I think, looks like it would be the fastest on average, yeah. And then obviously, I mean, Shadowlands, Legion, BFA, absolute pure dog shit. They are just not fast at all, those dungeons. Those dungeons were designed around M+, right? So for time walking, they are just slow. And Dragonflight, I imagine, will be more of the same, which, yeah, makes sense, right? I don't necessarily think the dungeons are bad, it's just for the purposes of spamming them, that would not be very good. And I will not be thrilled if I have to do that for the 30% buff, but I would. I do think there's a case to be made where if it is a choice between one of those, if my only options are, like, Dragonflight or Shadowlands time walking for the, like, during Darkmoon Fair, it might actually be faster at that point to do it on a different week and just lose the Darkmoon Fair buff. I actually think that might be so slow that it would end up being 10% slower, though that's tough. I don't know. It would definitely, like, it might not be 10% slower, so in theory, the fastest run might still end up being, you know, if you did it with 10% Darkmoon Fair buff, but it would still feel bad, because I would know for a fact that I could get a considerably faster run if I had one of the good dungeons. But I think, like, if I got any of those other ones, if I got, even, like, WoD would definitely be a good deal slower than the rest, but still way better than if it was the later expansions. But I could probably get very comparable times with Wrath, TBC, Classic, or MOP. Woo! So, that I think is well within just, like, standard variants. Okay. Hey, I should be using Deep Breath, because... Oh, this stuns the Prey boss. Okay. Alright, well, I could have been using this then as an interrupt. Oh, fuck me. My instant cast went away. And bonk. Oh, that didn't kill him. Awkward. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I missed a few messages. Goose Comics said, "Wish me luck, Harldan. Third and hopefully final interview tomorrow for this job I really want." Well, best of luck. Hopefully you're still here. Sorry, I didn't see that until now. But, I mean, if you're already on the third interview, then that's definitely promising, I'd say. So, good luck with that. Didn't they change Prey so you don't lose any progress from dying anymore? Did they change that? I don't think they changed that. At least I don't remember hearing that. I mean, I don't see it listed here, but also I don't know if it's listed normally on here. If they did change that, then I missed it. But, I mean, I am not noticing any other changes in Prey from when I've done it the entire rest of the season, so I don't know, it would be strange if they just, like, arbitrarily changed it now. And, if it was in some hotfix notes, I don't recall seeing that. Oh, Kenon Futter literally said the exact same thing I did about just farming the same person over and over. I'm glad we had the same immediate thought for something like that. Let's see. The quest mob's been told to be this dangerous guy that doesn't die in 3 shots. Yeah. It would be interesting to make really challenging quest bosses, so to speak, that aren't just health sponges, but you can do it for sure. I do think that would be pretty cool. Let's... What am I upgrading anything? I guess not. I don't have enough bloody tokens to meaningfully buy anything. Yeah, I guess I just want to do this prey, and then I have one more delve, right? I have, yeah, this one. So there's still at least one piece of gear that I can get before I have to go into M+. And I'll probably at least do basic gems and enchants before I do keys on this character. I don't want to be a complete deadweight, but we'll see. Good morning, owner. Good to see you. The prey changes happened with the May 12th hotfixes. Oh. Happened on my birthday. Interesting. I guess maybe that's why I didn't see it. May 12, WoW hotfix. Let's see. Yeah, all I see is the tank changes. Miscellaneous. I found a fucking AI overview. I mean, either way, I'll look. I can't find it on Google, so I will take your word for it. All right, let's do our last prey. That way, I can get my Beacon of Hope. Oh yeah, and then in addition to the regular Delve loot, I'm gonna get the Delver's Bounty because I forgot to do that before. So I have 2 more pieces of gear that I'll be able to get. And what do I need? I also, well, I could get a cloak. You know what I should do? Even though I don't need this anymore to unlock the Ascendant Nilhammer, LFR Crown of the Cosmos would at least guarantee me a champion cloak, so if I don't manage to get one, like, that wouldn't be terrible. And then the only weak slot I would have is Ring Trinket Pants. Which, come to think that, I probably should have saved some of my bloody tokens. I forget what I spent them on. I think I burnt some of my bloody tokens earlier than I normally do, just so that I could get 4-piece. Obviously, you can't catalyze if it's not veteran, so once I got to, like, 3 slots that I could catalyze, I just bought a bloody token item. That way I could catalyze, but the advantage, in theory, is that I'm able to start getting additional Dawnlight Mana Flexes, which I have not gotten any of so far. But, in theory, you know, it would be good in the long run. Oh, Astalor said, kill for me now, as I was already killing a mob. Get fucked, Astalor. Let's go find some traps over here. And I'm surprised I haven't gotten ambushed already. It's probably going to happen, like, in a second or two as I'm fighting this mob. Because normally it's, like, the very first pull you do. Yep. Alright, that finished the world quest, too. Bunch of these orbs that I can get. Let's activate both of these at once. And then I want to make sure I get this thing, where is it? Yeah. Before it despawns. And... boom. I mean, that should be decent progress, especially combined with these traps. There was also a little, yeah, remnant back there that hopefully it doesn't despawn. And it's already glowing bright red. Perfect. Can you post links? Yeah, yeah. It should let you. I mean, I have no rules against posting links in Twitch chat. If Twitch lets you, I don't know if it'll like block the link or something like that, but yes, you should be able to. Evoker is so squishy. I mean, well, sort of, but Evoker's squishy if you like take stuff to the face. The advantage of Evoker, and one of the reasons why, despite yes, technically being squishy, I consider it a really good leveling spec, is Evoker's also very good at kiting, right? So if there's ever something where you are forced to fight mobs that hit really hard, hover is really, really, really good. So you can just hover, get out of range, and then kite in a circle as you use like Disintegrate and stuff, and then you have like Deep Breath to cut back through all the mobs while stunning them. So I think Evoker's pretty good at world content. Obviously, it's not like a super duper good spec for like one of the best specs for world content. And there are definitely situations where it will struggle a little bit, which is why, even though I would say it's probably like, it's definitely a top 10 leveling spec, whether it goes into the top, or Devastation, that is. Whether Devastation is a top 5 leveling spec is debatable. I think there's a lot that kind of vie for that spot. Like, Windwalker, Bear, obviously. And then after that, it's like a very big toss-up between, like, Prop Pally, Havoc Demon Hunter, Devastation Evoker. You can even make a case for, like, Fury Warrior, even Rep Harldan. There's a bunch that are, like, close. But I think I could very much make a case for, like, Bear, Monk, Prop Pally, Havoc, Devastation. I don't think would be unreasonable at all. And it can do really good burst damage, and it has some survivability, right? Like Verdant Embrace and Emerald Blossom are not amazing self-sustain, but they are better than a lot of other specs have access to. And you do have decent kiting ability. And I should note, I'm not even, like, an Evoker main, right? Evoker is out of the classes that I've, like, never mained at all before. Evoker might be, like, one of my favorites. Oh, I got a DPS queue. What the fuck? Okay. Sure. With the exception of Og, but at this point I've played both Prez and Dev quite a decent amount, and I have never played a single raid as Prez or Dev. I've exclusively played them for, like, world content and dungeons. But I think both of them are pretty fun. Devastation's definitely one of my favorite casters, and I'm still in the process of learning all the healers, but out of the healers that I have already learned, which Prez is one of them, it's definitely one of my favorites. I think I'm not a big Resto Shaman fan. I don't dislike Resto Shaman, but out of, I guess, well, really, it would just be Disc, Prez, and Resto Shaman are the only 3 healer specs I can say I really know already. And out of those, I think Prez is probably my favorite, but it's very close between that and Disc. And then Resto Shaman's cool, but just I don't enjoy it quite as much. Let me click on that link, Cannon, for. Oh shit. Removed the once per week restriction on preferential killing. Increased what's it called? Increased prey progress from world quests, defeating ambushes, delivering riposts, and interacting with remnants of anguish. Okay, that makes sense. It did feel like I was getting a lot more than I thought from riposts, which, like, that was kind of my regular loop that I always did, but definitely nice that it's giving more than I remembered. Oh, and removed Hunter's Momentum. Shit. Okay. Well, yeah, that's really good. They removed it entirely. Wow, okay. I mean, it was an objectively shit mechanic, but I mean, I haven't died while doing a prey since, usually because I just assumed it was a thing, so I'm trying to be ultra careful and make sure I don't die, but there were a lot of times earlier in the season where I look away for a second, a ghost hits me, and I instantly die, and that really pissed me off. It was just objectively a shit thing for the system to have, so yeah, that's good. That is just a good change. Nice. Oh, yeah, earlier Dreamer Magister asked about how long will Season 1 go for. I missed that message, but obviously I have answered it since. Sorry, I didn't see that until now. The folio is permanent for the entire expansion, yes. Triple said, I wish you couldn't trade in the tokens of merit for Void Cores. It makes Vault seem so much less exciting. So, it is interesting. I don't disagree that, on one hand, Vault strategy has become massively simplified because of that, because you can just get a Void Core. Honestly, I don't actually think that's a bad thing. I think on one hand, there are things that are fun to think about from an optimization standpoint, and I'll be honest, I really enjoyed the aspect of, like, trying to optimize my vaults and figure out, like, what the best way to get, like, maximum value out of my vaults was. Like, I enjoy optimization problems. And honestly, I think that it's just still better for the game. Now, whether or not they make it so bonus rolls are a thing anymore, I do think something like this is just good. I have been advocating for something like this forever. Like, the way that I always advocated for it is, before the idea bonus rolls, I've been saying for a very long time that I think they should do something where you could trade up, like, instead of buying a bonus roll for, like, 6 tokens of merit, the suggestion I always had was you have, like, a vendor that sells basically every single item in the game, basically something like Dinar, where for 18 tokens of merit or whatever, you're able to buy a specific item that you want. So if you sacrifice enough vaults, then you can get one guaranteed piece. And I think something like that would be a really good trade-off, because in that case you are getting less Myth-Track loot overall, but you are... it would have the same restrictions as Dinar, where you're able to get, like, you have to, kill the boss to be able to buy it, but then if you do that, you're able to target specific things that you want. I think being able to target farm specific items with your vault is just objectively good. Now, I do kind of agree that maybe the way they went about it with adding bonus rolls and being able to just exchange 6 of them for a bonus roll, I mean, like, it is objectively good for players, which is why I'm surprised Blizzard did it. And I'll be honest, if you had, like, asked me to design the system, I would probably have not made it that generous. And I usually think that I advocate for stuff that's more generous than Blizzard. So my initial implementation of that would have been something, like, far more restrictive, just because I think that, yes, it does... there's, like, a happy medium there, right? Where I do think that you should have still meaningful choices in your vaults, without feeling like every single time the best option is just take a bonus roll, where the reality of how gearing works right now is there is almost no reason ever to take anything other than a bonus roll. I did take, on my Evoker, I actually took a Hero Track chess piece on the vault that I got last week, The only thing here is, at this point, we're so far into the season that this was initially like a very big upgrade for my character on literally week 1 of the season. It's a good slot, and it allows me to catalyze earlier, and we're so far into the season that we have so many bonus rolls already. So one extra bonus roll is not going to make that big of a difference. This is the only vault I have ever taken so far since bonus rolls came out, instead of just taking a bonus roll. So definitely, once you are beyond the early gearing stages, there's just like kind of zero reason to take anything. Well, actually, that's a lie, right? At least on alts. I should clarify that. On alt characters that don't have like a full raid vault. I have taken raid vaults still. I took the mythic 2-socket necklace from Lura. I got that in my Blood Decays vault. I took Lights Company Quidon at, what was it, 279 item level, because I had a slightly higher item level vault on my Prot Warrior. So I did take that over a socket, or bonus roll. So there are still some ways, especially when you're like in the middle of Mythic Prog, where you wouldn't necessarily could have made it reroll vault. See, that's interesting too. Yeah, actually, I kind of like that idea, because that also makes it correspond to the type of rewards that you get. Where, in that case, you basically... Well, it's tricky, right? Because then how do you not make that one free reroll? You could then exchange it for, like, a token. So you sacrifice one vault to get a free reroll on your next vault. So that way, instead of seeing, like, if you get one set of bad options, you basically turn that into a reroll token. And then if you get really good vaults, then you could just take it. But then if you get a bad vault, then you basically sacrifice effectively 2 of your bad vaults to get a new third vault, which could be good or bad. And then I guess theoretically you could turn that into a reroll token. And then you're effectively sacrificing all of your bad vaults until you get a good vault. There's still... The problem with that is I think there's still enough RNG present in that where I don't like it. The nice thing about being able to buy a Nebulous Void Core is that it's giving you tangible power, right? You're guaranteed to get something good. Now, that initial bonus roll that you get from your tokens of merit, it might give you complete dog shit, right? You might get garbage. But because of the way the bonus roll system works, you are always making progress towards a really good piece of gear. So the system that I theory crafted back in the day of, you basically have a vendor where you exchange tokens of merit. My vision for that was you basically exchange 3 vaults or so, you could tune the number, 3 vaults worth of loot for a guaranteed piece of loot. And in a way, that is actually kind of what you're doing with the Void Core bonus roll, because let's say you really want Puzzle Box. Well, if you have your 2 bonus rolls from Decimus, and you buy a third one from the vaults, then you're effectively getting 3 bonus rolls to get the Puzzle Box. Now, the difference there is a chance that your first bonus roll hits, right? And you get Puzzle Box, and now you can go spend it somewhere else, like in a dungeon or whatnot. So it's more flexible than having to exchange 3 vaults worth of items for one specific item. But you could view it that way as well. You could view it as, I am basically getting 2 completely worthless Mythtrack pieces from Algathar Academy that I don't want, because then the third one has a higher chance to be a Puzzle Box. You could also get unlucky, then you might need to spend all of your bonus rolls. But even if you get really unlucky, let's say you spend all 3 of those bonus rolls, you don't get Puzzle Box. Well, you have now eliminated those from the loot table, so no matter what happens, that bonus roll is either getting you a Puzzle Box or increasing your odds directly, permanently, at getting that Puzzle Box. So it is making meaningful progress, and it's not just another chance to completely whiff. So you are guaranteed to get something, which is the real power of that bonus roll. And then obviously it's just very good for alts, right? Because if you are not able to get any myth items at all, and you're just filling your Delve vaults to collect bonus rolls, well then you're effectively getting an IOU for a Mythtrack item by doing stuff that would otherwise give Hero or Champion from the Great Vault. So that's what makes it really broken. I think while I do like the idea of being able to recycle myth stuff and get a better item, the big problem with being able to take a bonus roll from the vault that I think anybody who's arguing in good faith would be able to say, like, even if they like want it to stay and think it's, you know, it's perfectly fine, it's not too generous, I think the one thing that would need to change is the ability to just run tier 2 delves and fill your vault with tier 2 delves and then get a bonus roll that can then be exchanged on myth track gear. That is a little bit too strong. So I don't know how you get around that, right? But the fact that you can effectively turn your Great Vault into guaranteed myth track stuff is strong. I don't know. It does, like, it still requires you to do content that gives, you know, related gear off the bonus roll. Like, you still need to do a plus 10 dungeon, right? So it's not completely free, but I don't know. It's, I do think it's a problem. I don't know how you solve that, though. That, with the current design of the vault, I don't think you can solve that. Other than you would have to basically add new things to the vault where, depending on the quality of the slot, you get different types of tokens of merit, like token of merit hero, token of merit myth. And I don't know. Personally, I think the token of merit system should just be redesigned entirely, and I think you should just make a new vault bad luck protection system that has a brand new currency that is tied to whatever it is you do. And you could even make it so there would still be a cap, right? But imagine if instead of the cap being 3 slots, which it is right now, the cap was tied to the quality of the slot that you did. So let's say that if you got a Mythic Dungeon slot, you got like 4 points. If you got a Mythic Raid slot, you got 4 points. And in order to get the maximum amount of whatever the new bad luck protection currency, the new token of merit was, you needed like 20 points or something like that. So I guess maybe in that case it should be tuned differently. I don't know. But the idea would be that maybe if you got like a full set of like 8 plus 10 or higher dungeons, like a full Mythic Dungeon vault, that would give you like most of the way to a full token of merit. And then if you did like a Mythic Raid boss on top of that, that was enough. So in that case, what would that be? Let's say, like, instead of I said 4, what if each one gave 5? So that if you got 5 Mythic item level slots, that would give you the maximum tokens of merit. And you could fill the vault with, like, plus 2 delves, but each of those plus 2 delve slots would only give you plus 1 point. And you could still slowly accumulate tokens of merit by doing those plus 2 delves, but then if you did, like, a full row of tier 11 delves, that would give like 3 points or 4 points for each slot. And that way you could still do solo content and eventually get extra bonus rolls off that, but you would be incentivized to still do harder content to basically maximize your available tokens of merit. And then it also would, in theory, like, let's say you had already done like a full set of Mythic Raid, like you did Mythic Raid for the week, you had 3 slots, you didn't want to do Mythic Dungeons because you technically, like, there's no drop that you could get from Mythic Dungeons that would be an upgrade for you or something. Well, if you did at least 1 Mythic Dungeon, you would get, like, the maximum tokens of merit, and then if you didn't get anything good from Raid, it would give you more value that way. Kind of the same way, but it would encourage you even more to do bonus content. Not in a way where you feel forced to do it, but just, like, you're increasing your odds at potentially getting something better. And I always like when there's systems like that where you never feel forced to engage with it. There is a chance that you just get a really good item. But if you have the time, you feel like, yeah, maybe I'll do this. Like, I'll go the extra mile. I'll do like a slight bonus thing just because I feel like I'm hedging my bets in case, like, I get really, really, really unlucky in my raid slots. Well, then at least I get the really good token of merit stuff. And I think a system like that would be a lot more fun to interact with. And that would still, like, all of the upsides right now for people who are doing M+ dungeons and raids would still be in place, but the really abusable part of it where you can just run low-level delves and then get a bonus roll which can later be exchanged for myth gear, that part isn't the case. And then also, in that case, you wouldn't feel as bad not taking delve slots on an early character, because you'd be like, well, I could either take a hero track delve piece to get like a lot of progress on this brand new alt that I'm working on, or I could take like 1/4 of a bonus roll or something like that. And then that makes the decision-making process a little bit more interesting. How much value does a hero piece have versus 1/4 of a myth piece? Who knows? That's a much trickier question to evaluate. Let's see. Setnam said, glad I caught you live. Glad you managed to make it here. Man, when you said 0 to hero, all healers, I thought you at least had them semi-geared. Are they all 240-ish item level? Oh, yeah. No, I started from scratch. This is not just none of the healers geared. All of them are under-geared. This is a fresh account, right? I started off on a European account that I had leveled 0 characters with, and I'm having to progress all of the systems, like Valera, like Delves and stuff. But, like, keep in mind, considering I just started this, like, a week or two ago, I've already made pretty solid progress on my Delves and stuff. I've gotten the Ascendant Nilhammer unlocked. I bought all my bonus rolls. I've gotten this character decently geared. And I've gotten both my Monk, Evoker, and Priest all around 240 item level. And gotten, like, all the basic stuff on them. I've 4-piece in all of them. Obviously, that's easy at this point, but I've gotten all the Catalyze stuff, so now I can start collecting that. I've done all of the champion... what's it called? From champion gear from reputation rewards, etc. So I made solid progress, and the nice thing is, as with all of these systems, the more progress I make, the easier it will be on the remaining healers. So I'm basically trying to focus on these now. That way, when I start gearing Paladin and Shaman like next week, I'll already have all of my Delve stuff unlocked. So even though they're getting there a little bit later, I will have all of the catch-up mechanisms unlocked for this account, so the process should take about as long. I'll have much more warband gear to go towards those characters. It'll be a little bit easier. I don't know how you're doing Evoker leveling when they don't have tank spec. I mean, Devastation's... I just got done talking about Devastation Evoker. Devastation Evoker is a fantastic leveling spec. Better than some other tank specs. Devastation Evoker is, at the very least, better for leveling than Blood DK and Vengeance Demon Hunter. And arguably Prot Warrior, I would say. Prot Warrior is still a very good leveling spec, but I think I would put Devastation ahead of it. And same thing for Brewmaster. I think Brewmaster and Prot Warrior are both solid, and I think that they'd probably be all pretty close together. You definitely have a comfier time leveling as either Prot Warrior or Brewmaster. So if you were not experienced with any of the specs and you were going in brand new, both Prot and Brew would probably be like easier to pick up than Dev. Dev is not the easiest leveling spec to play, but it is effective. But I would definitely say, like, I'd infinitely rather play, like, Dev Evoker than either a Vengeance Demon Hunter or a Blood DK. They are not good leveling specs. So, yeah, I mean, Evoker's perfectly fine for leveling. It's, in my opinion, at this point, it is the best caster for leveling. I used to say that Mage was, like, among the top, but I don't think Mage is... Mage is not bad anymore, but definitely... I leveled Fire, and I did not really love Fire Mage leveling. It's okay. I think it's probably still, like, A tier, like, low A tier. Definitely felt better than, like, leveling Ellie Shaman, but it felt a lot weaker than when I played it, like, way back when in Dragonflight, and it felt really strong. And I have to try Arcane again. And, like, I'm sure people have said Frost feels pretty cozy for leveling, but Frost is very turrety, right? So it might be fine, but it definitely doesn't have the flexibility of Devastation. But I don't know, we'll see. While I sit here, I already did my third prey, right? Yeah, because I have the Beacon of Hope. So I will make my way down to the Delve. I'll continue catching up on chat. But yeah, Meat Seeker, that's part of the challenge. But here's the thing, right? Whenever I do challenges like this, I've said this before, I don't like doing, like, meaningless challenges of, I'm just gonna kick myself in the balls repeatedly just for fun. The reason why I started this account completely fresh with, like, no gear and whatnot is not because I'm like, I want to make it harder on myself. It's because I just genuinely had nothing on Europe. So I was planning on playing on Europe regardless. This is something I would have had to do anyway, so it just kind of adds to the challenge, right? But, I mean, these are things that I would have had to do no matter what if I wanted to play on Europe. Even if I was, like, if I did this on tanks instead of healers, I would have had to go through the exact same process. And, obviously, I'm not, like, as I said, I'm not adding meaningless difficulty. So, in situations, like, you know, on my monk, where I do think Brewmaster for Delves is going to be a lot easier than Mistweaver, I'm playing Brewmaster. I already know how to play Brewmaster extremely well, obviously. So it's a lot easier for me to, at very low item level, play that and get that character geared up. And then once that character already has enough, like, solid gear to start doing M+, then I will switch to Mistweaver and I will do the M+ section with that. Except right now, literally, the exception is for Emissary of War. I don't have time over the next, like, however long is until the European reset. I guess within 24 hours, right? But then in the middle of those 24 hours, I need to sleep, and then I need to raid on North America and stuff like that. So I'm not going to have all that time to just learn how to play Mistweaver and Resto Druid, right? So I don't want to miss out on Emissary of War and the hero piece because of that. So I will be doing 4 M+ dungeons on Brewmaster, and if I have time later today, that I will do off stream, because that I'm not even done leveling my bear. But I'm going to try to see if I have just enough time to finish leveling my druid and get it 4 M+ dungeons on bear. And in that case, I am reasonably confident that I can, like, hop in there, get a few keys done in, like, the 6 to 7 range, and then get the hero piece. But then after that, I'm gonna try and do everything with the healer specs. And then, obviously, for my Evoker and my Priest, I'm gonna play Disc and Prez. Even if, obviously, for Delves, I'm, you know, doing Devastation, because I just think that's a better option. Though, I don't know, there's a case to be made for playing Prez in Delves. I do think it would probably be pretty solid. At this point, like, I think already, like, you can see, that's pretty good damage, right? How do I get the damage done? Like, Valera is still doing a lot, but I have enough survivability and ability to kite to where if I do get targeted by mobs, I don't think I would instantly fall over, and my Devastation burst damage is enough to where I think it's worth playing this over healer. Chiarchi said hello. Mistweaver is easy, it goes like spin, spin, spin. Yeah, look, I've heard that, and I'm sure it's, like, easy, but I don't want to just, like, brain off, you know, hold W with it. When I learn it, the way that I learn stuff is I try to really, like, fully understand it, or at least try to understand it, before I go into it. Now, I'm probably not going to immediately, like, after reading guides and stuff, understand it right out of the gate, and I'm going to walk in there, and I'm going to struggle a little bit. Maybe Mistweaver, I would, after reading the guide, walk in there, spin, 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 and be perfectly fine. But until I have done the requisite research, I don't want to just walk in there. And I don't have time to do at least the level of research that I'm comfortable with before, you know, the European daily reset. So I'll worry about that later, especially since I have the ability to play Bear and Brewmaster. It just makes it easier. If it was like, I'm trying to think of an example. If it happened to be a case that, you know, it was a healer spec for a class that I had not played anything with, which at this point is not the case, because out of the healer-only specs, I have at least played all of them. I have played Resto Shaman, Disc, and Prez already. I'm familiar with them. If it was one of those, then I probably would have forced myself to do it, but there is also a reason why I'm already familiar with those, because that was my approach before. I was like, if I'm going to learn a spec for M+, that doesn't have a tank spec, then I want to force myself to do the healers for the others. But one of the reasons I'm doing this challenge now is because I have kind of been able to get away with that, right? For so long, because I normally main tanks, whenever I need to do something on one of those 3 classes, Druid, Monk, and Paladin, I've never had to worry about trying to learn those healer specs, because it's like, oh, I can just play tank. And so I've been kind of procrastinating ever learning them. And I do think that kind of holds me back in some areas, because there are definitely times where I found if I was able to play my healer spec here, it would be very helpful. But now, if I just force myself to do it, for the most part, then I will. But like I said, in this case, I do think that in the long run, it would be better. I am looking forward to playing Mistweaver, though. I've heard it's very fun. But the way that I learn things is I try to, like, fully understand it. And like I said, I don't think I have time to do that before the daily reset. Do I have to go in there? I guess one of the levers is in there. Nice. Where's Recuperate? Normally have it somewhere. I forget where I normally put my stuff. Usually there. Sure. It's funny, you most likely do not know who I am. Well, it says first time chat on Twitch, so I guess not. But no, I guess I don't recognize your name if I should know it from somewhere else. You were the reason I'm still able to play WoW on my OG WoW account after a permaban. You also got hit by that ban wave 2 years ago. Oh, did you manage to get unbans? If so, I mean, I'm glad to hear it. I never managed to get my account unfucked after that false ban, unfortunately. The most I got them to do was change the permanent ban to a 6-month ban, and I just had to eat the entire thing, but... yeah, a few people did tell me that after they watched my video talking about my situation, they submitted tickets and they got that appealed, which, if you're one of those, then happy for you. Unfortunately, did not work out for me. Blizzard told me to go fuck myself, so... yeah. That was, really frustrating. See, I'd like to get one of the Amani masks, but they're all blocked off. Okay, yeah, Valeera's chilling. We had a yapping on the Discord about how my video was the reason you got unbanned. Ah, cool. Yeah, so you're probably one of the people I remember talking to about that. Well, I'm glad to hear that it helps. Let's see. Missed a few messages. I hope I don't get burnt out on top of doing work on my add-ons. And, I mean, I know what I signed up for, right? The thing about this is, I am not doing this because I wanted just, like, a video series. I think the reality of, like, burnout, right, is... generally, when I get burnt out on stuff, which, like, don't get me wrong, I've gotten really burnt out on stuff before. Like, even working on the add-on, like, I got kind of burnt out on it after the initial launch. It's one of the many reasons why, like, I kind of took a break during Prague. Obviously, I explained also, it would have been really tricky to make meaningful updates, but it's, I spent a lot of time getting the alt route done, and I needed a break from that. Because, like, look, I want to continue working on Fall the Arrow. I've been updating it recently. But coding is not something that I'm, like, absolutely in love with, right? It's a means to an end. Like, my dad often talks about coding as, like, you know, he loves coding so much, and he, like, really enjoys it and stuff like that. And I'm just like, okay. It's, like, I can do it. It's fine. But I definitely don't enjoy it as much as some people seem to. But this healer thing, this is not something that I necessarily did for content, right? Like, this is something that I had wanted to do. Like, I think I've mentioned this before. I was initially planning on doing this back in War Within Season 3. And I was gonna start off by making a video kind of like the Prot Warrior Catch a Gearing one, the thing linked in the pins. And I just wasn't able to for various reasons, partially Legion Remix, just too busy, and then also, like, some stuff got changed, and that video would have taken too long to make, so I just kind of postponed doing this challenge. But it's been something that I've wanted to do for quite a while, just for myself. So whenever you have something like that, it's, oh, shit. Okay, I'm alive. So it's a lot easier when it's something you want to do personally, and then I just kind of decided, fuck it, I should stream the process. But if I wasn't streaming right now, I would still be doing exactly this, working on my European account off stream. And in fact, pretty much all of the time that I've been spending outside of stream over the past 2 weeks, I have still been chipping away at this. I've been doing delves and whatnot, but it's not always super interesting to show. So it's definitely something that, at least for now, I don't see myself getting burnt out on, just because it was always something that I wanted to do for myself. The whole Keystone Hero Challenge thing has always been very intrinsically motivated. So it's harder to get burnt out as a result. But yeah, I mean, it will be a long journey for sure, but that's why I'm keeping things, like, flexible, right? Because, like, the learning process for anything is not always super clear-cut in terms of how long it's going to take. It takes different people different amounts of time to learn things. So I'm not holding myself to any, like, fixed metric. It's why, like, I've had the ongoing challenge of I want to get Keystone Hero on every single spec in the game in the same season, and that has been a running challenge since War Within Season 2. And every single season, I reset my progress, and I try again. But the reason I'm doing that is because it's not necessarily a, like, I need to hit this arbitrary metric. I'm just basically just acknowledging this is a long-term goal of mine, and I'm, every season as I make progress, I upload some of the videos to YouTube, because some people enjoy watching along with it, and cool. And then honestly, there's been a few times where I start learning a spec, but I only get, like, halfway through, and I don't, like, post a full video, but I'm still chipping away at it. Like, I never ended up posting, like, a Keystone Hero on every spec video for Subtlety Rogue, Ellie Shaman, Marksmanship Hunter. I actually, technically never finished that. I don't even know if I ever technically finished Survival, even though that is a spec that obviously I've played a lot over time. Arcane Mage never got its own episode or anything like that. What else? Technically, Devastation Evoker has never gotten its own episode, and that's a spec that I play a lot. And so these are all specs that either I already play semi-often. Fury Warrior I've already played quite a bit, but I never actually, because I did Prot Warrior, and then I never got around, because I wanted to do every class first, before playing the off-specs. Rep Paladin, I think, that one I technically did. I finished that episode. But there's been a lot of specs that I've started learning, but I never technically fully completed Keystone Hero, so I never posted a video about it. But I did get, like, a much more solid understanding of those specs. Like, I don't think I really drew attention to this in the, like, the Ellie Shaman leveling, but I'd like to think that I felt a lot more comfortable on Ellie Shaman than I did when I played it a few years ago, because at this point, I've at least dabbled with it. I still made some mistakes, I'm not super experienced with it, but I have spent more time over the last year looking into it and trying to learn it. And definitely more than when I played it, like, for leveling back in Dragonflight or whatever. So I felt a lot more comfortable, and even if it wasn't the fastest thing ever, just because Ellie Shaman struggled a little bit, I mean, I didn't die a single time that leveling run. And there were some rough moments there. So I've been trying to just learn more and more and more, and that's just my metric, right? But my hope is that, eventually I will be able to say that I am at least proficient with every single spec, but that is definitely a long process. But frankly, this is just one part of that process that I've been doing for over a year at this point. And technically, if you count tank specs, I've been doing it for however fucking long I've been Mythic raiding, since fucking Legion. Been like 10 years at this point. And, like, look, are there still things that I could learn for tanks? Almost certainly. I'm never going to say that I've learned everything there is to know. Especially for, like, dungeon tanking, I definitely think there's, like, more extremely advanced tricks that I can learn. I don't think I've completely exhausted that, but I do think it is probably fair to say that I have hit, like, heavy diminishing returns in terms of, like, tank learning. I've at this point, like, for a very, very, very long time, for a very long time, my goal, like, my guiding star goal, I don't know if I ever voiced this, but in my head, I always wanted to be able to say that I've gotten cutting edge with every single tank spec in the game. And that was something that I really, really wanted to be able to do. And I've done it at this point. As of Undermine, I've done it. And now, oh shit, that's really good. That was one of the, and we got a Catalyst charge. One of the last slots that I really needed to replace. I forgot to use my Beacon of Hope. This is the problem with being yap debuffed constantly. And, and sitting here and just reading chat. I forget to do things like that. What's the fastest delve that I could do right now? Honestly, it might just be to rerun Calamitous. Probably is. It's fine. Handy notes. Huh. That's not good. Fuck it, I'll rerun Calamitous. I'm not in a rush. And yeah, you missed that whole arc, Pia. I got, my main account got wrongly banned. That's how I started multi-boxing in the first place. So, yeah, I think I mentioned this in passing. I don't know if I ever confirmed it was because of that. But when I started leveling up, like, a lot of duplicate druids and stuff, the reason why Elvara is my main druid now is that is on my second account. So, Raccoon is obviously on my main account, and Raccoon was not available for me to play, so I had to make a new druid, and I didn't want to just make Raccoon 2, so I made another druid, Elvara, and that's ended up being the druid that I've played ever since. Raccoon's still there if I ever need him, though. Yeah, debuff is so real, true. Tuscan said, "Hi, Harldan, can you explain what you're doing here? What is Zero to Hero?" I mean, I think I've probably answered that in passing over the past, like, 5 or so minutes. But yeah, and technically, what I define as it in my head is I want it to be, I fully understand the spec, right? Like, that is what I consider to be valuable. I want to be able to say I can actually understand these specs. Keystone Hero as in 2500, but also the strict terms that I'm applying for these challenges is a time 10 in every dungeon, so I can't just get, like, 12s in a few and get 2500 without doing at least every single dungeon once. So my strict definition is a time 10 in all of the dungeons, which that is more than enough to get you to 2500, which is officially what Blizzard defines as Keystone Hero. But that is a generic metric that I am using as, like, I guess a benchmark, right? To say this is at least, at the very least, how proficient I am with this spec. But I'm going to keep going on all of them, and I'm going to see, especially for this challenge, the goal is after I've done all of that, I'm going to try to apply for a Mythic Raiding Guild on Europe as a healer, and see if I can get cutting edge on Europe as well. Obviously, I'm not going to do that on every single spec, right? That would be insane to do all that at once, but I will pick, probably at that point, whatever my favorite healer spec is, or maybe whatever healer spec is in more demand. I'll see. That one I'll determine at that point in time. But after I'm done learning all of them, at the very least I'll be able to say I can play all of them at a functional level, and now I can apply to guilds with it, and hopefully, maybe, at that point, I'm able to join one, and then I can raid as well. And then the idea, right, like I said, for tanks, my long-term goal was always, I want to be able to get cutting edge on every single tank, and I have. So now, like, I will say to an extent, I do kind of feel like I haven't learned all that much for tanks. Like, I think, don't get me wrong, I played really well this tier. I think overall, I played exceptionally well. I'm really happy with my performance so far this tier, like during Prague, as a tank. But I really don't feel like anything especially challenged me Honestly, this tier felt kind of more like a victory lap rather than anything. I got the opportunity to flex my skills on 4 different tank specs, and I kind of kicked ass on all 4 of them. And, like, it was fun, for sure. I enjoyed it, but there is a part of me that's like, you know, I miss the feeling of, you know, constantly learning. So I'm like, all right, now I'm going to try healers. What if you don't know you're being carried by people in the group? Well, I mean, you never know for sure. Which is the reason why, again, I'd like to think that I'm pretty good at least determining whether or not I am being shit or not. There have been times where I feel like I've said this before, but I got Keystone Hero on Prez 3 times already. I did Keystone Hero on Prez back in Undermine. I did Keystone Hero on Prez in Mana Forge Omega, and then I still did not feel like I really understood Prez. So this Evoker on Europe, I played this in War Within Season 3, and I did Keystone Hero on Prez a 3rd time just to feel like I understood it. And it wasn't until the 3rd time that I actually felt like, yeah, I understand the spec. Like, midway through, I'm like, suddenly it all clicked. And then, I'll be honest, you at a certain point know, like, okay, I understand what's going on here, right? And I'd like to think that, you know, if you played this game long enough, you're able to tell, realistically, whether you are genuinely being carried or performing well. Now, obviously, there are going to be some people out there who don't, and who do genuinely just kind of coast by, not realizing they're being carried. But I have played this game long enough, at a high enough level, to know when I am being completely boosted through a dungeon, right? So, and to the point where I was able to detect that I genuinely felt like I was not playing well. I got Keystone Hero twice and still felt like I did not play as well as I could have. And it wasn't until I did it a 3rd time that I finally was like, I get it now. And then I could tell, right? Like, I was doing obscene shit as Prez once it clicked that I could never have imagined doing, like, a few weeks earlier, because I just didn't understand it at, like, that high enough of a level. But then when something clicks, like, you know it clicks. You're like, oh my god, I get it now. And it's a really satisfying feeling. And I've had that with tanks before, so I kind of knew when I had it with Prez. You never know, but also does it matter at all? I doubt Harldan has fans waiting around for his key in all levels. Well, that's not the point, right? I don't think that was the point Setname was making. I think mostly the point was... because genuinely, this is true, right? In the anecdote I just gave, I was not being carried, like, quite literally carried by people, like viewers or whatever, through those 2 Prez Keystone Heroes. Those were random people, and yet I still felt like I was being carried, like, metaphorically speaking, right? I was not quite literally being completely dragged, you know, dead body through the dungeon, but I definitely felt like they were rough dungeon runs that could have been a hell of a lot cleaner if I knew what I was doing. And I definitely felt like I was the weakest player in a lot of those runs. And that if I was, like, I distinctly remember feeling, because, like, disc clicked for me very early on. I got a pretty good handle on Disc Priest before much time. And I distinctly remember feeling like I didn't understand Prez because I was healing 12s on Disc Priest in War Within, like, really early. And that was, like, before I had really played that much Prez and Resto Shaman. And I'm like, wow, I get this. Like, I'm able to survive, like, really, really, really big pulls and keep everybody up. And it feels intuitive. And then I would do 10s on Preservation and struggle extremely hard. And I don't know why. Why am I able to heal higher keys on Disc? And obviously, to an extent, like, Disc is good, right? But it wasn't, like, I knew for a fact it wasn't just, like, spec difference. Like, I was just playing poorly. I was letting people drop dead. I knew that I was making mistakes. We still timed the keys, but I knew that I could be playing better. And so that, like, metaphorically speaking, is what I define as being carried. At the very least, I did not feel like I really understood those specs. And that is what I view as important for a challenge like this. Let's see. Genuinely wondering right now, are you Europe or NA? Because I heard you raid on NA. Yeah, so my main accounts are on North America. This is my Europe account. And obviously I'm still raiding on North America. I might actually stream my North American raid tomorrow. I'm thinking about it. I mean, if enough people want to see it, like, I'll do it. But I'm in the process of working on this second account, which is Europe. And the idea would be then I'd be raiding in 2 guilds at once. I'd be raiding in my North American guild, which at this point we're on farm, right? So lower hours. And then, you know, during this farm period where we don't have as much to do, I'd be raiding in another guild on Europe. Now, the nice thing is, on Europe, obviously the times are different. So when, what's it called? When most European guilds raid, it's like afternoon for North America. So there would never be any overlap, which is why this would work out well. Whereas, like, if I tried to find a different guild to raid in on North America, it would be very hard to find something where none of the times conflicted with my main guild. And obviously, you know, I'm not leaving my main guilds, right? I just want to learn on the side. Stasis is the most simple yet convoluted ability. All the combos you can do makes your head hurt. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Let me try and catch up on chat a little bit. For what was I thought was going to be a small second channel stream, very active chat, which, you know, hey, can't complain. See somebody talking about the prey change. You only die at prey bosses with Dev Evoker for some reason. I mean, you could always play Prez. Like, I was doing world content on Prez before I had 240 item level. At, like, fresh level 90, it still does decent damage, and it can't die. One Paladin caster prey boss gave you a lot of trouble. I could see that. Sub 240 item level Evoker, once you have decent gear, it's absolutely fine. Yeah. I do think, like, honestly, I felt perfectly fine with Prez. It was slow to kill stuff, but you will never die, pretty much. There's always the chance to get the item from the vault that you're spending bonus rolls for, if you're lucky. True. But then it also has the added advantage of removing it from the pool. So it's extra good. Being able to farm tier 2 delves for a mythic bonus roll is definitely too strong, but the alternative of Blizzard splitting tokens of merit over different tiers is bound to be designed horribly. Yeah, I mean, there are bad ways to design it, but I would like to think that the suggestion I gave of there's still a fixed cap, right? So you could, in theory, do, like, lower level content and get a good amount of progress for it, but then if you just do a few mythic things, then you'll get the maximum value without having to do extra stuff. So I think that would be, like, the best of both worlds. We can make a group for Emissary Quest. 5 low-level M+ is easy. I mean, I don't know if I'm necessarily going to make a group. Like, if you want to snipe me in M+, you're welcome to. But I'm going to try to at least do some, like, lower-level M+ to get, like, you know, get my feet wet a little bit. But then also just finish up the quest. Mourning the loss of Raccoon, that account is back then. Yeah. I mean, Raccoon still exists. It's just at this point, Elvara is like... Elvara has been my main druid for almost 2 years at this point. And I wasn't even really playing Raccoon all that much. Because like, it just so happened that around the time when that happened... Like, I think I leveled and played Raccoon in Dragonflight a little bit. And... it wasn't, like, Druid obviously was okay in M+, and, like, Aberrus, but for the most part, it was not a great tank. So I just had no reason to play it for the most part. And I got my false ban at the end of Dragonflight, going into War Within. And then Nerubar Palace was one of the first tiers in a very long time where Guardian Druid was, like, super duper meta. So it just kind of coincided that on the tier where Guardian Druid ended up being really good was literally right when I had to make a second account because I got wrongly banned. And so that's when I made Elvara and started playing that. If that had not happened, there is a chance that I would have ended up playing Raccoon. But then because I ended up playing that Druid as my main, like, that's what I got Cutting Edge with in Nerubar Palace. Obviously, now I have, like, a lot of sentimental attachment to that character, as well as Raccoon, and so I keep playing it. What were some of my clicks and realizations about Prez? You always struggle to make the most out of stasis, and you feel like sometimes you just run out of buttons to press, especially with the loss of Spirit Bloom. Um, I think so. Definitely, stasis was a big one. Knowing how to properly utilize stasis as like planning that ahead, and really just using all my healing CDs because Prez is very bursty. So knowing how to play around like the incoming damage, definitely like that took some time to adjust to. Um, Time dilation. Time dilation I kind of got a hang of early on. That one I don't necessarily think was a Prez thing, more of just a general healer thing that as I started to learn more healers, I got more comfortable about using my externals aggressively in dungeons because normally I'm used to like when I'm tanking in raids, externals are things that I directly call for, but in dungeons like you do just need to make judgment calls on this person's being targeted, I'm going to like pain sup them or time dilate them. And the first healer I really tried to learn was Resto Shaman, which doesn't really have any externals. So when I first started learning healing, I wasn't used to that, so that took me some time to adjust to. I think I figured that out pretty quickly, especially once I started playing Disc Priest and Pain Sup, I was able to use pretty effectively. So then I started using Time Dilate more on Prez. The big things for me, I think, was like a combination of two things. One, just using my echoes more often. I was very like entrenched in the idea because it's like what I read on like guides and stuff that the way I had to heal was setting up lifebind windows and doing like setting up echoes and then verdant embracing and then getting everybody like linked with lifebind and then pumping out healing into the connected lifebind players. And that's how I learned Prez, but it felt like outside of that, I wasn't really sure how to keep people up. And I kind of struggled with that. It felt like everybody would just be rotting. And it was like I would top everybody during lifebind windows, and then I didn't really know what to do outside of it. And I was afraid to use my echoes for anything else. And I got out of using that as often. And I think now it doesn't exist, right? Like lifebind only links one player. It doesn't get mirrored with VE anymore. I remember hearing that. So that's something that, now I guess I wouldn't have been able to rely on anyway. But what's it called? Because I stopped relying on that, I started using echoes a lot more freely. Of like, I would still set up lifebind windows, especially with temporal anomaly, and get like the little echo just to mirror that. But my actual echoes, I started using a lot more aggressively for like living flame and I guess chrono flame and reversions. And then that kind of goes into the really big thing that I learned on Prez that kind of changed it for me. And this is the big tip that my Preservation Evoker guildie told me about, was using reversion more often. Because I was really only using reversion as like an oh shit tank heal thing. And like if somebody got spiked, I healed them. But keeping reversion rolling on like pretty much everybody for what talent is it? I can switch to Prez. I think it's called Golden Hour. I forget exactly what it is. Reversion. Yeah, okay, so Golden Hour is the instant heal, right? So this is what I was used to, of where you use reversion as a way to basically, like, spam, like, blast somebody back up to higher health. But, yeah, this thing, Grace Period. Grace Period, and then there's, like, some other stuff, too. I'm trying to think of, what it is. Yeah, I know this. I'm assuming I'll probably talent into this. I haven't looked at, Preservation Evoker talents just yet. But I remember once I realized that there were a lot of things where while reversion is rolling on somebody, they take more healing. And then it also gives you... there's something where it's like, when reversion ticks, it has a chance to give you, like, more instant cast something. I don't know where it is. Yes, this, Life Spark. Reversion healing is a chance to cause your next living flame to cast instantly and deal 50% increased damage or healing. So once I started keeping reversion, like, rolling more actively, like doing echo, echo, echo reversion on people who had just taken a little bit of damage, then all my healing was more effective, and then I was getting more instant cast living flames, which is like a really good way to top people up. So that made things a lot easier, and that was like a big shift for me. And now I know the Prez Apex talent is like reversion related. Yeah, your reversion turns into Marithra's Blessing. which is automatically splashes onto other people. And then it looks like there's, yeah, reversion, then negates damage, and when you dream breath, you get dream... Wait, which one is dream breath? Is that... That's dream flight. Dream breath is just the regular breath. Right. So when you dream breath, you're guaranteed to get this thing. So... Yeah, so you're guaranteed a Marithra's Blessing, which is like a beefy reversion with dream breath, but then you also have a chance to proc it. Cool. Yeah, so I'll have to see how it feels. Though I've played around with Prez at least a little bit at this point, doing like solo healing myself in delves and whatnot, and it feels pretty solid. It's definitely a little bit different from what I remember in War Within, but I don't think it is like so much different that after a few keys I won't be like, oh yeah, this feels natural again. So that was the big thing for me that kind of like, you know, flipped that switch of like, I get it now. This is how I keep people alive. Let's see. Reversion is basically the Restoration Druid hot for preservation. And yeah, keep in mind, I have not played Restoration Druid at all yet. So hot playstyles are just not something I was familiar with. Up until I played Prez, the two playstyles of healer that I had tried is I had played Resto Shaman, which is entirely reactive. Like, you technically throw Riptide up there, but it doesn't really do much. 90% of your healing as Resto Shaman is just slamming Healing Surge and Chain Heal. And then I was also playing Totemic mostly, so I would throw my totem down, I would sometimes like throw Riptide up there, and then I would just chain heal, and then get like the Cleave Healing Surge. And when I learned healing with Resto Shaman, that like, I always had a way to just slam healing into people. And it was like, that's how I learned to heal. And so that's what I was used to. And then I played Disc Priest, and obviously Disc Priest is different, but Disc Priest is like, you apply Atonement, and then you do your damage rotation. And that kind of clicked early on, because I'm like, oh yeah, I could do this. As long as Atonement's on everybody, I just go to town, I just blast the mob, and then I do crazy healing. And then all I needed to figure out was like how to do... at the time I learned Oracle, so I was like, how do I play around the, like, your abilities reset thing? But once I learned how that rotation flows, it kind of felt like playing a DPS. So it was a different playstyle, but I had, like, permanent healing. The only thing was I needed to make sure I had my damage abilities ready to go. And then you had, like, the barrier or whatever it was as disc as a way to, like, negate some damage. There were other things, like you would do Piety into Ultimate Penitence or whatever. You had options that I recall. It doesn't... I've played around with it a little bit now, and it seems very similar to what I remember. But then I played Prez, and Prez is, like, completely different. And yeah, like, obviously the whole reversion thing. I was used to Riptide being like... Riptide is like, okay, yeah, nobody's taking that much damage right now, so you can throw up Riptide with a spare GCD, so that when they are taking damage, you're doing a little bit more healing. And technically, like, Whispering Waves, I think, I don't know if that's still a thing, but that was, like, built on Riptide, right? Where every single healing wave is replicated onto a person with Riptide. But, like, I wasn't playing that in M+. I was playing Totemic Chain Heal build, which is primarily just slam chain heals. So Riptide was kind of just tertiary to everything else that I was doing, whereas, obviously, Reversion ended up being a really big part of Prez healing, and then I'm sure, like you said, for Resto Druid, it probably would have made a lot more difference with your hots. I know Resto Druid is primarily hot focused, but I am not used to that playstyle, but I guess I will be learning soon. Rip Atonement healing feels strongman? What does that mean? As far as you're aware, you pretty much always want it on, and it's pretty easy to do due to temporal anomaly, yeah. And yeah, I remember that was Seraphina. You just happened to be on Twitch. Yeah, I'm streaming on my second channel on YouTube this time, so... I know a few people prefer to just watch on Twitch. It's easier that way. I think I finally caught up on chat. Oh wait, I missed one message. I don't think I read this. Is pre-90 Tank Valeera like bugged? She does nothing as a tank while leveling. I mean, I don't think Tank Valeera is just pretty... Like, Tank Valeera is not really that good at all, if we're being honest. I haven't tried her while leveling. I don't think a single time. So she might be especially bad while leveling. That's possible, but I don't think Tank Valeera is that good at max level either, so it would not surprise me if she's not good for leveling. I mean, genuinely, I cannot think of a single reason to ever run Tank Valeera while leveling. If you are... In the vast majority of cases, you should just run DPS Valeera while leveling, because most specs, if they're, like, scaling well, right, they should have, you know, with level 81 gear, they should have enough favorable scaling to do all the delves at a point where you don't actually need to worry about survivability, and then you can just run DPS Valera, and she'll just do more damage. And then if you are doing things like, for instance, Calamitous spam, where some specs do struggle to survive Calamitous spam, in that case, obviously run Healer Valera. That is the only time I've run Healer Valera that I can remember. But Tank Valera would not meaningfully help with something like Calamitous spam, so I don't think that would be worthwhile. Also, this will actually be a very good opportunity for science. I've been meaning to test something, so what I wanted to test is, did they nerf the ability to farm endless Delver's Journey progress with the Nemesis boxes? Or Nemesis... Oh shit, I'm in Prez. Okay, well, I should probably swap to... Okay, my Valera does have a spec, so she's not bugged. I'll swap to Dev. But I distinctly know that I farmed Delver's Journey progress by spam running Nemesis boxes in Invasive Glow over and over, and it is not working the last time I tested it. So either they nerf that, or you can only do that when it is a Bountiful Delve, and then maybe after the Bountiful status has been cleared, you can still get Delver's Journey progress by running it over and over and farming the Nemesis boxes. So, Calamitous, this is the Bountiful Delve. We did this earlier. It is no longer bountiful because I already did it. But if I get the full Nemesis box and I don't get Delver's Journey from it, then I think it's safe to say they removed that ability. They stealth nerfed it at some point. Or maybe they actually patched it and I just missed those notes. But maybe my theory was correct, and that's the reason why. Alright. Let's... You... Yeah, Valera's actually holding threat pretty effectively here, because I'm doing decent damage on my Dev Evoker, and DPS Valera is still tanking these mobs. Kind of interesting that despite not even being, like, level 60, she's only, what, level 47? Wow. I got a lot of Valera XP off those delves I did today. This is, higher level than I thought I could get in such a short time. But yeah, she's already at a point where she's doing pretty effective damage in DPS spec. Let's, this. Try... I don't want to pull those other mobs. Okay, now I have threat on this, but also I kind of... She was hitting other stuff. I wonder if she'll be able to rip threat off me. Yep, she did. Alright, goddamn. Go Valera. And she's just face-tanking this and taking absolutely zero damage. Kind of fucking wild. Okay, so... There was... Yeah, I want to try and get... this. Of course, Valera pulls this fucking... Well... I didn't want to pull this. I thought she would go into stealth, and then I wouldn't have to fight this. Here, while I... She does this. She's gotten herself killed. Okay, Valera, that's not good. You know what? I'm gonna fly into the Bug Zapper. We're just gonna... Yeah, we're gonna reset that. It's not worth it. for that one mislaid curiosity. I don't think I'm going to die enough times to where I care about losing one life. Okay. Okay. I need to use my Beacon of Hope. I need to use my Beacon of Hope. I need to use my Beacon of Hope. If I don't repeat it to myself over and over and over and over again, I'm going to forget because I am fucking stupid, and I've forgotten like 3 times already. I need to use my Beacon of Hope. I need to use my Beacon of Hope. I'm gonna go there immediately, and I'm just gonna use it. I'm gonna immediately use my Delver's Bounty so that I don't forget for like the 3rd time. At the very least, I mean, this technically isn't wasted because I am getting Valyra XP out of this, so, you know. It's, well, and we get to do science, so if we're getting science, then it is never truly wasted. Okay, Beacon of Hope. Here we go. You feel like they buffed your XP gains, but you can't prove it? Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I mean, I have done a lot of delves. Like, a fucking lot of delves. So, I can't really say for sure. Speaking of which, I should probably do Nullius soon. Obviously, there's no reason for me to rush to do that right now, but like, I could probably do it really easily as Prez. Fuck, I'm hitting the wrong keybind. That bleed. Why? Dude, my keyboard is sliding all over the place and I keep hitting the wrong fucking key. Okay. What the fuck? Something just randomly fucking trucked me. At least we got this done. I mean, technically, even if I had died, I still would have gotten the Nullius box. Huh. Okay. Well, that's nice, I suppose. I'll probably upgrade the Crit Mastery Dagger that has speed on it. I wonder what stats I want as Prez. I have the guide pulled up. Let me double check. Let's see, stat priority. I want... Okay, Crit Mastery and then Haste a little bit more for Mythic Plus. So it's the same as I remember, so I'll probably still use Crit Mastery here. And that's, yeah, that's versatility anyway, so. Cool, cool, cool. And then I have, yeah. I'll have to look at my talent builds after I'm ready to... Did I go for the first 4K Nullius achievement? Yes, I did. Yeah, I got it on North America. I was in, like, the 3,500 range. The stream's actually on my Stream Archive channel, if you want to see it. I think it's still public. Because basically, it was one of the very few streams I actually did throughout, like, the entire month of March and April. But I kind of figured, okay, I'm probably not going to make a video about this, so I want it at least documented somewhere. And after, it was, like, I think, like, 2 in the morning or something like that when it closed on North America. So my raid had just finished, and it was at, like, 2.8k. And I figured, you know, I may as well try and get it tonight because, you know, it might fill up soon. And then I spent like an hour after raid to go make food. I came back, it was at like 3.2k. And I was like, oh fuck, it's closing tonight for sure. Because I think everybody had the exact same realization as I did of like, wait, this is free as fuck. If I don't get it right now, I'm going to completely miss out. So then I figured, fuck it, I'll stream it. So the stream's still there. You can go find it. I think I got it on my 3rd try. It's, like, on Brewmaster Monk, honestly, it was a complete fucking joke, so... yeah. There were a bunch of people in my guild who tried it, and some of them got it. A few of them barely missed the deadline, though. Which was unfortunate. I know one of them was trying on a road for ages, and then eventually gave up. One of them was trying to do the healer trick, but couldn't quite figure it out. And then by the time that he finally figured out how to do it, it had already closed. Unfortunate. You wanted to try it after raid, assuming it would last for that long? It did not. Oh, was that on, like, Europe, I'm guessing? Yeah, because it closed around, like, 4 a.m., 4 or 5 a.m. on North America. So, what I think ended up happening, though, is because, like, on North America, basically, the first, like... I double-checked after the fact. There were very few kills for, like, the first 3 or so hours, because I think the vast majority of people didn't think that it was going to be that easy. So, you can see that it, like... I think it wasn't until, like, 9 p.m. or something, when... And, like, the servers came up around, like, 4, when, like, the first 100 kills rolled in. And then over, like, 9 p.m. to, like, midnight, you got, like, 1,000 more kills. And then at a certain point, like, it just kind of snowballed. Once everybody realized, wait, this is free as fuck, tons of people went in. And then also, like, around the time, like, I figured out that it was free mid-raid. Which I think, like, Wowhead, when it hit 1,000 players, I think Wowhead made a post around, like, 1,500. It was in the middle of my raid. And, like, I had already heard this is really easy, because I had, like, 1 or 2 friends that were trying to do it, who, like, don't raid. And they were like, oh, yeah, you should definitely do this. It's very doable. And then Wowhead made the post, and then after Wowhead made their post about it, it started just rapidly climbing. And like I said, it was already at, like, I think 2.5k by the time my raid ended, and then 3.2k, like, 30 minutes to an hour later after I finished making food. So, it was a massive snowball. And then, I think around that point, like, around the time when it was close to 3k in North America, that's when the European servers came up. So, the moment that the servers came up on EU, everybody already knew this is extremely free. And when you have that knowledge, I think you didn't have that, that basically, like, 6 or so hour grace period that we had on North America, where everybody thinks it's way too hard to buy. Oh, okay, dude. That's silly. Whatever. But yeah, you didn't have that grace period where, like, nobody's actually trying it because nobody actually thinks it's gonna close. So Europe had to deal with that, like, snowball effect pretty much from moment 1. So I would imagine that, yeah, it would have been tricky in that case. Oh, fuck me. Hello? I must not have my self-target Emerald Blossom macro. I don't know why. I'm hitting the button, and it's not actually casting on me. I don't know why. Oh, okay. Mandate proc. Cool. Alright, well that's all Nemesis packs. So now all I need to do is blow up the remaining stabilizers. Ideally, killing as few mobs as possible to not waste time. Somehow Valeera didn't pull anything, so that's good. Oh, it was North America. Ah, okay, you didn't see the news until the morning. Gotcha. Yeah. If you weren't able to stay up super late, which there were a few people on my raid team who didn't have a lot of time to stay up. And obviously, yeah, it closed at like 4 a.m.-ish. Nice. I don't think that I'll be in combat with anything. And sneak arounds. You tried it with Havoc and Vengeance, it was miserable? Yeah. That does not sound fun. It hurts your soul every time you say it's free. You got two-shotted as an item level 240 Havoc from Melee. I mean, like, I get what you mean, for sure. Well, to be fair, I said it's free as Brewmaster. And it is very easy for a Nemesis boss. Because keep in mind, it's not meant to be done at 240 item level. The fact that we were able to get, like, fill the Hall of Fame that quickly at all is because it is very easy. And because, especially, there are certain specs that were able to trivialize it. The fact that you can completely trivialize it as a healer makes it objectively very easy. Now, specs that can't take advantage of a lot of the cheese strats, obviously, yeah, they're going to struggle a little bit. Vengeance Demon Hunter definitely being one of the weaker tanks would, especially for something like that, would struggle with it quite a bit, yeah. Havoc Demon Hunter is in a weird spot where Havoc has really good sustain. So, what I suspect you would have wanted to do as a Havoc DH is, if you had enough gear, run DPS Valeera and just burn it down before the scaling really kicks in. But then that would require you to have enough gear, enough survivability, to where your soul generation is able to keep you alive through the, like, everything else. And it's entirely possible that at that item level, you would just get one shot from time to time if you didn't, like, fully top up. And, like, yeah, that, you know, there's really not a whole lot you can do. For sure. So, in that case, it's not free. Definitely, I would say, at low item level, it would be tricky. And while Havoc absolutely could have managed it with Healer Valeera, like, I mean, some people in my guild did that, we were like 250-something item level because, you know, Mythic raiding guilds, we had, like, heavily optimized our gear. So it was like, really, really, really easy for us relative to people who are just going in there with, like, World Quest gear, right? But objectively speaking, it is easy if you approach it like the intended way. The only issue is, that, like, honestly, the way they designed it was just unfair, right? Because if it was designed to where mechanically it was at least somewhat challenging, then you wouldn't have been able to just brute force it with gear. And you were able to brute force it with gear, but only some specs, and only really if you had, like, strong item level for that day, which people who are obviously trying to, like, progress raid initially had that item level, but a lot of casual players probably weren't thinking, like, oh, it's going to close literally day one, so I need to min-max my item level in the preseason weeks, which obviously Mythic Raiders were already doing. So in that sense, it was unfair. Like, if there had been a lot of mechanical difficulty, think like Kai Veza, right? Which, admittedly, I killed Kai Veza day one, so it's not like it was impossible to do day one, and especially in that case, it was not an early expansion boss, so a lot of people had gear carried over already. But I think, like, I definitely was an outlier, I think, killing Kai Veza within 10 pulls on day one. That definitely is not most people's experience with it. So, you know, I'll toot my own horn a little bit there. I definitely think I did pretty well on that. But I also, you know, I was playing Brewmaster Monk, and I did Mythic Kai'Veza when it came out, so I already knew some of those mechanics, and I'd like to think I picked up the remaining ones pretty quickly. But most people struggled with it, including people I knew on my raid team, right? So you would not have had 4,000 kills. I do not think there were 4,000 Kai'Veza kills day one, and even if there had been an incentive for it, I don't necessarily think it would have happened. It might have been close, though. It definitely would have filled week one. And bare minimum, I think what Blizzard needs to do next time, which I've been calling this out, by the way, for like months. The moment it got data mined, I said it better work like actual Hall of Fame, where it is up until the end of the first week. Like, that would have at least been fair, right? Because realistically speaking, somebody getting a bit more gear from Delves and doing it later in week one compared to what I did it on day one, functionally, there's no difference in terms of, like, skill or anything like that. It's just, it was really unfair with how it shaped up. So, yeah, they definitely should have done that type of Hall of Fame. I think that would have been a lot more legit. Now, admittedly, in this case, it would have been a completely free title that every single person would be wearing right now. So it would have taken away some of the value of it. But right now, well, I do have a fairly exclusive title. Really, all it says is that I was able to get good gear, play a good spec, and then be there at the right time, which doesn't really say a whole lot. But I don't know. I still think it would have been better for it to be a free title and have a lot of people get the opportunity to try it than it be the situation we had, which I don't think anybody liked. Only thing that worries you in Delves are the Nemesis Whiplashers. Yeah, those ones. They are very, very, very annoying. I mean, that, frankly, the only real death I had there was literally to that exact pack. But that was also dumb. I hovered out of one, and then I barely passed through the hitbox of the other, which is like, fucking whatever. Okay, so, also, oh, I didn't look. I did! Yes! Yes. Look. Look at this. My Warband's reputation with Delve Season 1 increased by 125. I did actually get Delver's Journey Progress from that Nemesis box. So I was right. If you spam farm Delves and farm the Nemesis box on like tier 11, when it is bountiful, even after you clear the bountiful status, you still get what's it called? You still get Delver's Journey progress on it. So that is why I wasn't getting any Delver's Journey when I was doing Invasive Glow before, but this time I was. So, well, I guess that's unfortunate, right? Because I was initially thinking that would be an easier way to farm it. I didn't realize how lucky I got. And the problem with that now is the odds of getting a bountiful Invasive Glow is actually quite low, because there's now 4 Delves in Eversong that it can alternate between. So it needs to be that exact variant on that exact 1 in 4 bountiful day. So, like, theoretically tomorrow, the odds that we get that pattern is what? That would be 1 out of 6, right? Because there's a 1 in 2 chance of it being that variant, because it always switches to one of the other 2 variants at random, and it always alternates Bountiful Delves, and the current Bountiful Delve was Darkway today. So it'll be one of the other 3 Delves, 1 in 3, and then one of the other sets of variants, 1 in 2. So that would be 1 out of 6, right? I think that's how probability works. So in this case, there's only a 1 out of 6 chance that I would be able to even do that tomorrow. At this point, it barely matters, right? Because, like, I'm already this far into the track, but if I had been able to do that earlier, instead of having to grind it out manually on my Demon Hunter, that would have been really nice, but, I mean, here we are. The good news is I managed to replace every single weak slot on my Evoker. So I had Pants and Cloak as my weakest slots, and I got those as rewards. And I don't have a good trinket, so, you know, that's unfortunate. And my second ring is kind of shit, but also, like, that's fine, right? It's not that important. So, yeah, I think it's fine. Like, could I heal low-level M+ with this gear? Absolutely. I should probably do that now. So, I'll put a socket in... I wanted to upgrade this belt, right? Or no, right. What is, Didn't I have... Oh, yeah, no, I got confused. Oh, I wanted to upgrade the weapon. Yes. That was the one I could get for free. And then, before I forget, is there anything else that I can upgrade completely for free that I've forgotten about? I don't want to spend that stuff. Yeah. And then I have 4-piece, right? So I'm not going to spend any of my other currency. I want to hold on to this. Right, I'm going to try and make the most of this stuff. So let's see. I'm trying to think now, is there anything else that I need to do? Or can I just say, fuck it, 4 dungeons? I think, honestly, there's nothing else, like, really that I could do right now other than do this. At least not that would be really worth it. So, yeah, I should set my talents up, and I'll gem and enchant some basic things, and then I'll try to run dungeons. Let me catch up and chat a little bit. I'm your Mole King. Glad to hear it. People were so mad there were only 4K spots. So many people complained about being at work. Yeah. I do think it was overall pretty unfair. And definitely, like Cannon Futter said, the Tank Buster definitely was really janky on that. And the fact that, like, at the end, it was literally just a race of can you kill him before the scaling gets out of control? Nullius is a really shit boss. Nullius is, in my opinion, the worst stealth nemesis boss they've done. Which is kind of surprising, because they had 4 opportunities, right, to get it right. And they've objectively, like, some people didn't like Underpin. I thought Underpin was pretty cool. Zekvir, their very first try, was kind of bad, right? Like, but even, I still think it was better than Nullius. And Kaiveza, everybody really liked. And somehow, after all of that, they, for the very first time ever, do the Hall of Fame thing and put out the most dog shit nemesis boss ever, with, like, bare bones, nothing mechanics. It was really bad. Really, really, really bad. So, I mean, hopefully they do a 180, and whatever the new nemesis boss is significantly better, because Nullius was a colossal disappointment. And the Tank Buster was definitely really annoying. The Tank Buster on my Blood DK, I remember being really annoyed by, because obviously Blood DK, like, you self-heal a lot, but I don't often get myself all the way back up to 100%. So I kind of had to run Healer Valera, because there wasn't really any way for me to reliably get myself back up to 100% without Healer Valera, even if I could Deathstrike to live most of the other damage. So that kind of pissed me off. It's pretty troll. You anticipate the Buster by popping a defensive, but then you just dodge it, or in your case, block it. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Brewmaster, yeah, could just completely trivialize it, so it was RNG, but the fact that you could just RNG take 0 damage definitely made it a hell of a lot easier. Let's see. You recently overhauled your UI after only using Blizzard UI for a long time, so that'll be an interesting thing to get used to. Yeah, I am slightly resistant to change there, so I have not changed my UI, like, ever. But also, I mean, I think at the very least there's enough customization for me in the default Blizzard UI to where I can get it to do the things I need. But definitely, adjusting to a new UI is always going to be a struggle, which is why I usually don't really do it. Despite being a rogue, Valera is not very sneaky. True that. Devastation of Ochre does look like it's pretty fun. It's just a shame hover means the whole battle visage thing is kind of useless. Yeah, I do kind of prefer that I could alternate between, like, visage and not. You technically, like, so when you're in your visage form, you do have, like, you kind of levitate when gliding. So obviously hover will automatically turn you back into your dragon form, but in theory there is a way that they can make it so you just kind of levitate around. Because they do that for the regular glide. I don't know. I'm just like, it especially bums me out on Evoker because, like, I don't have it on North America, right? But my my North American Miao Ying transmog is actually really, really good. I really like it. It's one of my favorite mogs that I've put together. And the fact that I almost never get to see it is disappointing. I don't hate the lizard form as I think a lot of people do, but I also just, I wish I could look at my transmog more. Okay, let's see. So I want item enhancements finger for an expansion. I'm still gonna buy cheap stuff for now because this isn't like super long term. Now, I do know Eyes of the Eagle is like really good. I think even for healers, some of the healers in my guild have said that they think this is worth using. But I could probably justify, what's my lower stat? Mastery or crit? Definitely mastery. So I'm gonna put I'm gonna put on 2 mastery enchants. It's pretty cheap. And then I'm gonna do, I also have a little bit lower haste than I would like. So I could try to address that. I could probably put on... how cheap are Helm enchants? Yeah, this is cheap enough. That's worth it. Shoulder enchants. Yeah, that's pretty cheap as well. Which one is Thalassian Recovery? Chest, I have Hero. So honestly, I'm just going to get a full regular enchant here. I'll do Mark of the World Soul. I'd imagine there's some merit for Mark of the Magister. I don't know how important mana is. I know some specs still have to worry about mana, but I don't know if that's the case for Prez. For... what are people using for weapon enchants? Let me see. Okay, yeah, healers are still using Acuity. And I am seeing some healers use Mark of the Magister. Are all of them using Mark of the Magister? No, some of them are using Mark of the World Soul. Okay. So that should be fine then, especially in M+, where I can drink. Speaking of which, before I forget, because I don't want to walk into a key and then suddenly realize I don't have water. Let's go to Innkeeper. And what's the water called? Is it just Everspring water? Looks like it. Now, I know that, like, in War Within we had Cinder Nectar, and that was, like, a special type of water. I don't know if that's the case now, if there's, like, a new Cinder Nectar or something that gave, like, more mana. Get Follower Dungeon Mage Water. Huh, okay. Is it better than this water? I will look into that. In fact, actually, fuck it, we can just do that now. Let's see. Or do I have to do it as a healer for them to drop Mage Water? Maybe I do. Let's try again. I'll specifically queue as a healer. I didn't think it would matter. Vengeance, if you have Fiery Brands, the Tank Buster is avoided, fine. If you rely on Spikes, there's still a 50-50 chance you'll die. Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a bummer that it works like that. I'm surprised they haven't changed it at this point, because it is kind of silly. Okay, so now there's a mage, right? So presumably... Restore 100% health and mana over 20 seconds. Is that better? Yeah, so what would this be? This is only 80% over 20 seconds. Okay, well... Now I know. The mage is furiously pinging me. But thank you, owner. I did not realize that was a thing. W. Whatever delve boss they make, just keep Dark Massacre away from me with its fuck-ass look mechanic. I don't think it was that bad. I liked that boss. It was a little bit janky. There definitely was some hitbox stuff going on there, so... I understand the frustration. I think I should probably put my Thalassian diamond in the necklace, right? I'll probably end up using this the longest out of anything. So... what else do I want to enchant? Well, I want Equity. And it's like basically the same price, okay. Then... Spell Thread, and then there's Boots enchants, right? Current expansion... I have Champion Boots, so I may as well get a good one. I'll probably end up using this for at least a decent amount of time. And then I have Champion Pants, so I may as well do this. Intellect and... I mean, it's probably better to do maximum mana. Like, if you have to choose on a healer, because in this case, you're sacrificing primary stat for mana. But here, it's just stamina. Probably better to do that. I bought Equity, okay. Well, hello, Mr. Finn. What brings you down here? Yes, meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I wonder if he's here begging for food. Yeah, that's probably why he's here. There's, we have an automated, like, treat disposal thing set up for Mr. Finn. Where at 5 in the morning, it automatically, like, deposits some treats into a bowl for him to eat. Because my dad got tired of him constantly sitting outside the door and then screeching like a banshee at 6 a.m. for food. So... By giving him treats at 5 a.m., it delays his hunger long enough to where nowadays he usually only starts screeching like a banshee at 7 a.m. So, my dad gets 1 extra hour of sleep. Yes. Crazy cat. You wonder if it's a coincidence that the streams you like all have cats? I mean, could be. Mr. Finn. I don't know if you were here, owner, but I did... Finn made a brief guest appearance on the Facecam streams. So, I was able to show him. I had to bribe him with treats. Usually, I mean... This cat loves food, is what it is. What is it? Is it Thalassian Diamond, or I think it's Eversong Diamond. I always confuse the two. Half of the consumables in this expansion are named Thalassian something, the other half are named Eversong something. Yeah, this one. And then I'm gonna put... what I want. I have a lot of mastery now. I kind of want a balance of haste, crit, and mastery. What if I do, like, Masterful Paradox? Right, how expensive are those? Masterful Peridot. I mean, I could go for the cheapo ones. I think in these rings I'm going to cheap out a little bit. But in my belt I'll put a good one. Yeah, just save a little bit of gold. I do have a lot left over on this Evoker. But, I mean, if I do this on every single one of my healers, and then also buy crafted gear and whatnot, like, it's going to add up real fast. So, probably best to do this. And then I also need consumables. So, throw that in there. And then what else? I have most stuff here. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's just consumes now. So I'll buy mana potions. Oh yeah, current expansion only. I don't know how many of these I'll need to use. I'm probably, yeah, I'm just gonna buy... Let's buy 50. Light potential. I'm gonna buy cheap ones too, also buy 50. Then, what flask do I want? Maybe a crit flask. Crit is the stat I want, right? Mastery. No, mastery. Flask of... Magisters is mastery? Yeah. I mean, the difference is so marginal. And the prices... For, like, this, it really doesn't matter. And then... I was about to type Beladar's Bounty. Oh, what the fuck is it called? Royal Roast. Right. Royal Roast. And then... Phoenix Oil. Times 20. I think that's it? Right, what am I forgetting? Flask food oil? Potion? Yeah. I'm not going to augment room the, you know, low-level M+. So... Yeah, put that there. And I'll put this up here so I don't forget. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Dude spent 5k on food? I mean, well, keep in mind, like, how long is it going to take for me to go through all of this well-fed food? Right? Like, I bought the cheap versions of most other stuff because it's like, you know, I'm going to have to use so many of them, but it's 1 hour per, and there's only one fixed quality of this. I may as well just buy a bunch now. Can't hurt. You saw both the kitty and the dog previously? Nice. Shatterak has a giant Maine Coon? Nice. I don't think you'll need to drink it all in M+ yet. Yeah, better to... Yeah, safe than sorry. Make them hardy? Dude, I don't know if I want to set up cooking on Europe. I'll be honest. I still have not done any cooking at all on North America. And I've already finished the raids here, man. So, like, I've already gone through that process once. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. Hello. Health pots. Ah! Yes, good call. No, I don't think it does share a CD with mana pots. Either way, they are good to have. Oh my god, I can't type. So good. Health. I guess I'll buy the cheap ones for now. Alright. Now let me make sure my talents are set up. I think I'll need to change some stuff. Cooking isn't that bad to level. I'm aware, but like, dude, I'm fucking lazy, man. It's, if it doesn't directly benefit, I'm just too lazy to set it up. You wish you had better mogs for your Drakthir, but being a pretty new player means you don't even know what to collect or how long it would take. Yeah. Definitely, like, I mean, kind of that's been my approach on this account, right? Like, I've just been, anytime I see an easy opportunity to get more appearances, I'm just like, sure, grab a bunch. But I've just mostly been passively collecting new stuff, and I threw together whatever transmog I could on Europe. But for many, many years on North America, my approach was always like, if I want to make a transmog, I look into the dressing room and I see, like, what are the pieces that I need to make this transmog work? And then I specifically go out and I target farm that stuff. And these days, honestly, there's often a lot of stuff that I'll already have, and there's only like 1 or 2 pieces that I just still don't have for whatever reason, but also I've just been collecting random transmog by playing every single patch for however long. But sometimes I'll find there's an item from, like, way back when that perfectly fits my transmog and I don't have, and then I go and farm for it. But usually that's what I do. I build the outfit first, and then I seek the pieces. I think that's how most people do it, I'd imagine. But for Evoker, it's especially weird, because, you know, obviously some pieces don't get shown. Is what it is. Okay, what do I want? There's only these 2 choice notes, and okay, it looks like that's what people are running. Yeah. So, see. Let me look at class talents first, because I'd imagine, yeah, Source of Magic, obviously I need to be running, I don't even know why I'm running that. I'll run Source, okay, yeah, so for this I don't need to run Deep Breath Stuns, obviously. Don't need that. Oppressing Roar. Potent Mana. What else? Right, I don't need to run this stuff. Definitely not. Oh, I wasn't running this on Press? Shit. I think I probably just clicked starter builds because it reset all my talents after, let's see. Yeah, I kind of need to take that. What do I drop? I kind of need to drop this stuff. Okay, nobody's running this talent. Protracted Talons. Okay, I was wondering, why the fuck is every single Evoker running this? It's because you need that for 2% leech. Right, okay, well, fucking hell. What can I drop? Guess I have to run Cauterizing Flame. Because I would imagine I would like to run the leech thing. Some people are dropping Extended Flight. I mean, there are like a tiny amount of people who aren't taking that. Some people aren't taking Ancient Flame, so I could drop that. But then also, yeah, it looks like you either drop Ancient Flame and like 1 point of Extended Flight and take 2% leech, or you run this and then you don't bother with this at all. And then what are people running? There are some M+ builds I'm looking at that are running Deep Breath Stuns, which honestly I can see that, right? Like that's This is kind of good for M+, come to think of it. There's also some M+ builds I'm looking at that aren't taking Source of Magic. Wait. Yeah, okay. You're right, Owner. I was gonna say, Source of Magic for dungeons I don't need. Good call. That's why, like, I'm looking at dungeon builds and I'm like, wait, they aren't running Source of Magic. Oh, duh, you can only put this on healers. So, okay, yep, good call, I'm dumb. What are they running instead? Interestingly, I'm seeing some dungeon builds not run innate magic and actually run this instead. I wonder if they're running, like, they're playing for DPS, and that's why they're doing that, and then they don't care about this? That's strange, though. I'm also seeing a lot of dungeon builds run this. So, I guess it looks like for raids, obviously I would run, like, Source of Magic and then, like, the 2% Leech, but maybe for dungeons, it looks like more builds are running this. Like, Scarlet Adaptation. I'm also seeing some people run Sleepwalk, which... How many dungeons does Sleepwalk matter? Because this is, like, Paralysis, right? Or, Imprison. So, probably, for the level of dungeons I'm gonna do, it won't matter right now, but I would want to get used to using this if it's something that I should have. Drop the Tombstone talent in the middle? What, this one? Draconic Legacy? Or Obsidian Bulwark? What Tombstone talent in the middle? I think this, for class talents, this is probably fine. I'll at least confirm this so it doesn't get reset. If I need to change it later on, like if I notice that, oh yeah, there's, you know, a really good opportunity for, what's it called? For Sleepwalk, then maybe I'll run that. Bottom center one, Movement CD. This one? Time Spiral? You're saying don't run Time Spiral. I mean, I guess for dungeons, it probably doesn't matter that much. The dungeon builds I'm looking at are running it. I guess I'm probably not going to make much use out of it myself. I don't think it'll matter. So, like, yeah, it's probably fair to say that, like, in these keys, I won't need it. But what would I need then? I don't really want to get used to having any talent that I'm not normally going to run. Only 100-yard range is useful. What do you mean? Either way, I'll run this, just because at least I'm seeing it run sometimes. Yeah, I'm taking Stunning Deep Breath. I already grabbed that. Hello, Baze. You're putting me in as Prez for Allura rekill? Well, unless you can find a way to move my Evoker from Europe to North America, that one might be a little bit tricky. Good to see you, though. You're gonna start preparing for bed. Good night. Appreciate you stopping by. Windwalker or Windrunner Spire, there's a Sleepwalk skip. Gotcha. I have no idea if that happens to be the dungeon that I'm looking at. It's entirely possible that, like, the Prez talents I'm looking at, they just, like, ran the same talents from multiple dungeons and just didn't bother changing. Okay, let's look at spec talents. So obviously all of these I take. You know what? I'm gonna... It looks like... Yeah, there are differences. I did think... I was pretty sure that for dungeons I was going to go down here. Because I remember having a lot of those talents when I last played Prez. So I'm going to just wipe out all of my talents up until, like, this stuff. Obviously, you run all those. And then we'll figure it out. And I know for a fact I'm not running, like, Dream Flight for dungeons. I was going to run Stasis. But, okay, so... yeah, I run all these. Cool. Definitely, yeah, Golden Hour, Time Lord for sure. Temporal Anomaly, and then... Temporal Anomaly, yeah. I noticed I had this. I've never actually really played with this before. I guess the starter build gave it to me. So what is the difference? I'm used to playing with Temporal Anomaly anyway. So this applies Echo. This, how is this different? Absorbing damage. Okay, so this absorbs more damage and isn't reduced beyond 5 targets, right? Barrier makes it way easier. So is it functionally the same as TA? It's just the tooltips are slightly different, but this just auto targets at a friendly player. Okay. It does seem to absorb more as well. Now, I am seeing most people are running Nozdormu's teachings. And, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm already very used to TA. I played around with this quite a lot, so... If this is the better build, then I have no issue aiming the orb. In fact, I actually really enjoyed the skill shot orb. I always thought that was pretty fun, so... Yeah, I don't mind playing around with that. Grace period, yeah, this is run. Okay, I'm glad that I didn't go on that, like, long tangent about learning how to roll reversion on people, and then, it turns out nobody plays it anymore. Interesting that I'm not seeing people run this. It would, like, I would feel like this would be good, right? Having a second charge of TD. But I guess not. Let's see. Yeah, nobody runs this. Damn. I guess maybe it must be the case that, like, because this just seems good. So it must just be that all the other talents are just way too high value. You don't really have any floating talent point that you can spend on whatever you want. Okay, so... Yeah, and basically everybody goes Unshakable. And power spells are 10% more effective. Oh, that's nice. I didn't realize this was the thing. Yeah, while charging an Empower spell, you cannot be knocked back. That is really nice utility. Holy. Is everybody... Yeah, Dream Breath's cool in. This makes sense because if I recall, right, the Apex talent synergizes with Dream Breath. So having more Dream Breath, yeah, that seems like a no-brainer. Then what does this do? Dream Breath does more healing. Living Flame does more healing. Okay. Yeah. Everybody takes Stasis. Yes, yeah, everybody's running Stasis. Now there is some variation for this final point. Some builds run 1 point in here. Nobody runs this stuff, so nobody's running the Time Dilate stuff. Nobody's running Maximum Power or Maximum Essence. I'm seeing a lot of people run this. Every time you gain Essence Burst, your critical heals are more effective. I'm seeing some Emerald Blossom usage. But... yeah, definitely, like, this seems more niche. I wonder if the Emerald Blossom stuff is the people playing... Yes. So it looks like maybe Flame Shaper plays Emerald Blossoms more often? Yeah, I'm looking at, like, raid talents, and a lot of the people I'm seeing that are playing those Emerald Blossom talents are also Flame Shaper. But all the Chrono Wardens I'm seeing are... yeah, they're all either running this, Exhilarating Burst, or Flow State. Okay. I wonder, I'll have to check. Let me look at this log. Now, when I last played Preservation in Dungeons, you literally did not press Spirit Bloom at all. as Chrono Warden. There was no use for it. Or what did I say? Emerald Blossom is what I meant. Emerald Blossom. It looks like you do press it now though. I'm seeing Vokers actually use it. So okay. I guess in that case I need to figure out what the use case of Emerald Blossom is, right? When do you use Emerald Blossom? I'm gonna skim the Wowhead guide to see. And the Wowhead guide's written by Volk, so I trust it. Baze said, have I ever tried leveling via vanilla quests all the way to 80? Good content ideas? What do you mean, leveling via vanilla quests? Like, well, vanilla content doesn't exist anymore, right? So, I have leveled in Classic up to 60. Vanilla quests aren't a thing anymore. Have I, like, Classic questlines, well, do you mean, like, Cataclysm? Because, like, again, you cannot access Classic content in retail. So, if you're talking about the old Cataclysm quest lines, whatever the oldest quests are, yeah, that would either be TBC and Wrath, which is technically the oldest, or Cataclysm Revamp. But the reality of that is, yeah, Cataclysm Revamp is literally part of my speed leveling route. So yes, I have actually done speedruns where I only do Cataclysm Revamp questlines because they are still some of the fastest questlines in the game. Depends the zone, but the fastest parts of my speed leveling route are those questlines. So yeah. And as for whether or not I could do TBC or Wrath leveling, I could. It would not be fast. So I don't have any interest in doing that. And yeah, Pensaltari said TBC would probably be the oldest still in the game. Second charge in TD depends on how much of a moron your tank is. Does he need it external every pull, yes or no? But I mean, that's not true, right? In theory, like, okay, let's imagine a world, obviously, you always want to take this to, like, the craziest hypothetical. If your tank just took 50% less damage, if you had time dilation up, like, almost permanently whenever they needed it, that's really strong, right? Your tank taking 50% less damage would allow them to do much larger pulls than they would otherwise be able to do, in theory. Especially if they're not that good. Most tanks would not be good enough to do pulls that they could do without 50% DR, so in theory, this, like, having a second charge of this would just be good. Now, the then question in practice would be, are there enough big pulls that you could do with 50% DR that you couldn't do without it, that would at least be practical and would actually save time? Because, you know, at a certain point, it wouldn't be worth it to just do bigger pulls for the sake of it. It would be better to, like, do a reasonably sized pull around people's cooldowns, blow it up, then do another reasonably sized pull around people's cooldowns, blow it up, right? Pulling the entire dungeon isn't always feasible. Well, yeah, but then again, Owner, tanks get fucked right now. Tanks still take a lot of damage. Even with proper CD usage, tanks still get fucked. So, I mean, I still use CDs, and I still take a lot of damage as a tank. Speaking as somebody who primarily plays tanks, right? You know, it's not completely free. We'll see, though. I mean, it doesn't look like... I am surprised that it does look like there's one floating point and people still aren't taking this, but I guess these are pretty good, right? So Empower spells cost time to flow 5% faster, increasing movement speed, cooldown. I'll probably take this, because I see people running it. So that seems good. But it seems like you could go either Exhilarating Burst or Flow State with this one. And it doesn't seem to be that big of a difference. Let's see here. Let me first fill out, like, what is literally every single person running. Okay, there actually isn't... Interesting. Okay, there's a divergence. Where... Every single talent build I can see is running this. Timeless Magic, Reversion, whatever, costs, or lasts 15% longer and costs less mana. Makes sense. That just seems good. And this thing. Casting Emerald Blossom causes your next Echo to cast on a nearby ally within 25 yards. Okay, now I get it. Now I understand why people are actually using Emerald Blossom now. So, you can use your Essence Bursts on Emerald Blossom, and then that buffs your next Echo. Ah. Okay, that's cool. That's neat. What I am seeing that's different, though, is some builds are running this, and some builds are running this. Now, the problem is, there is, like, absolutely zero chance I'm running Energy Loop. This is, I think, high-M plus people trying to, like, pump out more damage, and so, like, yeah, that I could understand why, if you're trying to min-max damage as a Prez Evoker, you run Disintegrate, or you, like, use Disintegrate. I'm not going to bother trying to weave that in. I remember running Time of Need. This is what I ran back in War Within. It doesn't seem like anything, I don't know. And I think most raid builds are running Temporal Artificer. Jokes aside, if you had a talent for 2 charges of Ironbark on Ardurid, I'd take it. If other Press Evokers don't take it, it must be there's better options to spend talent points on. Yeah. To be fair, also, Time Dilation is a weaker external compared to other ones, like Pain Sup and... Because, like, 2 charges of Pain Sup on Disc Priest feels really good. But, I don't know. Okay, so, I'm seeing in M+, everybody's running Lifegiver's Flame. In Raid, people are running Spark of Insight. Some people are running this, but most people aren't. I remember really liking this, so I'm going to run Lifegiver's Flame, especially I see a lot of other people are running it in M+. Makes sense. Okay, cool. Then, whether I take Rewind or Time of Need, I think is... Probably doesn't matter, because all the high-end plus builds are running this, but I know for a fact I won't get value out of this. All the raid builds are running Templar Artificer. So, I don't know. Probably I should take this, I think. That's going to get more value. And then especially if this is what people are running in raid anyway, then it's fine. And then everybody runs this stuff. Then... let's see... All raid builds are running whatever this talent is. Casting Dreamflight or Stasis increases your healing over time and causes a Living Flame, a 100% chance to grant an Essence Burst. Okay. I understand why this is being run in raid, but not in plus, right? So obviously Prez is all about its like big burst healing. So if you can amplify that further, that makes sense. In M+, you want like a lot of smaller bursts, so magnifying your stasis window by a lot isn't going to meaningfully do that much in dungeons. It's probably just going to lead to a lot of overhealing, so I understand why people aren't running that as much. I'm seeing a lot of tempo charged in raid. M+... Are both of them... And then similarly, in M+, a lot of people are running Life Force Mender. In raid, a lot of people are running tempo charged. I'm at least seeing enough builds in both running Renewing Breath, so I'll do that. Then I don't think nobody's running this, right? Some raid builds are running Essence Burst increases the effectiveness of your next Essence ability, but I think this is also more Emerald Blossom builds, right? And then for M+, I'm seeing this. Verdant Embrace gains an additional charge. So... I like the idea of that. I think also this seems like it would be a lot better in M+, because you still have... You still have Lifebind, right? Yeah, up here. So... Interesting. Yeah, so this stuff all seems similar to what I remember. Right. But yeah, so now Lifebind is not replicated by Echo. So having a second charge of Verdant Embrace would allow you to get Lifebind out a little bit more regularly. I kind of like the idea of that. That seems pretty good. And yeah, fuck it. If high M plus players are running this, and I think this looks cool, then sure. And then I guess I'm seeing in Raid, basically everybody is running tempo charged. In M plus, I'm seeing a lot of Life Force Mender. So I'm just gonna trust that the M plus players know what they're doing. And I'm guessing this is more Chrono Flames, right? So red spells deal additional damage and healing. This would give you obviously more damage, right? So for M plus that can kind of matter. But this way, if I do a big multi-target Chrono Flame at my group, that would heal them for more. Not jumping into the person with Verdant Embrace is a big plus in M+. Yeah, but I mean, people aren't running this, right? And, like, I could understand that for sure. Like, I get it. Look, it would make quality of life easier, but I've already gone through the trouble of learning how to play around Verdant Embrace. Like, I've already done all that, so... I know how to do that without it killing me. I should be fine. Okay. Last thing, let me look at this stuff. Interesting. Okay, I remember most of this. I wasn't sure what the new... I think these are the new hero talent stuff. I don't remember that exactly. I remember most of the other abilities, so I think it is these three are new in Chrono Warden. Obviously, I get them for free, but I want to make sure I know what they do in case any of them are, like, special or something. But I think that seems good. Let me... Yeah, I don't know why Naturalize is down there on my bars. I have my Naturalize macro. Let me make sure that it's the right one there. And then, I don't know which one is the correct hover macro. Or rescue macro. So we'll put that there. Let's see. That is, yeah, Renewing Blaze. Renewing Blaze is passive now, right? Let me check the spellbook. Yeah, now it's just baked into Obsidian Scales. Okay, and I need a macro for Emerald Blossom now, because I wasn't using it before. What did I used to have bound there? I forget. Oh, right! That used to be my Spirit Bloom macro. And now Spirit Bloom's dead. Well, actually, that works out perfectly. So Spirit Bloom's gone, so I can just use the keybind I used to use for Spirit Bloom for Emerald Blossom, because used to not press it. That means I don't need to relearn it. Wait, where's Emerald Communion? Wait, did they killed Emerald Communion? No! Aww. Is it actually gone? Look what they've done to my boy. Is it on a choice note or something? Did they really just take it away? Oh, man. I have a feeling this is going to be my reaction, relearning so many specs that I haven't played since War Within. I'm just like, oh no. Some of my favorite moments on Prez is just getting, like, a full life bind on an entire dungeon group and hitting Emerald Communion and you just pump out so much healing. God, that felt so fun. It looks like it's gone. Sad. You know what? As long as it stays on my bars, Emerald Communion will never truly die. Let's see here. I can... Yeah, I just need to do this, but for Spirit Bloom. Oh, right, no, not Spirit Bloom. Emerald's Blossom. Oop. And... nice. So is it still... Yeah, Emerald Blossom is 3 essence. Echo is 2 essence. So, I'll have to skim the guide. Communion is a PvP talent now? Really? Holy shit, it is. Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess that explains why it's not gone off my bars. You keep Netherwalk on your DH bars too? Yeah, I had Renewing Blaze on my bars for a while. And then eventually I realized, oh fuck, it's you know, it's not actually doing anything. It's baked into Obsidian Scales. But I was still pressing it instinctively. It is really crazy that they killed Netherwalk like that. You miss Spirit Bloom? Same. You can always PvP to relive the good times. Yeah. Well, hopefully... Well, actually... I will probably do PvP at some point for this questline. For the Hero Track Jewelry piece. Technically speaking, I could do that right now to get the ring. Which would be an upgrade over what I have, but, like... I don't care enough. I think what I'm gonna do is, like... If I still don't have a ring or a necklace on... Well, technically I have a champion necklace on everything, because the Amani thing. But if I don't have a Hero Track ring or necklace after enough time on some of these characters, I'll probably get the PvP one. But I don't know how much I care. So, when if I eventually do that, I will get to relive the days of Emerald Communion. Okay, so I think I'm mostly ready. I'm gonna do, what's it called? A few M+ dungeons. What I'm gonna do is pug into, like, 6s or 7s. Ha ha ha, funny. And that will, at the very least, like, it'll be easy enough. We can, fill the quest. And the main thing that I can do for that is, I might even deliberately try to see if I can get a Mysara, because one of the biggest issues I tend to have is I never do Mysara Caverns, because this dungeon is absolute dog ass and gives no useful loot. And I end up being at, like, you know, 2 KIO, roughly, and I have, like, time 12s and 13s in every other dungeon, and 0 score for Mysara. And it makes it hard at that point to get into a dungeon. But at the very least, if at this point in time I do a single Mysara on, like, a +6, I'll have, like, 100-something score for it. So then when I eventually get around to doing a Keystone Hero next week, I will have some score in some of those dungeons, so it won't be extremely difficult to find groups. Hopefully. Maybe that'll help. I'm gonna grab coffee real quick. Figure this is a better time than any to grab more coffee. And then when I'm back, we can hop into that. I've been streaming for 6 hours? Fuck me. It doesn't feel like 6 hours, considering I've spent most of this time doing Delves and Prey. But yeah, man, I've been running off the same mug of coffee for the past 6 hours. Alright, yeah, definitely I need more. And, should have enough time to get all the dungeons done on those characters.
Alrighty.
Let's see here. So before I jump into keys, let me double check the guide. I can probably close the talent pages now. So if I see, I assume the rotation section. Obviously, healers don't have a rotation, but on Wowhead, that's probably what I'll see. Here, Chrono Shaper or Chrono Warden. Chrono Warden and plus healing. Let's see. So it's basically saying that for most manual echoes, you want to Verdant Embrace. Now, one thing I'm not sure about, so heavier damage, Verdant Embrace, yeah. When heavy damage is coming up, you can use Echo to put out buffs in your party. Then you Verdant Embrace whoever you didn't Echo. Does it explain how Lifebind works now? So Chrono Warden, oh yeah, I have Cauterizing Flame on my bars. Yeah, I think I have all that stuff set up. So okay, so for stasis, it looks like you mostly do TA to start, which makes sense, and then a Marithra's Blessing, and then another TA. Interesting. I mean, so I feel like for dungeons, right? It's saying for raids I want to do TA, Marithra's TA, which obviously in raids so that you can like coat more people with the free echoes. That makes sense. But I feel like in dungeons it would just be better to do like Stasis, Dream Breath, TA, Marithra's for more burst, because like the value that I would get out of a second TA on the same people would probably be lower than just a Dream Breath, right? I mean, that makes sense to me. And it says the Flame Shaper default combo is exactly that. So, I don't know why. I don't know. I'm just going to assume that that is logical, especially since it has that marked down on the Wowhead guide as the Flame Shaper combo. And maybe that's for M+, either way. Okay, I don't know if there's... I'm not seeing anything on here about Lifebind windows. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it mostly just says TA reversion, which, like, duh. Manual Echo and Verdant Embrace, which, duh. But then I'm not seeing anything on this guide actually about Spirit Bloom at all, which surprises me, honestly. I don't know. I'm gonna look at the M+ tips section of here. Oh no, that's like dungeon specific stuff. Okay, I'm gonna look at the ability section on here. Do I think I keep saying Spirit Bloom. I mean Emerald Blossom, yeah. If I say Spirit Bloom, assume I'm talking about Emerald Blossom, and my brain is just fucking lagging. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, look, Volk is most of the, like, a good theory crafter for sure. I kind of feel like this guide is missing some stuff, especially because I feel like I I really liked the Prez Guide, and I felt like it was super thorough when I read this back in War Within. But I have, like, multiple questions here that I'm looking at, and I'm like, this isn't answered here. Okay, it only talks about Emerald Blossom in the raid healing section. But I mean, you still would do that. Like, the M+ builds I'm seeing are still running the Emerald Blossom talents. Like, if you didn't press this in dungeons, they wouldn't be taking this. And also, I've spoken to Prez Evoker friends, and they tell me that, yeah, it does do that. So, I guess maybe it might be a limitation of the Wowhead format. Wowhead might be just doing a bad job, like, sorting his information properly. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff that is in the raid healing section that is just not copied over. So, yeah, it seems like Volk has this here. It's just, I don't know if, like, he organized this or Wowhead chopped up, like, half his sections and, like, threw some of them under raid healing when it, like, objectively speaking, applies to all forms of healing. Unfortunately, it is a little bit complicated to navigate this guide. Main thing I'm trying to see is, like, okay, so, yeah, you do prioritize Essence Bursts on Emerald Blossom. That was the main thing I was looking for. And yes, and you don't want to hard cast Emerald Blossom, generally speaking. So, Essence Burst, Emerald Blossom. No Essence Burst, Echo. And then you always want to consume Echo, or you always want to make sure that you echo Maritha's Blessing. Makes sense. And then for spot healing, echo Verdant Embrace. Okay. And then it looks like... So even though Life Binds... So Lifebind isn't duplicated with Verdant Embrace, but this Reverberations here still means that if you buff multiple people with VE, then that's important. So you still want to do Echo, 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 Verdant Embrace, but now instead of that being your ramp, where, like, you do that, set up Lifebind, and then do, like, Spirit Bloom or something else, now you just do Echo, 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 Verdant Embrace, it Lifebinds one target, presumably the primary target, and then applies a Hot. And then the Hot also buffs your Mastery. Or Haste. Blah. That would give you decent uptime. Okay. I mean, I certainly don't need to understand it to this degree to be able to heal lower keys, but obviously I want to understand what has changed since the last time I played it. But this seems fine. Like, I think I at least have most of my burning questions covered. And while it's probably going to take me a little bit of time to adjust to these slight changes, it's not radical enough to where I think I'm going to be, like, floundering here. Hopefully I should grasp this pretty easily. Healer role available, and then let's search 6 to 8. I don't have any dungeons filtered out. So, let's see. There is... Why is that Monk Mistweaver? That is a red flag. That is a massive red flag. Okay, you know what? I'll do this one. Magisters. Obviously, the ones that already have a tank are usually, like, higher prio. Like, look, the group's probably gonna fill faster. That one has a tank. Sure. I mean, I have literally 0 IO on this character. I have no linked stuff, but that's one of the other problems, right? I can't, like, link Cutting Edge or anything like that. But we'll see. They also could be... Okay, I was about to say they could be doing the thing where they, like, invite a healer, grab a DPS, then boot me, and then relist the group. They still technically could do that. They could have grabbed 2 DPS, booted me, and then looked for another healer, but I don't know. I feel like for a 7, it would probably be more effort. Alright. So what would be the pain points in Windrunner? I'm trying to think about, like, these dungeons from a healer perspective. Because I only ever think about it as a tank. I'd imagine the last boss probably hurts quite a bit for healing. Honestly, a lot of the bosses in Windrunner probably hurt. The hook boss probably isn't that bad, I don't think. Do I need... let's see. Is there any one of those, like, your Dispel now affects diseases or whatever talents that I need to run? Doesn't look like it. If there is, I'm already talented into it, I think, maybe. Buff up. 0IO 245 item level, insta invite healer privilege. Yeah. Definitely. I did not expect it to be that fast, for sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is gonna be a quick abandon? Ye of little faith!
5, 4,
damn.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, I hope I don't embarrass myself that badly.
They threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
I already fucked up. It's fine. Okay, I mean, yeah, they have... The Shaman is kind of carrying. Okay. Did not do that correctly. But... should be fine. Keep that rolling. Just keep Echo up on everybody. Yeah, I don't know, there's like, obviously not that much to heal at this point, so... outside of really big pulls like that, it shouldn't be too tricky.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
They are not killing Xal'atath. That is going to be awkward. I did not use my Essence Burst correctly there. That is a mistake. Okay. Well, I have a Marithra's Blessing now. Okay, my stasis went off. Okay. I should have... yeah. I just should have Spirit Bloomed first.
Soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure.
Okay, we need to kill this Altat thing. I was gonna try and ramp up, like, build my stasis window. Okay, this is how I should do stasis. Dream Breath. Then, TA. Oh my god, and he's dead. Okay, well, alright. I'll be honest. As somebody who primarily tanks, that pull doesn't do that much damage. That's a... That is not a pull where I'm like, oh, I should probably TD the tank. Because those are tiny little Lasher mobs that fucking tickle you with auto attacks, and his health bar just fucking vanished. Like, if I hadn't been in the middle of building stasis window, I may have like just snap TD'd him, but I'm like, okay, like he's gonna press something, right? He's gonna press any ability, and then he just dies. Sure. Okay, well, this time we're gonna TD the guy, because I do not trust him.
A willing sacrifice.
And... where are we going, buddy? Where are we going? Why are we running? Dude, this is a Preservation Evoker's worst nightmare. We are just fucking dragging the mobs all over the place. Everybody is spread out. The priest is over there. The tank is down here. I have short arms, man. Cut me some slack. Fire on me. What do I do with this? Run it to the edge, I guess? What the fuck, dude? Okay, you have to move out of that really fast, or it just fucking blasts you. Good to know, I suppose. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. I get it now. I get it now. I understand. Every time I fucking run this dungeon, every single time I run this dungeon, the fucking casters in my group are screeching, and I'm just like, what do you mean? This boss is fucking easy. And no. No, oh my god, I can't fucking stand anywhere. Oh my god, this boss fucking sucks. That guy's dead. It insta-ticks you the moment you get out. Dude, this boss sucks. This boss is dog shit. How? What? How is it fucking wild? Holy shit.
My sister was also ferocity itself.
Yeah, okay, that is one of those, like, I never realized that thing had mechanics as a tank. I'm just like, I stand in melee range and nothing happens. Holy shit, okay. Wow. Fuck that. Don't forget to hover? I mean, unfortunately, the one time... Well, I remember to hover, right? Like, I'm trying to save hover for, like, strategic moments. Unfortunately, so far, the one hover I've done recently, I immediately fucking face-planted a tornado, so my track record so far, it ain't great. But yeah, I am aware that, like, I can do that.
And anything else that belonged to her.
Eh. Are you pulling more, or what's going on here, buddy? What can I do here?
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Should do this, probably. Nobody's really hitting Xalatath, so I kind of need to do that. It's definitely taking me some time to get used to having to actually Emerald Blossom. Okay. I feel like that will become second nature eventually, but right now it is definitely not.
A willing sacrifice has been
Where is this guy? Where is he? Where are you? How are you out of my range? We're all in one room. Where are you? I just... Ooh. Did he, like... Oh, he ran ahead, he pulled the next fucking room, and then he starts fucking pinging. Fucking dipshit. I should have let him die.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once.
Shouldn't do that until I consume this. Ah! Okay, whatever, we'll do this, sure. Yeah, I cannot hit everybody with this, but it should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. Why am I in combat? Why am I in combat? Okay, there we go. Also, should hopefully go without saying, I glanced at chat earlier, which is why I saw the hover message. I'm primarily going to be, primarily going to be focused during this key and won't be able to read everything.
For good reason. They took my life. Savaged our home. One of Valeria's scouting maps is within. It seems to have called
Oh, you're... Oh, fucking bullshit, dude.
that map from them.
Okay, so that's one of those things that I need to figure out. What are the random, spell lock abilities that I just have no idea about as a tank? I don't know what that was. Probably some shout ability. Okay.
Sacrifice has been prepared.
I mean, that worked out quite well, I think. Okay, they're way too spread out for me to get a proper TA. I can do this, and then I should VE to get the buff, right? Yes.
My ancestor brings you power.
Oh shit. That was unfortunate. Okay, we are not killing Zelteth. Okay. Fine. I probably want to save Tip Fire Breath for here, right? Yeah. Tip Fire Breath. I probably should have cleaved more of them. Okay.
We've done it. One last task remains.
I mean, I'm not supposed to out DPS the Agaboker, right? I don't think that's supposed to happen.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the spire.
I know they're a support DPS and all, but like,
Return to me.
that's not normal, right? That's not supposed to happen. Whatever.
Lay it to rest.
Let me angle this. I think I can maybe leave all of them a TA. I did. Fuck yes. Then... Okay, well that guy... That's unfortunate. I probably should have TD'd him. We do have a battle res though, right? Yeah. Pretty sure. We have... Okay, we missed one of those. The bear was on it. Frontal cone on me. I mean, I can TP this, right? Like, surely. That's just the thing. Okay, yeah. Alright.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Oh, shit. Get this one. still need to kill this, right? It ain't magic. I mean, I'll be honest, that was not pretty, but I also think all things considered, I didn't do that bad. That was fucking chaos, man. What level was that? 7? 7, yeah. I got an upgrade too. Let's what are the stats on this thing? Crit mastery? Ooh. Okay, well, tier is also crit mastery. Zweig the worst at hurters. You need this. Alright, let me catch up on chat. This is the healer experience you've heard so much about? Yeah. It's entertaining to watch and not so much do it yourself. You can feel your blood pressure rising in those moments. Where is this guy? Like, I still cannot fucking believe that. The Ogvoker pulls the next room, is fucking dying, and then is pinging for the tank to pull it. Like, brother, where are you? Why? Why are you doing this? What made you think this would be a good idea? It is absolutely baffling, for sure. Here, let's... Item enhancements, shoulders, current expansion only. I'll put a good enchant on this. What do I want? Silvermoon's Mending? Yeah, I mean, it's not even that expensive. Goodness gracious. You were right, though, that, like, mana never felt like an issue. Do you want to do a 12 windrunners? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think I might still be at a point where I will just get clapped by, you know, a stiff breeze. I did feel very squishy. What I think is crazy is, like, I'll be honest. It wasn't until midway through that dungeon that I even realized the evoker was Og and not Dev. And... like, he died to the Dragonhawk boss, and he has a cheat death, right? So he must have stood directly in that, like, multiple times. I almost died to it, but also, you know, I quickly realized, ooh, ouch, fire hot, and then I walked out of it. Oh, hey, Lars, playing on Europe? Yes, I am on Europe. I'm doing this challenge on Europe. You believe the whole time? Nice. You enjoy his perspective change while healing? Welcome to our life. But you've enjoyed the I should have let him die. I mean, like, I don't know, honestly. It's like, I say that, but I don't know, I feel bad whenever I'm healing and somebody dies, even if it is 100% their fault. Like, that bear objectively misplayed that pull. There's absolutely zero chance that as a Guardian Druid you die there. Like, that is on him. At the same time, I do know that if I had reacted quick enough, I could have TD'd him, and that would have kept him alive. But, you know, I was just like, I didn't expect him to get pancaked on, like, one of the easiest fucking pulls in the dungeon. And especially as a bear, if you're doing even remotely big pulls like that, I mean, I assume you have fucking Incarn, which you usually have up for, like, every other pull. I don't know, that bear's pulls were weird. You got it done, though. I believe we're close to hearing use your fucking defenses. Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to bet they weren't, but, you know, what are you gonna do? The overall damage, like, I mean, for overall, I don't think I did terrible, also. What was it like for healing? What was the healing breakdown? Yeah, I mean, I have 0 frame of reference for whether this is good or bad. But I'm gonna go, yeah, cool, and then assume that I did a good job. Alright, let's see. Bro, what? Your team is actually pressing their defensives? Is this a rigged viewer group? Well, I don't know how well that aged. The frames top left so small are interesting. Yeah, so I have like a different set of frames that I use for healing on North America. I'll have to copy them over at some point. I kind of forgot to do that. And I'll be honest, I don't really feel like doing that, but also it's never bothered me as much. Like so I actually healed like that for a solid like few months when I was first learning. And then one of my healer friends finally watched my I don't know if it was a stream or like I was just sharing screen at some point, and they lost their fucking mind and made me change it. So I guess yeah, it probably wouldn't be that hard for me to. Let me see. I'll have to log on to North America and grab my UI code and then copy it over. But that probably would be a good idea, come to think of it. But I don't know. I just adapt. It doesn't bother me that much. Oh boy. You thought he was gonna pull mobs into the boss? Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time that I'm expecting the tank to do a big pull with defensives up and they just get pancaked, and I'm like, shit. My, I'm pretty sure it's still my most viewed clip on what's it called? Actually, shit, this would be my other accounts, is where this is. But yeah, on Twitch, if you look at my most viewed clips, I'm pretty sure my highest viewed clip is still when I was first learning Prez, and I was doing a Cinderbrometery, and the Demon Hunter tank Infernal Striked in, and then just died in 2 seconds. And I was like, Echo, 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 oh fuck, he's dead. And I didn't have time to TD. So, yeah, it's definitely happened before. Though admittedly, in that case, like, the very first pull of Cinderbrometery, I should have known better. That was not a tricky pull that guy was doing. That was a, you should have known this by now, buddy, type of pull. Alright, I'm gonna log into my North American Evoker real quick and copy my shit. The dot circle on a +20 is insane. Yeah, tanks don't get that mechanic, by the way. So, oh, and Phalanx Breaker. So the ones riding the Hawkstrider are the ones that do it, gotcha. Keegan LFG said, glad to catch streaming again regardless. You like my Yap sessions? Appreciate it. And I mean, there'll still be a decent amount of Yap sessions. There was 6 hours of Yap sessions up until now. But yeah, mid-key. Let's see here. I have healing. Yes. This is almost certainly going to break something else. But, fuck it. Wait. Oh. I already copied it over. Well. The good news is that past Harldan had the foresight to copy my healing frames over. The bad news is that current Harldan doesn't have the proper memory to remember that I already did that. Where do I have personal resource display here? Let's save. It's like, yeah, basically like that, right? A little bit further down. Close enough. And everything else I think is the same, right? Yeah. by and large. Alright. Well, there we go. I have my healer shit set up. Okay. Obviously I'm not in a party, but my frames should be somewhere over here. I mean, back when weak auras and shit weren't murdered, I had weak auras over here, too, that tracked, like, kicks and whatnot. I don't know. I guess that probably doesn't work anymore, so... unlucky. Okay, let's find a different dungeon, and I'll check off Windrunner. Let's do 7 to 8. Surely I can find... Skyreach. I have not been this close to her in many years. Hell yeah. This is peak healer privilege. I have 0 IO. I have absolutely no progress on this account at all, so it's not even like my main's IO is high. My item level is objectively dog shit, and I still get invited. Hell yeah. Also, I should probably double check. What are the trinkets that Press Evokers are using? Oh fuck, what's that website? QE Live, right? Fuck. QE Live. I need to make sure that if there's a dungeon that drops a good healer trinket, that I'm using it properly. Or I'm setting the right loot spec. Evoker... trinkets... Let's see. Okay, so it looks like the only healer-specific trinket I'm seeing up here is, from dungeons at least, is, Emerald Coach Whistle. Now, I know Crucible of Erratic Energies is still bonkers good for healers. And then, obviously, there's a lot of really good raid trinkets, yada yada. Let's look at healing parses for Prez. Also, I need to remember that I do have a Bloodlust, because I always forget that. But in this group, there's multiple lusts. Okay, so... yeah, it looks like most Prez Evokers are running Gaze, obviously. After that, there's a mix of Locust Walker's Ribbon, Veilgore's Final Stare, and then, wow, there's actually a decent amount of people, even now, running Crucible of Erratic Energies. God damn. Surprisingly, not many Litany users. I thought Litany was super broken. What changed? Why is Litany not... I'm seeing... okay, maybe that's a Mistweaver thing? Because the top Mistweavers I'm seeing are using Litany. So, like, I distinctly remember hearing the healers in my guild screech about Litany, but also the loudest one is the Mistweaver. So that's probably what I'm thinking of. They've been waiting for a hero for 30 plus minutes now? Hell yeah. But yeah, I guess... both Windspire trinkets, don't bother with Emerald Whistle. Delve Drum Trinket might be good. Yeah, I mean, so, obviously, Crucible of Erratic Energies, that much I'll use for sure. And it looks like there's a lot of other good options. I mean, right now, if I got Emerald Coach Whistle, I'd probably use it, right? And the thing about the Windrunner Spire, okay. What? We are going, buddy. Huh? 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 Doing fucking MDI pulls or something? I guess it's a +7, but, like, I don't know, buddy. Do you know that you can handle this? Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. The moment the defensives wear off, suddenly you feel mortal. Like, that is not a pull that you do as a fucking prop paladin. And then he typed question mark, question mark. Buddy, you just pulled, like, the entire first platform. You died instantly. What did you expect was going to happen? I even gave you TD. What do you think is going to happen here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is what I was expecting.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
The problem is he's taking so much fucking damage, I can't even begin to ramp anything else. You know, the mage better get into fucking range, or I'm not going to be able to heal him. Jesus Christ. There's no way. Like, I understand doing that poll and then realizing, like, oh, I can't live. But this guy typed, I mean, he did say, question mark, question mark, question mark, healer, at the very least. So maybe he's expressing confusion at his own mortality. But when you do a big poll like that as a tank and you type question mark, healer, the immediate, or question mark, period, the immediate assumption is, like, you're blaming the healer, because obviously he thought that he wouldn't die. But, I mean, you're a fucking prop paladin. Of course you're gonna, like, I don't know how geared this guy is. Surely he can't be that geared. Yeah, okay, he has, like, better gear than me, but... low bar. Okay, nobody... I love not having a kick. 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 Okay, they're not even releasing to... this one's probably gonna... Yeah, okay. I mean... well, I'm gonna... This is one of those, I will let the chat play out so you can just see. I love, what is going on? I don't know, maybe we didn't kick repel 2 times in a row and everybody got shot off the side? This isn't really, like, a fucking puzzle to solve. It's pretty obvious what's fucking going on. Oh, now we're kiting down. Okay, I see. I see the logic. Can't die to repel if our backs are against the wall. Ah. Are we gonna kick repel? Are we gonna kick repel? Oh. I mean, the timer in Skyreach is pretty forgiving, right? Like, I have run some absolutely demonic Skyreaches with my guild. Are we gonna kick? I swear to... We have run some fucked Skyreaches. Okay. I'm gonna fucking solo Xal'atath. I'm gonna solo Xal'atath. Okay, I'm gonna use every fucking little tool at my disposal. If I have to fucking do the leg tail sweep, whatever the fuck, to get every single fucking repel, I will do it. Okay. Where? Hold? Huh? From what? What? Huh? What do you... What killed him? Did he blink into that? Oh. Y'all. I don't know about this one. I think this might be fucked. Oh no. Oh, okay. Alright. I need to lock the fuck in and maybe see if I can somehow do something here. I'm gonna solo the Zalatath fucking thing. Okay, nice. Shit. Okay. Stasis up. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, alright. Do this. I'll probably have to solo Zalatath again. Oh, he's getting bouncy castled. Okay, he lived. This guy's probably going to die to these mobs. Yep, he is just standing here, taking the absolute dick. Okay, he bubbled, I think. Somehow his stack's cleared.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Alright. I am apparently out DPSing the Ellie Shaman. That is the situation I currently find myself in. What? That's the look away interruptible thing, right? I forgot that if that doesn't get interrupted, it actually, well, goes off, and it's something I need to fucking think about. That one I should have thought of, because I already know that my group doesn't interrupt, but shit. Okay. Are we going to soak the beams? Probably not, so that should be fun. Is the tank gonna soak this one? No, okay. He moved away at the last second. Normally the tank doesn't soak, but honestly, I mean, anything is possible. Tank is not in melee range. Tank is out of melee range. Tank is out of melee range.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I mean, I don't know. There's just literally nothing I can do for that. Right? Like, what do you do there? That is exactly what I think it is, right? Blast, yeah, blast wave, okay. The tank just walked out of melee range for 4 stacks of that. I even pressed rewinds and... I mean, that's... yeah. I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't want to try and fucking salvage this, but... we'll see. I think that overlapped with Supernova too, right? It was unsuccessful. Oh, we are fucking riding this one out. Do I have... Can I mount? Do I have a hammer? My gear is turning yellow. You can't leave. Oh, shit. You kill us, then ask for forfeits. We have a hostage situation on our hands. Honestly, fuck it, I don't care. It's content. Which one's not getting soaked? This one... Tank... Okay, tank immediately dropped a beam on top of it. Woo-hoo-hoo! Okay, tank is out of melee range again. Okay, now he's just creeping. Okay, well... I mean... yeah. I mean... the priest definitely seems to be the one voting no, but at the same time, like, who else wants to play with this tank? Like, this is the unfortunate reality of, like, level 7 keys, right? If somebody does this, you know, what are you able to do about it? You can just effectively get completely griefed. Oh, boy. Look, I still get credit for the 4 dungeon weekly, no matter what happens. I think I might just need to, like, permanently... Like, look, I'm gonna vote yes, but I think that we're being held hostage regardless. Yeah, it was unsuccessful. Oh, boy. I'm gonna just stand in melee range all the time. That way, no matter what, there will always be somebody there. Even if he walks away. Well, outside of situations like that, where I can't really do it. Do we have somebody... Oh shit, I forgot I was in stasis. Oh, that person's not standing in the beam. They can't walk 2 fucking feet, dude. Come on.
My emissary
Guess I'll stand here.
take it.
Come on, walk 2 feet, stand in your fucking beam. Just in the fucking tank frontal. The tank is also, I think, aiming... Yeah, the tank is aiming the beam at one. So, unfortunately, he's either actively griefing or just unaware of how that mechanic works at all. Okay, now the priest has, given up. He got so many stacks and one-tapped me! My armor is broken, dude. Holy shit. That is unlucky. Oh, boy. You're curious in the amount of interrupts? Can I track that? I didn't know that you could actually see that. If they finally gave up. Does it show the total, even on a failed key? I don't think it does. I don't think it tracks. I mean, all things considered, I think given what I had to work with, I feel I played fine, right? But what are you gonna do? Like, I was like, okay, the supernova is probably gonna hurt, so I had my finger on rewind. I was ready to slam it, and then it 100 0'd me because we weren't soaking half of the beams. Oh boy, that was definitely one hell of a dungeon run. Let me put the chat cover back on. There we go. Oh yeah, actually, last thing before, just because I mentioned this, but I don't think I showed it. But this was the first pull. He does a gigantic pull, and then as he stops mid-pull, by the way, you can see he dies. He opened party chat to type BL, Bloodlust, and then he dies after rounding the corner and opening chat to type mid-pull, and then goes, question mark, question mark? Like, holy shit. It is... This is the type of tank that you see Reddit posts about, man. Holy fuck. Alright. Let's see. 7 to 8. Well, there's another Skyreach. The tank has a 3.3k Arsham main? Wait, does it really? You looked him up? I mean, to be fair, that is not transferable at all, right? Like, he clearly... Like, the first pull, at the very least, like, I obviously know that is a dumb pull to do, right? Especially as a prop pally. You are not self-reliant, or self-sufficient. If he bubbled, maybe, but he didn't. I could maybe do that pull on a prop pally with proper gear, if I planned my defensives perfectly, but he definitely was not, and he clearly expected me to, like, chase him down and keep him alive. So there is a certain element of, I thought, maybe this is just some dude who thinks he's in the fucking MDI, and, you know, he got lost on the way there and ended up in a +7 key, and then he's surprised that, like, he can't do his MDI pull and have, like, perfect externals and whatever at the exact time that, like, I read his mind or whatever. At first, I thought it might be that. But the fact that he didn't understand basic mechanics of the second boss of the dungeon, and also, mind you, by the way, all the interrupts problem, prop Harldan tank, right? Like, The fact that we didn't interrupt that period is strange, but prop paladin tank, you have Avenger shields. So that actually, I didn't even think of that in the moment, but that is extra insane that not only did he have no idea what the boss abilities did, but he doesn't understand how his class works, because obviously you should never miss an interrupt as a prop ally tank, right? You have fucking endless Avenger shield resets. At the very least, like, save Divine Toll for that. Let your cast go off, Divine Toll, boom. Just delay it a few seconds until the repel cast starts. But you probably don't even need to do that, so I don't know, man. I mean, this is also one of the reasons why, like I said, I'm gonna do, for my monk and my druid, at least this week, just monk, brewmaster and guardian 4 dungeons. Because, like, sure, look, people say Mistweaver is easy to play, but playing Mistweaver for the very first time with tanks like that is honestly just harder than healing standard plus 10 dungeons. That is the one thing I distinctly remember when I first started learning healing. Pugging low keys is the hardest thing that you can possibly do as a healer. And then I get into 10s and everyone's using defensives and interrupting and, like, nobody's standing in avoidable damage, and suddenly I'm just DPSing half the time as a healer. And then here, you have that shit, right? It's just... I doubt, honestly, though, I don't think he was purposely griefing. Like, I think it's entirely possible that after the first vote to abandon, he might have been purposely griefing, but I don't know. Like, he fucked up in the exact same way. If he was genuinely purposely griefing, it would have been very easy to just, like, he could have pulled the boss and then just stood away from it and instantly killed us all, right? Like, he could have done that. He did make an effort, kind of, to tank it, and then still aim the frontal on top of the beam, and then still randomly walked away for a second and gave us a bunch of stacks. Like, he made the exact same mistakes. It would have... I don't know. I've seen intentional griefing. I think there's certainly an element of, no matter what happens, right, you walk into the first pull and you instantly die, like, that's gonna tilt you. You know, speaking as somebody who normally tanks. It is his fault, don't get me wrong, but you're gonna, like, even if to himself he was thinking, God, my healer is shit, God, my healer is shit, God, my healer is shit, like, he may have been thinking, you know, this key is pointless because my healer can't, you know, do my pulls, right? And, you know, why should I even bother? You know, my group sucks, my healers crash, etc. Like, he might have been thinking that. And then that, you know, then he just plays worse. But it also could have been, maybe he did that and he was just fucking embarrassed, right? I would have been too if I did a big pull and then immediately flopped. I would have wanted to uninstall. Which is also why, like, even in 10s, I don't do pulls like that. Like, what's the rush? Again, it's not the fucking MTI. You don't need to pull both of those packs together, right? Like, what is the rush? I should buy an auto hammer? Honestly, good call. Hold on. I missed a few messages in Twitch. You can pull all of the first platform without defensives as a prop paladin if you use the horse right. Yeah, like, I mean, he obviously sat there and just took it to the face, right? And to be fair, I think that if you really know what you're doing on a paladin, you probably could live it even just face tanking it. Obviously, if you're going to do a pull like that, you're probably going to have to kite to an extent. But even, like, as a prop paladin, right? Like, you open... Like, as you're rounding up mobs, I think he immediately pressed his defensives as he's pulling the first few mobs, so they were gone by the time he was actually tanking them. Right? Obviously, you don't do that. As you're rounding them up, you shouldn't need much. Round them all up, the moment they start hitting you, fucking, you know, Guardian of Ancient Kings, you have Ardent Defender then, and then you get, like, really, really, really low health, boom, you bubble, and obviously with Bubble Taunt, then you have plenty of time to keep yourself going. And then if you absolutely need to, yeah, you have horse. You could kite, for sure. But it's I mean, he did none of that. And he did none of that, and he typed question mark, question mark. So. Wait, you got in? Which one are you, owner? DH? Oh, nice. Manchester's, right? Man, I was gonna say I'll portal. I don't have the fucking portal. Fuck me. I feel like such a scrub having to fly there. On my crappy remix mount. With my crappy new account transmog. No portals. No bitches. But I'll get there one day. Surely. New account, new challenges, yeah. Did I make it to max yet? Well, this was never a leveling stream. This was always just a dungeon stream. Don't be. I don't want people to know I'm streaming. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I don't want it to be weird. I don't mind you joining the key, but please, 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 please don't like make it weird and be like, oh, by the way, our healer's streaming the run.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I know that you're I know you were trying to do that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not upset, but I don't know. I would feel weird if they joined the stream. Especially like imagine if that paladin from the last dungeon joined the stream. I don't know if this warrior is good or bad. If this warrior ends up being complete dog shit, I want the freedom to call him complete dog shit without worrying that he's watching the stream. Oh shit. Alright, I have my echo rolling. Wait, oh shit, he didn't pull? Why? What is he doing? What is he doing? I'll be honest, that is 100% on me. So I looked away to read chat, and then in my mind, I'm like, surely he's pulled by now, and I just started holding W, and then I look away, and he has not pulled the mobs, and I'm pulling. I feel like such an asshole. I did not mean to do that. For some reason, instead, he chose to stop and type guys in party chat. God, why? I don't know. But that, you know, he figured, you know what? I know we're in timed content, but what if I just stop and type guys in party chat and then never follow up to explain why he's saying guys? I'm still waiting to understand. All right. All right. Okay. Oh, we're doing some shit. We're doing some shit. At least, I just realized, since you're in here, owner, at least one person, hopefully, will kill the Xalatath thing, so I don't need to constantly deal with that as a healer. That would be nice. Well, I forgot to, I think, acknowledge it, but hello, Dinny. Good to see you. I read your second message, I think, but I forgot to... Oh, we're trying to hug the wall. Kind of pointless to do that, because you need percent anyway. But low-level dungeon tanks love their pointless skips.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I think my stasis is probably going to fire off here. I haven't really needed to use stasis for anything. I'm still charging it just in case, like, shit hits the fan. Probably still best practice. Oh, he's gonna type, guys, freedom, dispel, something. Oh, we're flaming. Okay. Freedom, dispel, something. I don't know what he thinks we should be freedom, dispel, something, but, apparently there's something that he wanted to be freedomed, and he's not a happy camper. The best thing that I can think of is there is an ability that roots you as a tank, and I have literally, every time I've done this, just accepted the fact that 99% of the time I'm going to sit there and stand in the fire patch, because it does, like, absolutely fuck all. But I guess this tank, no. I still don't know why he typed guys the first time. Maybe there was a freedom dispel something that didn't get handled that time. I have no idea what that dispel does. Oh, we're pulling this mid-boss? Alright, hell yeah.
Compliance is not optional.
I can understand also being upset if, like, if the dungeon is not going well. I can understand being, like, you know, a little baby rage about it. Like, I have seen it before, for sure. But when the dungeon is objectively so far going cleanly, randomly stopping to get mad at your group for not dispelling is, like, brother, it's a fucking +8. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe we're gonna get another guys. Oh. Oh, he's going all in. Okay. I would never fucking pull this, myself as a tank. That's how you know it's gonna be one hell of a pull. Okay. Worked out, though. Damn, this dungeon kind of hurts.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Let's do this first. I keep... Damn, I'm getting a lot of Mirthra's blessing procs.
Zaranel, stand down. I have permission from Lorthamar himself. Liar! Not
Marzipan Ashton, guys.
Venusaur remains here. Give it all. Train him. I'll take care of these heels.
I probably don't need to... Now I will stasis.
Mark for defeat.
Okay, pick me again.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A willing sacrifice.
I wonder if you're in the silence field when your stasis expires, does it fail to cast? I feel like it might.
The wards around the finisher.
I wonder if you can rescue also up here. Seems like that might be doable. There might be a hitbox there that you can target.
Zaranel,
Do this. Alright, where are we going, buddy? Where are we headed, Mr. Tank? Alright, we're still... Okay, we're heroic leaping. We've run down the entire hallway, now we're heroic leaping. Okay, cool. Cool, I'm with you. Are we LOSing? Are we gonna LOS? Which side of the wall are we LOSing? On the wrong side of the wall? Okay, that, sure. Shit, why did I... Oh, my stasis fired off.
Sacrifice has been prepared.
I mean, overall, that could have gone a lot worse, as evidenced by that last sky reach. Okay, I'm gonna watch the Void Terrors to make sure. I would like to make sure we get kicks here. Seems good. Yeah, I won't reversion just yet, but I need to make sure that's my next healing spell. Okay, yeah, perfect time. I'm going to save Fire Breath for the next pull. Yeah, I guess I thought we would maybe chain. Probably still best that I save Fire Breath. Yeah, because now I can, on the Emissary, I can Fire Breath. Like so. And then my stasis goes off. Nice. The boss splits really early, right? Yeah. Where's the... Oh, I got it. This one...
My enemy. Take it.
I can get a really juicy fire breath here. Somebody has not broken the main boss shields. Oh no. It's bad. That's like the only shield that you really, absolutely, really should break. I mean, honestly, all of them you probably should do. That boss actually hits harder than I expected. I never thought that would be like a really nasty healing boss, but that was tough. Especially because everybody's so spread out. So for Evoker, it's like... especially tough. Okay. Come on. Kill the Voidbound Emissary. Nice. Dude, Prez kind of cranks. I was keeping up with you there for a bit, Owner. Okay, I'm gonna save Tip for Fire Breath here. Do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Ads spawn on this, right? So I'm gonna save Fire Breath for the ads. Yeah.
Take it.
Nice.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Sinister to the Void Storm. What?
You dare? Then down!
I probably should have tipped that Fire Breath. Oh, fuck me. Okay, only VE myself on this boss. Lesson learned. Alright, well, despite my best attempts to add one death to the dungeon by fucking VEing straight into a fucking line, overall, that didn't go too bad. I don't, does this guy need rings? Okay, yeah, this guy definitely needs gear. How do you even pronounce that? What does BB mean? Is that GG in Europe speak? I've seen multiple people say BB, but in like on North America that means baby. So I don't know what that means in this context. I'm guessing it must mean GG in some language or something like that. Bye bye? Oh, fucking hell, really? That's like normal terminology thing here? I've never seen that on North America. Hello, Agard. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Well, it is 7 a.m. where I am. So it is good morning for me. I guess technically, well, I am on Europe right now, so... What time is it in Europe? 1 in the afternoon, so that checks out. Ready for 10s? I mean, I feel like I did pretty good, all things considered. I'm still, like, I am making some mistakes. I think it's taking me time to adjust to the fact that, like, I actually use Emerald Blossom now. So sometimes I just immediately go to start hitting echoes, and I forget that I should do Emerald Blossom and then echo, because of the, like, it duplicates your echo. But... yeah, I feel like I did pretty good. At least he didn't say Bliat. Yeah. I still, like, I don't know why. He was so prepared for that run to be a fucking disaster. He just opens up with, guys, freedom, dispel, something. Like, he thought that was gonna be the worst fucking dungeon run ever. And we didn't die a single time. Like, it was clean. If we had died, I understand flaming, but he's just off the rip. Grouchy. Ugh. That tank has seen some shit, man. Alright, let's see. At least you didn't embarrass yourself. How did you do? Yeah, you did good. Look, I never had to hunt you down. You hung out near me. I managed to hit you with every single temporal anomaly. Made my life easy. It is cool, though. Like, I guess... I'm sure you've mentioned it before, but I never thought about the fact that, like, yeah... You've been around the stream for so long, Owner, but because you're on Europe, you've never been able to join for any groups and stuff. So that is kind of one cool thing about me doing this European thing. Oh, there's a Mysara that only needs a healer. That could be interesting. It's a blood DK. Ooh. Ooh, they got a Mistweaver instead. I was declined. Damn. I was wondering why this showed up. 3.8k main. What do I want to do? Seat at the triumvirate? Sure. I've heard seat is brutal to heal, so we'll see how this feels. I also, without, like... So second charge of VE, obviously, with the old Lifebind windows, would have felt nuts. I feel like I don't need it as much as I thought I would have. There have still been some situations I've noticed where, like, I really need spot healing, and I just quickly throw out, like, I just did a big VE, but then the tank's taking damage, so I just do a quick Echo VE, and then boom, and that's good. What was the seat? Seat is... I have to take the portal. You should have brought your Havoc main, but you wanted it to be genuine. Fair enough, yeah. Ah, Brewmaster tank. I get to be judgmental. Time for a Terra seat run? Yeah. Yeah, I felt so bad, because, like, genuinely what happened is I looked over at chat, and I started reading Leia Wolfie's messages, and then, like, my Twitch chat is open on my computer, which is, like, on my desk off to the side. So, I have my, like, screen in front of me, and then off to my right is my computer where Twitch chat is. So I looked over, I started reading those messages, and then, like, subconsciously I kind of thought, like, okay, well... I've been reading chat, so the tank's probably pulling the hallway, so I held W without actually looking over, and then I look back, and I suddenly see mobs in front of me unpulled, like, oh fuck, wait, what? It was definitely one of those, you know, look before you leap moments, but also, I still have no idea, like, the first pull of the dungeon, why did he just stop and type guys? I assume it was because he was actually flaming us, since later on he typed guys, freedom... dispel something, but then that makes me think that somehow he thought by typing guys in party chat, we were just magically going to assume that he wanted us to dispel more? Dispel what? I just, like, I don't know, man. And frankly, if he had just typed, like, healer, please dispel, I would have understood that a lot more. Oh boy. Mage is still... Where's the mage? Surely I don't need to rebuff, right? Like, I mean, seed is not over 27 minutes, right? Where is this one? You're here! Triad's Conservatory! You're here! Where? He's here! What? Like, what? He was standing outside the portal and said, where is this one? And then walked inside and said, oh. Well... Alright, let's see how much of a disaster this dungeon is. The nice thing is, when I start pushing my key next week... Oh yeah, also I finished the Cracked Keystone, right? Yeah, so at some point I auto-completed the Cracked Keystone quest.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I get it. I get it. I get it. I understand now. I understand now. I understand. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I have done pulls like this at the start of Seat so many times, and I've been screamed at by so many healers, and every single time I've said skill issue. I am such an asshole. Holy crap. That was not fun at all. That was brutal. I can't even dispel that. Okay. Whew. Oh, why do I have threat? Why do I have threat? Ah! My dog is standing right outside my window, barking extremely loudly. Yes, hello, Tucker. Hi. Okay. I mean, honestly, though, like, doable.
My emissary brings you power.
Ah, I should have saved that. Wait, oh, he taught. Oh, it's Todd. I was gonna say, where the fuck did it go? Okay, we're pulling more. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! I mean, that was kind of sick, honestly. I guarantee you I do not do that, and that explodes.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I don't know if he has Todd for that one. What, decimate? That's not how that mechanic works!
The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
We did not deserve to live that one.
Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
Right, I don't have an interrupt. I was gonna interrupt that fucking mob, and I can't, because fucking stupid Blizzard.
My emissary.
Alright. Oh, where are we going, buddy? We're going on an adventure. Nice. Good Todd, though. I mean, so far, this Brewmaster tank is doing crazy pulls, but I haven't had to, like, pocket him that much. So I can't really complain. Alright, that was a potentially lethal V. Oh, we're... Okay.
My emissary.
Alright, where are we going next? I mean, okay. Oh, alright. Really does not want to pull that patrol. See, I always think, like, in levels of keys like this, like, I clear +10s, and I'll be honest, I homebrew my own routes as a tank all the time. And I do pure whole W routes unless there's, like, a very logical skip. Because 99% of the time, especially in voiceless pugs, it's just easier. Unless there's, like, a very obvious mob, like, you need to skip this because XYZ reason. I just always do whole W. And, like, look, is it sometimes a little bit slower? Sure, but, like, I mean, I've been farming keys to tank the entire season with 0 issue. This is definitely, like, not that crazy of a, you know, I want to skip a trash pack type of a route, but it's definitely a little bit weird.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay. Well, I can't kick that. Alright, W musical chairs. I will TD this glorious bastard. I was hoping that's what he would do. I'm glad he is smart enough to know that was required. I pressed Obsidian Scales, I was ready to soak it myself. Okay, I'm gonna try and play back here, just so they know that I will be doing that. Like, definitely let me get the ones far in the back. We'll get, these. Okay. I think he ate a bomb, yeah. I was gonna say, I saw somebody standing over there eat a bomb. Jesus. Okay, yeah, that honestly, I'll be entirely real, that fried my brain, and I fucked up. I was too busy looking at the fucking shaman that I did not process that I was getting pounced and needed to do something to react. And this is... I didn't even think about this, but this is one of those M+ bosses where as soon as somebody dies, it basically becomes impossible, right? Because, like, you just don't have enough room to... or enough people to soak these fucking balls. Probably better to just die and go again. Yeah, because now they're gonna die. Unless, I mean, they're... No, but like the bleed definitely, maybe? Mage is kind of gaming, I'll be honest. I don't even have the current segment shown properly. Okay, the mage is... The mage is not helping. The mage just cleared 0 balls. They could have walked 1 step forward and cleared 2 balls, and now... Yeah. Yeah, now they're dead. Monk would need to... This is tricky. I think the monk is probably tempted to Todd the boss. I guess at this point you can probably get it to the threshold. Oh, less orb spawn. I see. Less orb spawn. Okay, so it's not that bad then. Yeah, he should be able to solo this then. You can get in range of Todd and then 1-tap. Presumably that's what he's doing, unless he used Todd. Well, I mean, if it works, it works. Good shit. I'll food buff then.
Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves. I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care.
Where are we going? I don't know why we're tanking it here. Like, why tank it directly next to the tentacle that can slap us? That's a blow rewind on that. Deep breath stun. Todd. Jesus. That was a little bit insane. I don't know why. Like, did every single mob just target me? I guess I could have TD'd myself, worst case. Okay, so it's that thing, Void Infusion. I guess if that targets you, fucking pray. I must have gotten multiple on me or something, because I was getting shredded. I'm gonna just TD myself here, then. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I saw 2 stacks of a debuff on that guy, and he was getting blasted as well. So I guess if it double targets you, it can just completely fuck your day up.
I shall bring you to your twilight.
It's gonna hit. Oh, nice. I got the mage back there. The mage is definitely not doing me any favors here. That was kind of sick. Ooh, look at that. Kinda keeping up on damage on that, boss. Riding the Ellie Shaman's ass.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
I mean, the Brewmaster's beating the mage and the shaman.
The way is open.
I wonder, is this Brewmaster... Okay, yeah, this is some person's alts. Oh, wow, they have a myth trinket already. And a... Okay, 295 weapon. Right, okay. So they're actually pretty damn geared, it seems.
What fascinating implications. Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
Oh, shit. I think, yeah, we hit 3, it looks like. Nice. Dude, I've seen people fuck that mechanic up in 10s. At the very least, this group knows how to do mechanics. Could target me again. Yeah, I'll do this. Okay, we are missing... Yeah, the warrior is doing that wrong. Well, I spoke too soon.
My emissary brings you
And the mage just instinctively lusts as they think this is the burn. Lass. Oh, I'm getting overlapped.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I am hitting Chrono Flames so hard right now.
Five, 4, 3.
I wonder if on single target is Deep Breath actually... yeah, I don't even know if Deep Breath is a damage increase on single target. I don't think it is. Alright, overall pretty good key though.
Become a creature of shadow.
The void is a force of change.
Wait, the Shaman bonus rolled this dungeon? Oh boy. Well, I mean, yeah, that checks out. I would like to hope that everybody in my audience already knows this, but yeah, do not waste your bonus rolls on anything below a +10. Do not. Don't do that. That is a waste of your limited resources. Oh, I forgot to type GG. Yeah, whatever. I also do have enough. Did I loot an Ascendant Void Shard? I didn't loot an Ascendant Void Shard. Dude. Wait a second. Are you telling me that the way this currency works is once you have 5 of this, you can't loot anymore? Is that actually how this works? If so, that is incredibly toxic design. Or no, you know what? I think it's only guaranteed on +10s or higher, right? So that's probably why. Right. Okay, well, that makes more sense. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way it's designed like that, right? That would be... I would be very surprised if that was the case. Yeah, I forgot that it's only guaranteed on 10s. I'm so used to... I haven't done a key below a 10 and it's so long. Alright, let's do 7, 8. Alright, what... I'll apply for this dungeon. I also think my dehumidifier shut off, so I'm gonna have to go check that in a second. It doesn't look like I'm getting accepted into this group, so let me run and check that real quick. All right. Let's see. Nexus points. Algathar. Hit of Sauron. I mean, it's that Paladin's key. So, I don't know. Mysara. I was saying that it would be good to get score for Mysara. So... As much as I really... Yeah, okay, well, I fucking hate Mysara Caverns, but at the very least this means that I can... Oh, I almost typed in caps lock. I can get score for it now, and that way I don't need to worry about it until later on when I get it on a 10. So I can save it until the last minute. Lunar Stricken said, thanks for all the work on your guides. Hope a decently smooth run On your brew alt helped my gearing journey? Ah, okay. That makes more sense. I was, like, the thought did cross my mind of, like, why is someone this geared running this dungeon? I guess, yeah, that's probably gonna happen a few times. Yeah, you did some crazy pulls, but, I mean, you were good, for sure. I appreciate it. And that, considering, like, oh man, that is a diabolical damage breakdown. Beating 2 of the DPS. So, definitely made the dungeon easier, that's for sure. But I appreciate it. That is kind of the, you know, I don't know, it's like, it's not necessarily a problem with this type of challenge, because at the end of the day, you know, the idea behind this, I think that would be a problem if I was only pushing myself to, like, an arbitrary benchmark, but if I do find it to be very easy to get to +10s and whatnot, then I would just keep pushing until I actually started really struggling. So, we'll see. And good shit on that second boss, by the way. Honestly, I thought it would have been faster to just die and reset, because I didn't expect you could solo the rest of it. But it worked out. Master of Harmony Brew is just kind of immortal on that Keystone level. Yeah, makes sense. I think the only time I actually saw your health spike was on that very first initial pull, which was very spooky. And I don't know if you had the stream open, but I have done that pull on my tanks multiple times. And obviously, like, that was only an 8, right? Not a 10. But half the time when I do pulls like that on 10s or higher, the, like, the entire group dies. And then my healer starts bitching me out. I think, you know, the double subjugator pulls are tricky, because you need to, like, delay the subjugator so they don't do it at the exact same time. Because I think we lived it, but I sent, like, a rewind, a stasis, and, like, fucking everything. But hey, I mean, it's fun practice. The champion charges are scary, but you had your purifiers and ox rolling? Yeah. Yeah, after that, like, initial roundup, I didn't really see your health move at all. Where's our hunter? Sorry, Deeps. Okay, they're almost here. Oh, we are just ripping it. Ready check, and then a few seconds later.
4, 3, 2,
My man is on a mission.
1.
Okay. His health bar is going down. Oh my god. don't know what causes that root, but that is nasty. Dude, this bear druid. This bear druid is not okay. My guy is taking the fucking dick. Holy. Oh no. Okay, yeah, he's not running a good build, for sure.
My people here. Keep out of his way. For now.
Did someone die? Where's the shaman?
A willing sacrifice has
I hit the target tummy. Okay. Okay, so that roar, that's what silenced me. Right. So as long as I play around that, should be fine. Shit.
a willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Are we pulling more? This is like such a strange way to pull this dungeon. I don't know. I've never seen this. Then again, I also don't do this dungeon that often. I actually think I've only ever tanked this dungeon. Come to think of it, I haven't... Yeah. I don't know why he's taking so much damage.
My ambition brings you power.
Okay. How much percent are we getting in here? Come to think of it, freeing prisoners is probably my job, right? Yeah, that's definitely a healer job, for sure. It's funny because, like, every time they add one of those mechanics, without even, like, really thinking about it, I always just go, healer job, that way I don't need to deal with it. But now that's my job. Karma's a bitch. Okay, this is... Tank is definitely taking a lot of damage. I'm trying to think, like, if I recall, I can't really remember anything other than, like, the final bridge in Mysara being remotely that challenging. So, you know, maybe that'll be an issue, but other than that, it should be fine, right? There we go. Oh, where the fuck are we going? Where the fuck is this?
An interloper, but you won't take my prey from me.
Okay. Whenever I see something like this, I'm never sure, is this like some MDI strat that is like popular that I just don't know about? Or is this some like real homebrew shit? That's a TD for sure. Morning. What's this dot? He's kind of outranging me. God.
My emissary brings
Good, good. Had to walk away real quick. Let's see. Okay, I would like to get... Nice, I can cleanse that. Cool. Can't cleanse that. Okay, I've never actually had to do this mechanic, but I know vaguely how it's done. If you get targeted by the charge... Oh, shit. Right, that's... Oh, okay, it is me. I do this, right? And then it charges and stuns. Okay, I'm getting fucking every mechanic that doesn't target tanks right on the first set. Oh, the game's forcing me to learn. Okay, so Barrage fixates you, so you have to just stand there and take it. Okay, the Hunter is really far out there. Like, genuinely... Only so much I can do here. We are so spread out, man. Where are they? They're on polar opposite sides of the room. I cannot reach them. The tank's also taking way too much damage. Okay, now I know I stand still for that. Okay, we need to kill Zaltath. Please. Okay, thank God. I normally don't do this, but this is gonna get one of my rare... remember, I'm a Preservation Evoker type of reminders, because they were literally polar opposite sides of the room. Yes. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. I'm fucking... I mean, he has battle res, right? Like, he should battle res me. Oh, we used it. Fuck me. Okay, well... And he can't stay alive on his own? Yeah. I mean, if you cannot solo this shit as a tank, like, you're just actually trash, but... Remember, as a Moker, stay at least kinda close together. Thought there was genuinely out in Africa, but I will just throw out that reminder because, like, I literally could not keep them alive. Ultimately, that is at least partially on me, though. In hell. All weird pulls, you blame the MDI? Yeah, well, so, let's be clear here. This is objectively a bad tank. You can just look at his talents, and he's running, like, 0% pick rate talents. He does not understand what he's doing. Also, like, I mean, if you cannot self-sustain as a bear... I didn't even look at all of his talents. I looked at a few of them. Okay, he's also still running Druid of the Claw, which... Druid of the Claw obviously can work in M+ dungeons if you know how to play it, but it has a much higher skill ceiling compared to Loon's Chosen. And given every... Yeah, like, I mean... He just has absolutely no idea what he's doing. So... I have my work cut out for me here, but whether or not I time this dungeon doesn't matter. I just need completion. Right? I'll want to time it, but I'm fully prepared for this to be a fucking disaster. What? I had no time to move for that. Okay, so you have to look at where the fucking projectiles are going. Dude, I think I might just need to... I might just need to end stream after this. That is fucking embarrassing. After this dungeon, I mean. Obviously, like, I'm just not playing well. That was not good. That was just objectively fucking bad. I mean, admittedly, the cast time on that is fucking crazy. That you'd have that little time to react, but I thought, surely I can get this one fucking cast off and then take 2 steps forward, and nope. You're just dead. Oh. Come on, man. Give me at least a fucking moment to stabilize. This boss is fucking crazy. And then I need to dispel myself, because it also puts a fucking poison on you. I will say, the fact that I'm having to fucking do all this while also, like, fucking pumping healing into the tank is making things significantly harder when I should otherwise just be able to literally never look at the tank at all. Like, that is a... one person who I should not have to heal at all that I'm having to extremely focus on. Jesus. Why did I pick the worst possible healer to start with? Well, 2 things. One, I put it up to a poll, and, I mean, as you might imagine, what do you think people voted for? Second off, I know how to play Prez. I am objectively just playing like shit right now, because it is currently 8 AM for me. I've got slept, and I've been streaming for almost 9 hours straight, so... Like, I will absolutely pull that card in this instance. But I do actually know how to play Prez. But yes, like, is it a harder healer to start with? For sure. Should I be able to play significantly better than I am right now? Also, yes. Where is this hunter? How are you so far away? Or rogue? I just...
It'd be worse than we thought. How many of my people have died here?
I mean, I don't know. I will say this is probably not doable at this point, especially given how bad this tank is, but, like, I wouldn't rule it out. It's not completely unsalvageable at this point, but I don't know. Okay. That's, that is unfortunate. I just dispelled the other thing. I guess I'll save my dispel here, just in case that happens again. Yeah. Okay. Stay back up.
Take it.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna die, right? Yeah. This is awkward. The hunter has threat, so he's getting fucking whacked. But I have to... Okay. I'll just save my cleanse for that. I'll see. I think what I'll do is after this, I'll do one disc freeze key. And if I'm like, if it goes all right, if I'm not, you know, playing like complete ass, then maybe I'll do more. But if I am playing like complete ass, I'll probably need to take a nap and then finish this up in the afternoon before raid. I mean, I am definitely very tired right now, but I also do really want to make sure that I have time to get this all done before the European daily reset. So, what I gotta do. Okay. This is a very awkward way to this dungeon. I'm just gonna do that now. Jesus. Everybody's so spread out. Oh, come on. Alright, this should be fun. How are we about to do this? Are we going to do this correctly? Kinda. Okay, no, never mind. We're just gonna stand in the ghost and die. Yeah. If we didn't do that, this actually might have been salvageable, but he just walked into the ghost. I could probably reset the boss, I think. At least, credit where it's due. The druid did type, sorry I fucked up. Yeah, I was gonna mass res. That reaches, right? Yeah. Oh. I should have typed res incoming or something. I don't know. Probably won't make much of a difference. At the very least, the entire point of this, right, is this is just to get score on the board, right? I wasn't expecting this to be pretty. I will still have at least a non-zero amount of score for my Sara, so when I do start clearing 10s, that will make things a little bit easier. And I still get credit for the 4 Mythic Dungeon box, which is all I really care about at this point. I don't know why this tank takes so much fucking damage, though. Like, you should not be getting dicked this fucking hard by boss autos as a Guardian Druid. Like, he must just not be pressing Iron Fur. Is he not talented into Iron Fur? He is, so yeah, I don't know. Definitely strange. Shit. I don't know how that didn't kill us. TA. I think I almost got hit by that. I wasn't really looking at where that was going. That probably would have one-shot me. So I just got lucky that it happened to not hit the place that I was standing. I need to be careful about that. Alright, well. We also, I think, have way too much percent, right? Like, you get more than, what is this, 8% from the bridge, but... Do I normally stream throughout the night? Honestly, I have no consistent streaming schedule. I stream... I can't talk. I really just stream whenever I feel like I have something relevant to stream. And in this case, it just so happens that I wanted to get this stuff done. And...
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Well, that worked out. But yeah, I needed to get this done before the E reset, so it was either I stream it or I just do it off stream. But I have a fixed time that I need to get this done by, obviously. And, I just figured, fuck it. Now, I wasn't sure how long I would end up streaming, but I felt like it, so still going. But yeah, my streaming schedule is just kind of always whenever it is, I feel like it. Okay, I was gonna say those hands do damage, but then no, literally one spawned directly on top of me. Oops. Yeah, come on, please. Why are we taking so long to kill this fucking drummer? I'm gonna... Ooh, what are we doing here? Guess I'll... do this. This is... Is this supposed to hurt this much? Holy fuck. Okay, we are not stacking it. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with fucking spreading the totems out. We're not killing them fast, and... okay, do we know how to CC these? I guess at the very least my evoker stuff works. Oh, shit. Oh, of course. Of course. It carries me over into that. But I can't really do much more, and... Nice. Wait, are we gonna time this? It didn't even occur to me that, like, we haven't failed yet. Wait. There's no way that timed. There's no way. The moment we wiped to that boss, I immediately checked out. I'm like, yeah, I'm not even going to look at the timer. And then suddenly it occurred to me that it wasn't over yet. Dude, there's the hunter bonus rolled? Why are people bonus rolling sub 10 dungeons? Who are these gremlins? Wasting their bonus rolls. At least the tank was nice. Can't really be too upset. Alright, and now we get to see, now that I've suffered through those 4 dungeons, what do I get from my heroic raid box? I am prepared for this to be absolute fucking dog shit. I guess the real question is, do I open this as Prez? Or as, what am I looking for? Do I open this as Prez, or do I open this as... Like, this is a good trinket, right? I mostly want Gaze of the Allseer, obviously. Veilgore's Final Stare for both. I've seen some people using this. This is technically a healing spell trinket. I don't know. Like, are there any DPS trinkets that I couldn't use at all? I wouldn't really want Litany, right? Yeah, I don't think you would want to run Litany. So... Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, this would be good. This would be good. Obviously, Gaze is good. No idea how good this would be. I mean, couldn't be bad. That's for sure. And then what, Plume? If Plume drops, can... Wait, no, I don't... You can't even use Plume as a caster. Yeah, I think I open this as Devastation. I don't think there's any healer-specific trinkets that are so good that I would want to, like, potentially get it. And there are some healer-specific trinkets that are like, eh. So... I have my loot spec set to Dev. So, fingers crossed, let's get a Gaze of the Allseer. Okay. I mean, it's... Honestly... If I'm not going to get a good trinket, this is one of the better things I could have gotten. Because this is not only an upgrade, but good stats, and it's one of the March of Quel'Danos things, I think, right? Or it's either Illyria loot or March of Quel'Danos. That's Illyria loot. Okay, yeah. But it's higher item level than Raw M+, so it is better than I could have gotten by just spamming keys. So that is not a waste of time, I would say, you know? Like, that is, I mean, what are the odds of it being fucking Gaze of the Allseer, right? Like, there's zero fucking chance. So, outside of literally getting the fucking god roll, that's pretty good. Yeah. I'm happy with that. And I like crit mastery, so I want to keep this. So I'm going to catalyze these pants to maintain 4-piece. And I think, yeah, this drops burst, so that is slightly better. And alright, this is where my Evoker is left off. I have 3 vault slots, so most likely I'm just taking a bonus roll. So now, let's swap over to my Disc Priest. Like I said, I'll do 1 Disc Priest key. If it is a fucking train wreck, then I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm probably gonna do the Brewmaster Monk keys off stream though, because at the end of the day, right, like, that's not even necessarily part of the challenge, even if it is using one of the healer characters. And you guys have already seen me do a million brew keys, so I'm probably gonna do Disc. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna then try to do Monk keys. If I have time, maybe I might be able to finish leveling my Druid and get some keys done, but that's like a stretch goal. Because obviously I need to make sure that I get enough sleep and I'm awake in time for my guild's raid later. Okay, so my priest has decent gear overall. Fuck, right. I need to buy consumables and shit. Yeah, I should probably do that. So, what are priests running? I think it's crit haste, right? But I don't know which one's better. Let's see. Stat priority. Okay, haste. So I should go item enhancements, finger, current expansion only, and then Thalassian haste. I'll buy, oh my god, can't type. 2 of these. I have this for helmets. I will buy Hex of Leeching. Shoulders, what was it? The Lassian Recovery. Chest. That's a good chest piece. I'll buy... fuck it, I'll buy Mark of the World Soul. Why not? Then Acuity of the Render Eye, I know I need, so... Is it... Acuity of the Render Eye. At least I'm assuming I can double check what disc priests are running. Disc priests are running... Yeah, Acuity. Okay. I figured, but I technically should have checked first. Okay, chill out, blah blah blah's roots. And then thread. Where is it? Legs. Arcana Weave. Okay, and then... Do I have any bonus sockets? No. So I get an Eversong Diamonds. Eversong... this thing. And then, what would I want? Deadly... What would I have more of? Let's go with, Quick Garnet. And these are, like, really crappy rings. I don't really care that much. I'll buy cheaper options. I'll set my stats a little bit more. For Flask, I'll probably still go Blood Knights. Flask of the Blood Knights, we'll buy 10 of these. Lights Potential, buy 50 of these. Silver Moon Health, buy 50 of these. $50 of these. Royal Roast. 50 of these. What else have I forgotten? Phoenix Oil. Phoenix Oil. 20. And then... I guess, yeah, Auto Hammer is probably nice to have. Auto Hammer... Right, not current expansion only. Auto Hammer, 20. And then I'll have to get, Mage Water. I didn't look at chat. Did you get Legion Time Walking in North America this week? I'm not sure. Blinking through the ghost kills it. Interesting. I didn't know about that. I didn't even think about Rescue to clear my roots. Good call. I need to get better at using Rescue. That's one thing that I definitely was not really good at on Prez, even the last time I played. I had not really gotten used to using that all that much, so I need to improve at that. See. Okay, I think that's all the main consumables. Yes. Lindy requires you to do 5 quick damage spells in succession to get big shields. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any Prez players run it. It's mostly Mistweavers that I'm seeing run it. And it's entirely possible that, like, other specs do it, and I just haven't looked hard enough, but... definitely, I looked at Prez, and I could not see anything. Okay. Hello? Why is this... I guess when the gem interface is open, it, like, bugs out. At the very least, though, so those keys are going to be probably some of the hardest keys I did. Because I will be significantly more geared before I try to set foot in M+ again. Like, I forced myself in here, I think, lower item level than I'm usually comfortable with, primarily because I obviously needed to get that hero piece, but I still have a lot of, like, really weak items. Ideally, by the time that I do, like, actual 10s and stuff like that, I'll be at least, like, 10 to 15 item levels higher. I will ideally have sent my crafts by that point. I will have significantly more gear from delves. Depending on whether or not I can get the Champion Crest discount, I may even have fully upgraded all my stuff to 263. So I will be significantly stronger. Right now, I felt like I was just getting blasted by everything, and obviously my heals will be stronger. So overall, it should feel a lot easier later on, but we'll see how this goes. I'm like used to Void Weaver, but I don't think Oracle should feel that bad. And then let's see, yeah, Follower Dungeon. Was it, Follower Dungeon, the queue for Murder Row.
Busier than usual from here. We need to act fast.
Let's see, okay. And then can leave the Follower Dungeon. Yeah, so I'm gonna test myself. If I do this initial dungeon and it's not too bad, then I will grab more coffee. But I don't want to get more coffee until I'm done with this. You know, if I can't play well without the coffee, then I don't deserve to try and play well with the coffee. Alright, I mean, this is about as good as it's gonna get, I think. Are there any abilities that I'm missing? Doesn't seem like it. I don't have Plea on my bars, but I looked at some Disc Priests, and it doesn't seem like many of them are using Plea, so I'm not going to worry about that just yet, and I think it would mostly, if you use it at all, be in a raid environment, so we'll see. Alright, let's... Athene said, "Hey Harldan, one of your previous VODs you were talking about a content creator that was very informative on their videos." Oh, are you talking about Folding Ideas? Dan Olson? That's probably... If you're talking about NFT videos, then I was probably talking about Dan Olson, because his NFT video is, like, which I think it's called Line Goes Up. It's really, really, really good. Basically talking about why NFTs are complete dogshit, worthless stuff. And yeah, I mean, all of his videos are really, really, really good. That's probably what you're talking about. Alright, let's see here. So, check all healer role available, and 7 to 8. 7 to 8 learning. Alright, this should be fun. Let's see. I mean, there's another +7 pit. I probably won't get accepted to that group. Let's see. I mean, I haven't done a Zenith yet today, so... Quick alt farm. Oh, delisted. I guess I should... I'll apply for the only DPS ones, but the odds that I actually get accepted are low. Yeah, instantly declines. Alright, fair enough. Interesting that I was getting... Yeah, I was about to say, I got invited faster on my Evoker than I'm getting on my Disc Priest, which... pretty much the same item level. You would think that Prez would be... scarier. Change the thing from Prez to Disc? I can, I guess, yeah. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? Like... But sure. I could do that. There we go. I also, like, I don't have one of these set up for every single healer, right? I've only done Disc and Prez, because we leveled those healers. So I had that set up, but... Anyway. This was, I think, Pit of Sauron, right? Yeah, Dark Approach, okay. Yeah, no problem, Mathany. Nice. Alright. I have not really looked up much for Disc, I'll be honest. I at least gave the, I gave the Prez guide a cursory read before, popping in, but... Like, I don't know, this doesn't seem that different from the Disc I remember. Like, I can't imagine that if I... You know, if I Radiance, put up Power or Shadow Pain, Mind Blast, Penance, and then just Burr, right? Like, you know, that's it, right? Spot Heal with Flash Heal procs, Powered Shields. Oh, damn, I don't have... I was about to say, and then I listened for the fucking text-to-speech PI macro to tell me, or weak aura, to tell me who to PI. I don't have that anymore. Pit of Sorrows? Do you not like this dungeon? Honestly, I like Pit of Sauron. At least, especially as a tank. I have no idea how this is going to feel to heal, but... Shell dungeon as a tank. Alright, here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Oh, fuck. I'm not in my healer frames. Okay. After this pull, I can do that. I was about to say, why are the names so far away? Right, because I forgot to change it, because I'm dumb. It also, like, I can't fucking see who's being targeted by abilities, man. Like, why did Blizzard fucking not add some way to do that? It's so dumb. Alright, that's better.
A willing sacrifice.
No, I don't have to worry about lusting now. It's no longer my job on this healer. PIing is, though. Right. Okay, there we go. You get PI. Congrats. And I also get PI because Twins of the Sun Priestess, or whatever the fuck that talent's called. I really like this AoE power word shield. This thing is nice. I also... that is my job. I am a healer now. I'm supposed to pick up the fucking... the camps. Right, that is... I am on bitch duty. I need to remember that. Hold on, I'll... What I target? Need a mob that's gonna live for a while.
Brings you power. Take it.
Okay, I'm gonna... There we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, this feels fucking cozy as hell. This could just be a better group. That's entirely possible, but... I always did feel like Disc Priest was a little bit easier than Pres Evoker. So... I'm kind of chilling right now. And I want to target this mob because it's going to live for longer. But I kind of just put up my atonement and then go to town. And having AoE power word shield is like really fucking nuts. Feels really, really, really good.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Let's do... Ah, fuck, I forgot to Shadow Repain on the mob first. I want to make sure I swap to Xalatath, because a lot of times other people don't. Do we still have, like, the two Smite increases the damage of Penance? I don't really see that. Right, it used to be you wanted to do Smite, Smite, Penance, Smite, Smite, Penance, I think. And that was, like, the loop. But it doesn't really seem like that, as far as I can tell. I'll have to read through the talent interactions a little bit, because, like, admittedly, like I said, I did not really look through the guide that heavily compared to Prez. I mean, at the very least, it doesn't seem like it's really holding me back all that much. But I can check later on to see if I can optimize this a little bit more. don't... whatever.
A willing sub.
Okay, I mean, he just stood in the breath. That's on him. He also, admittedly, he might have been trapped by the gargoyle. I think that was the guy in the fucking gargoyle, which, like, a little bit unlucky because also the group just kind of let him die. But if I had realized that, if that was him, then I maybe could have paint supped him, but I did not really process that in time. It was. Okay. This is definitely a pull. I don't know why nothing's dying. I don't know why the Bear Druid is top damage. I guess, could I levitate him? Is that a thing I can do? Like, are there ways for me to mitigate that? I suppose. The problem is I can't really tell who's being targeted. That's the issue, because this fucking stupid weak aura thing. They're gone. I guess I could Leap of Faith them, too. Yeah, oh, maybe I could. Maybe I could do that, yeah. I mean, admittedly, like, I've run this dungeon I don't know how many times, and I've never actually seen the gargoyle fly off into the air. That is a first for me. So, I'm not used to having to think of those solutions, because, like, you can also just break the shield and fucking interrupt it. Like, you know, just do the mechanic. But I suppose that is a thing that you could do. Yes. Why are... Dude, pick a fucking spot and stand still! Holy moly!
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Can I hit from here? No. W. Yeah, okay, I mean, that... There's absolutely nothing I could have done for that guy. Outside of Pain Sup, which I did not have. He got literally every single fucking direct healing ability I had. And, like, look, he's saying get the boss into position. Like, yeah, obviously the tank did not position the boss correctly, but also that's not it. It's fucked up. I have to stop my... Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, we found it. We found John Warrior. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're not fucking moving. I need to... You know, I've never seen this boss done in a more god-awful, fucked-up way than this. I mean, it's like, there's no mechanics here. You just break one fucking Serenite block, and then you hide. And somehow they managed to fuck that up, because it fucked up... What did he say? It's fucked up, I have to stop my DPS. Fucked with a T. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. This cannot be that hard for you. Holy. Okay, we're not gonna kill Zaltath? We're not gonna kill Zaltath? Okay, the boss is gonna be buffed. Alright, lovely, lovely, love that. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck.
2, 1.
I mean, like, the dungeon honestly started off okay. And then somehow we turned the easiest boss in M+. Like, this, we can all agree this is the easiest M+ currently, right? Like, this is the easiest boss in the entire pool. Like, nothing is easier than this. There's 2 mechanics, and we're taking it against the wall. There's an entire fucking room over here, by the way. But no, we're tanking it against the wall, right? So that we have absolutely no fucking room to stand. We're failing to LOS. Just to give our poor little fucking healer a fucking migraine.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I mean, can I, like, if I stand over here, if I stand all the way out here, will that force the tank to move? Presumably.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The developers gave you an entire boss room and you used none of it. Alright, we're not targeting... Holy moly. What is the mage even dying to, man? Why are you taking the dick?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was fucking miserable. You hate Pug Warrior DPS sometimes? Yeah, dude. I mean... There is... I don't think I've ever seen a single fucking Pug Warrior play into the stereotype that hard. Like, deadass said, it's fucked up, I have to stop DPS. Motherfucker. And, like, look, you know, maybe he's right. Maybe, it is fucked up. It is a grave injustice that he has to stop Zug. Stop Zug for just, a few GCDs. How dare we? But also, like, you choose death? You're faced with either stop Zug for 5 fucking seconds or die. And he chooses death. Crazy. Oh fuck, oh shit. Ah! Dude, come on, man! Come on, man! Come on, there's a fucking indicator! Oh. Oh boy.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Alright. What? Where are we? Huh? Okay.
We could probably use these parts.
Never seen this before. Okay. We're going in. Alright. I have no idea if you can pull the mobs mid-fight. I'm assuming you can. So, you know, ballsy, I suppose. But I respect it, I guess. Like, it's, it is a choice. I'm gonna try to stand... Take care of them. Dude, it is so fucked up. It is so fucked up that these warriors, they, like, the boss is making them stop their DPS. The boss is punching them in the face. How dare the boss? It is so fucked up that they have to stop damage. No, Mage! Mage, you're supposed to be the good one. You're supposed to be the non-zugger. We should probably B-res the mage. Whatever.
My emissary brings you power.
Technically, there's no schism anymore, right? So I don't, like, is Mind Blast Burst Window even a thing? Like, do I even care about lining everything up with Mind Blast? Like, I guess it probably doesn't matter. Okay, I mean, that, yeah. That is just fucking unlucky. That the moment I decide, oh, hey, this would be a good time to pick fucking Ultimate Penitence, it fixates me. Twice in a row, mind you. Because I'm like, okay, he just fixated me, surely it's not going to do it again. I wonder if it's because the mage died. It doubled up on somebody, and then it decided to do me. Whatever. Okay, we pulled a gargoyle. Who does the gargoyle have? Gazlaw? Okay, I cannot actually Leap of Faith him. Science has been done. That guy is fucked. Okay. I tried to levitate him in time. Now, I might be able to Leap of Faith him as he is falling down to the ground before he hits, but I'm not running Save the Day. Who's targeted? Okay, they actually broke it this time. Okay, Fort. I'll move into the Geist don't jump out into the middle of nowhere. I will say, though, overall, like, outside of that one minor miscalculation, which... that wasn't necessarily a misplay, that was just like, I've already been fixated, I'm safe to use Ultimate Penitence, and then, like... I mean, it was a misplay in the technical sense, but, like, it wasn't that my brain shut off. Like, there was a thought process there, and it's just, I didn't consider the fact that the mage was dead. But other than that one thing... I don't think I've played poorly this dungeon. So I think I'd probably fine to continue. This priest also feels fairly intuitive, from what I remember. Nobody's killing Xalatath. Shit, Shepherd Pain fell off. Don't forget with circles to go to the light ones. We're actually, like, this timer is surprisingly close. It has been a little messy, but I don't know. I'm gonna PI you. So they got it. What? No! Mage! They were on... Why? With... Oh my god. Alright. I have to fucking... heal my ass off, I guess. This is gonna be rough. Evangelism. Okay. Mr. Mage, Mr. Mage. Come on. Nice, they got it. Shit, I probably need to run. Yeah, this ended up being a surprisingly tight key, all things considered. I don't know, I think I played well. Oof. Alright. Whoa! Talk about an upgrade! Holy! From Adventurer track to, let's see, does the Druid need the cloak? They do not. Oh shit. Oh shit! I didn't even say anything! Is the Druid one of you guys? Or did they just give it to me because, like, I mean, I'll be honest. I was the only other decent player in that key, I think. So that might have been why. Well, if the Druid is one of you guys, then I appreciate it. I guess technically speaking, they did join after me, so it is possible. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is the overall. Oh, God. Yeah, it probably is one of you guys. Well, I appreciate it either way. That is a nice upgrade. Guess I'm replacing this, and then I'll have to get a new enchant and gem. Hold on, let me scroll up. I gotta. I will say, Mr. Druid, the only point of feedback that I will give is we have to use more of the room in Garfrost. A little bit more of the room, right? Like, I was extremely cramped taking those little things in the corner. Now, I don't know if that's like a high-key strat to like conserve space or something, but obviously in this case, you do not need that space at all, right? So it is just so much easier to hold it out in the open. And then, like, as you can see, right, because those people are fucking demons trying to get every last drop of damage that they possibly can, they're dying and doing dumb shit. Ah, fuck, the, man, it has scrolled off my chat, unfortunately. I think you might have been able to see it on the screen, though. That was fucking demon shit. Let's see. You hate Pug Warrior DPS. Hope you're ready to get death bolted by Ick and Crick. Honestly, I'm surprised that didn't happen. I was ready for it. I was expecting it. Tanks don't understand where the beams are coming from, where the forges are, zug zug. Well, the, like, the way that they did Garfrost is not, like, objectively bad, right? It's just one of those of, in the context of what we were dealing with, it definitely would have been easier to not tank it along the edges, because the warrior was really, really struggling. And then they did not drag it behind the block of Serenite in time, which, like, look, I've made that mistake before. As a tank, not the end of the world, right? DPS lose a little bit at a time. Unless you're that warrior. In which case, it's so fucked up that he has to stop damage. Oh, God. I'm gonna put Eyes of the Eagle on my ring. Fuck it. I really hope that showed up on stream, because I was gonna try and find the party chat line. But, like, the text bubble should have popped up above his character. I'm just worried that it might have been off frame. That was so good. It did? It popped up? Okay. Hold on. I need to... Give me a moment, because so I need to find that part of the VOD. If somebody has a clip or something, that would be helpful. Otherwise, I'll just find it myself. But I need to screenshot that and to send it to a certain Fury warrior in my guilds. Let's see. Here. Let me... I guess it would probably be easier to find the, I have YouTube muted, right? Yeah. It'd be easier if I just pull up the YouTube video and then find it that way. And then... Okay, yeah, I have YouTube muted, so there shouldn't be any echo or anything. Okay. Let's see. Where was this? I really hope... Every single one of those DPS died, by the way. Every single one of them died at some point on that boss. That's crazy. Okay, I found it. Oh, God. Yeah, I gave that fucker everything I had. I mean, surely he had some defensive or health pot that he could have popped to save himself. It does look like he popped Die by the Sword. For whatever that fucking does. I mean, does Die by the Sword even help you there? I don't think it does. Hold on. I have to get the screenshot. Oh, God. Yes. Uh, it is there. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, God. It's so good. Yes. Oh, my fucking God. Hold on. How do I... Where's my print screen button? It's fucked up. I have to stop my DPS. Ooh, fucking hell. That is peak fucking Fury Warrior, dude. That is so good. I'm gonna... I need to fucking frame this screenshot. Oh... I have the perfect angle too. Hold on. I'll post it in Discord too. Hold on, I got the... Like, the misspelling makes it 50 times better. Holy shit. Alright. Let me... Where did I save this? Okay, screenshots. There was an Arms Warrior, but all... Oh yeah, true. It was an Arms Warrior. I mean, same shit, right? Wait, actually, Was he doing... Can I see his DPS in the screenshot? Yeah. Yeah, he was doing less damage than the tank, mind you. So... Oh, boy. That's too good. Okay, I'm gonna grab coffee. I will... Man, how long is this? We're past 10 hours. Now, I'm pretty sure... I don't... I'll be honest. Fuck, I don't know. So, I don't know exactly how the VOD is gonna work on YouTube. I'm pretty sure as long as it's below 12 hours, I should be fine. But I am running the risk of the VOD being broken up. Worst case scenario, I am recording this, so if for whatever reason the YouTube VOD becomes unwatchable, I will just cut it up and manually upload it, right, onto the Stream Archive channel for it to be there. But we'll see. I think as long as it's under 12 hours, I should be fine. So we have 3 hours to do, or 2 hours to do 3 more disc keys. So I'm gonna go grab coffee and we'll see. We'll see if I can get this done, and then I have to sleep. BRB. Alright. I have coffee. Oh. Let's see. What do I need? I can filter out Pit of Sauron now. And let's look 7 to 8. 7 Algathar. Just needs a healer. I wonder how difficult Algathar would be to heal. I know the final section is kind of brutal. With the Echo Knights, they do shitloads of damage. But... well, we're about to find out, I guess. And at the very least... now I'm always worried, like, oh, is there a viewer in the key? But this was a 4-stack, so I know for a fact that none of you guys are in here, unless you somehow, like, fucking predicted the future and happened to join this key, anticipating that I would apply for it. You also brew coffee and you forgot it downstairs? I have done that. There have been times where I make a mug of coffee, and then I go, like, lay down on the couch, and then I pass out. And then I wake up, like, 8 hours later, and there's just a cold mug of coffee. Nice. Some food. Use one of these. Let me look. So, I'm going to try reading some of these talents. Mana Restoration. This stuff I know. Shadow Repaint Spreads. Shadow Damage. Atonement by Shadow. Penance fires more bolts. Penance does more damage. Reduces cast time. Second charge. Shadow or Death summons Shadow Fiends. I'm not seeing the thing where it's like, your smite increases the damage of your next penance, right? I'm guessing they removed that. Yeah. I mean, it seems like in this case I just, I mean, really, I just penance off cooldown, for the most part. Unless, obviously, if I know there's going to be a big burst of damage, and I want to save it to do... something causes penance to fire additional bolts, though, right? That's just penance fires more bolts. No, that's just penance fires more bolts, period. I mean, like... I don't know. I'll be honest, like... one of the things I thought was kind of cool about Disc Priest is there seemed to be so many, like, little interactions where by optimizing your damage, you did more healing. But it feels like a lot of the intricacies for optimizing Disc Priest have been removed since I played it in War Within. I mean, it was... still seems fun to play, but just a little bit of a bummer. Which, wouldn't surprise me, right? Just because, obviously, Brewmaster, they've completely gutted. And I don't really like what is left. Most specs are very, like, simplified versions of what they used to be. And I think the game is just really worse off as a result. It's just sad. You got it on your level 20 Disc Priest for leveling? I mean, there's stuff that makes it so penance will hit slightly harder, right? Okay. You know what? I respect this guy he's not doing the big pull. I only ever do the gigantic pull in this dungeon. Because I feel if I don't do it, I'll just get made fun of. So I'm just like, fuck it. He's kind of doing a chain pull variant of it, though. We're slowly building towards that. Okay.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I could. I think, you know what, this is a good time for pain step. Perfect. I'm even going to use Ultimate Penitence aggressively for damage. Just because I don't really want to use it on this boss, because there's too much shit that I could accidentally press it and then die.
What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you?
Hey, look at this! Finally a group where the DPS aren't losing to the tank on damage. Didn't think that would be so much to ask. I'm gonna PI somebody. May as well, otherwise I'm just gonna forget.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Okay. Well, we're not really killing the ads here, so this could get a little bit awkward. Do I not have a poison clear? Oh shit, I don't have a poison clear. I don't think I can even talent into that, right? That's just, Priest doesn't have it. Obviously, not all healers have all the spells. I'm so used to having one, I forgot. Yeah, that makes sense, Athene. As a bronze dragon, I can confirm I'm in your queue. Nice. You were gonna say something negative as you pulled the dragonfly, but this is a chill, controlled pull. Yeah, like... I honestly... Like, look, if a tank was doing it on a +10, I would give them shit for not doing the big pull, right? It's a 7. Like, the exact thing I was saying earlier is... Every single tank in, like, low keys thinks that they have to do fucking MDI pulls. It's a 7. Like, just do... Hold W pulls, super easy shit, and if you don't wipe, you will time the key. So many people think they need to just overcomplicate it. I was about to say, where's that guy going? I didn't realize that was an NPC. Hopefully Xalatath doesn't, like, snap here and then buff all the mobs. That would be awkward. So let me see. I haven't looked at the poll. How is it? How are the results looking? Wow, it's neck and neck right now. Almost a dead even tie between Wrestler Druid and Misuirabunk. Did not expect that. Well, there's still 2.5 days left.
Now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is Tarantos for you soft skills. Use them to get her attention.
I'm used to standing where the tank is, but well, that's because I usually tank. So I guess I should probably stand with everybody else. There's so many like subconscious movements that I'm used to doing that I'm like, no, I can't do that. That's like the tank's job. That's not my job anymore. I'm gonna just ultimate penitence for damage. I probably should have saved this for the fire phase, huh? Yeah, whatever. The other thing is, I don't know when the fire phase comes out. Like, maybe doing ultimate penitence will lock me in an animation, and I won't be able to escape, like, damage or something like this. At the very least, this way I can guarantee I get the damage from this without it being a problem. Thanks, so many of these procs.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I gave the Hunter PI once. I think it's fair that the next PI goes to the Shaman. They're kind of blasting. I think the first PI went to the Demon Hunter. Okay, this damage is fucking crazy. What is happening? Let me be an Agent of Chaos and make it a tie in the poll. I mean, so I will say there are times when I have a slight bias for the polls on like which one I want to be a thing. I'm not gonna pull this, right? Fuck. Okay, yeah, we're fine. In this case, I genuinely don't care which one wins, especially because like I'm gonna do both of them, and I have whoa, that knocks back. Okay. Well, if I had reacted fast enough, I could have Void Elf racialed. I was just so caught off guard.
A willing sacrifice.
God, I have such tank privilege, never having to know what these fucking abilities do. Alright, I am not near an edge. Yeah. Get fucked. But yeah, what was I saying? I have no preference as to which one wins the poll. So, really, in this case, it is entirely down to what people would rather see first. Yeah, this is just fixated on me. Oh, that hunter. Alright, let's do an ultimate penitence here. Squeeze out some damage. I should be fine here, right? Yeah. Let's PI the shaman. I figure this will be a big pull, right? May radiance this, may as well. Aw, come on. Kick, 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 kick. Oh. This doesn't really matter.
Here we are.
But it's so fucked I have to stop healing.
Of the blue dragon flight accidentally overloaded an
Why am I getting pings?
elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc.
Oh. It looks like the monk Discord accidentally sent an at everyone ping. Unlucky.
Stray arcane orbs that could allow it to grow further out of control. Veximus began manifesting powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons. Veximus did not absorb any arcane orbs.
Wait, did one go off?
As the dragons neared victory, Veximus unleashed its full arcane power against them.
I guess maybe one on the tank side waddled into it. I could see that. I don't think any on my side went through, though. I am stupid. I am stupid. I am stupid. I'm not a tank. I am a fucking healer. I can't just gobble them up without fucking full healing myself first. Thank God that didn't cause any problems. God, dude. Okay, that is definitely a case of me. This calls for a big fucking sip of coffee. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm fucking thinking. I mean, ultimately, I mean, this key has gone well enough. I still haven't finished drinking my coffee, so presumably an all-nighter and a nearly 12-hour stream, yeah. I'm definitely pushing myself a little bit more than I normally would, because I really want to make sure that I get as much progress done before the European reset as I can. And we haven't even finished Monk yet. Hopefully that'll be a little bit easier, just because I'll be able to play Brew. But I will be doing that probably off-stream. I will, I'll think about whether or not I stream my North American raid later tonight. I think it would be good to get into the habit of streaming that more often. And it could be interesting, right? Like, I don't know which run we're doing tomorrow night. I don't know whether I'm going to be on my Death Knight or my Druid. But either way, I'll be playing multiple tanks. And I'm even on Prot Warrior on some bosses, so across all the bosses, I will be playing 3 different tanks. So that's kind of fun, I guess. So maybe I'll stream that. I do think, like, one of the main reasons I'm trying to get into the habit of, like, streaming more often is there was, like, I definitely consider doing it this season, but I hadn't really gotten into the habit of, like, streaming that often, and I was kind of burnt out on, like, working on the add-on and stuff, so part of me was like, I don't want to go through, like, the anxiety of having to, like, stream all my prog and whatnot when I'm already, like, really stressed out from having just gotten, you know, the add-on out. So I did kind of want to just shut my brain off, focus on prog, right? And also, to an extent, this was kind of an important tier for me. Because, well, obviously, this was my first full tier with this guild. And this ended up being my first, you know, first real Hall of Fame. Oh, fuck. So, I was really nervous about, you know, I don't want to fuck anything up. I don't want to, you know, play like shit, whatever. And at this point, I feel at least a little bit more confident in that everything would be good next year, so... And now that I'm trying to build the habit of streaming more often anyway, by the time that the next patch comes out, I should already be, like, consistently streaming. So I think the nice thing about that is, if I'm already in the process of streaming actively, then I can do, like, all my guild's prog and whatnot, and then that's, like, obviously much more engaging than watching, like, farm runs and alt stuff this deep into the season. At least that's my logic. I think, yeah, Ultimate Penitence here is fine. Nice. Went to loot the boss. Oh, hey. I got loot. Cool. Why are 2 people bonus rolled? Who is bonus rolling plus 7 keys? Why? I have seen, I think it's like 5 different people bonus roll these 7s. Like, what? Oh. I mean, I don't know if, like, maybe they just think that they're not going to progress any further, but, like, the thing about anybody bonus rolling these level keys, I have to imagine that they just don't realize that they could do better, right? You know? Like, they just don't understand that, like, you could just not do that. I feel bad more than anything, because obviously, we all know that is a critical waste of a bonus roll, for sure. But, I'm not sure if they know that, and they're, intentionally spending that bonus roll knowing it's probably inefficient. Or if they are just, misinformed, maybe, and they think that... the way that I could see it is maybe they just don't understand how limited of a resource that is, and how completely meaningless a random piece of hero track gear is from a bonus roll, and how, the entire point is to get myth track gear. Which is kind of why it annoys me that Blizzard even lets you use it on things like Delves and Prey. Nobody should ever be using a bonus roll on Delves and Prey. The only reason that it even lets you do that is as a bait for players who are uninformed to accidentally waste their valuable resources. At the very least, using it in M+, I can understand the logic of Blizzard thinking, well, if somebody thinks they're not going to progress any further, then maybe. But there is just no logical reason to bonus roll 7s. I'm willing to bet that at least some of the people I've seen already use a bonus roll in a 7 are new/inexperienced players who don't understand that that is not something you should do at all. Yeah. They're probably alts and have stocked up 12 bonus... No, I do not believe. I mean, so to be clear, that is still incorrect, right? If we want to argue that that is their logic and they are still making a misjudgment, maybe. But anybody who is actually trying to get hero gear on their alts and understands how to efficiently gear knows that that would not be a good thing that you should be doing. What if they're transmog collectors? Maybe. Hello, not Jade West. Good to see you. And yeah, I do have to imagine it's just people who don't know any better. I don't want to be elitist, though, and assume that, because, at the same time, there is technically a chance, right, that it is somebody who is, super casual, and they recognize that they are casual, and they never plan on joining 10s. Now, to that I would say, if they really wanted to learn, obviously 10s are not scary, right? 10s are not, objectively are not hard. If you want to put in the bare minimum effort to, learn how to play your spec. But, at the same time, though, would they really... it might just be that, literally, they are just doing M+, purely for fun. They have no concept of endgame. They have no interest in endgame. They're just oh, this seems like a fun thing to do. And they have not looked anything up, and they see the flashy bonus roll thing pop up on their screen, and go, ah, sure, I want more gear. Press. And as long as they are not actually trying to meaningfully progress in the game, and that is the entire line of thinking, then, look, if they're having fun, more power to them, I suppose. I just feel bad because I do think that, at the very least, it's probably safe to say that at least one of the people I've seen bonus roll so far today did so not realizing that it was a suboptimal choice. And the fact that the game gives you that option, I do think is probably not great. And I wish that it was a little bit more clear that you are wasting valuable resources. Oh, look at this shit. We have a lever warning. I haven't seen one of those. Well, I've definitely got joining that group. Hold on to the bonus rolls for now and then decide, maybe? What do you mean? Let's see. 8 fast plus. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I could heal that, but I don't know if I'll get invited. Fuck it, I mean, I'm pretty sure that I could heal a 2 chest. If he is recruiting good players, though, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because on one hand, if it's a clean dungeon, I could 100% heal that. But if he's looking for good players to make it a clean dungeon, he's probably not going to invite a 552 IO, 248 item level Disc Priest. He'd probably want to wait to find somebody better. 7 Zenus. Oh, they got a healer. 8 Zenus. Yeah, I figured. How many bonus rolls do we have at the moment? I mean, I have all of them. Or are you saying just in general? Currently it's 12, but it'll go up to 14 as of the weekly reset, which will be in a few hours for North America and tomorrow for Europe. Now, as for my characters, I've bought all of them already. I bought all of them, but I have not actually used any. And obviously I won't until I'm getting Myth Gear. Have I, yeah, I haven't done my delves today on my priests. So in theory, I could get more gear for this character, but I don't think it matters all that much. At least, it doesn't matter compared to getting the Mythic Dungeon box. That's probably more important. If you're a new player and unsure of where you'd end up, stockpiling them is probably the best option. And then if you decide to do 10s later, yeah. I mean, definitely. Definitely that is the correct play. Really, it just boils down to, do they know that, right? I think if they're at least a new player who has done their homework, they'd probably understand that. And then as long as they have at least a thought at all that they might do this, that this is something they might try and progress through. I guess, yeah, this is Zenus, huh? So I should fly out there. Then definitely they should hold on to it. But it might be the case that they are just a brand new player who genuinely, you know, doesn't understand that this is a valuable currency they need to be conserving. Whatever floats their boat, though. Alright, hopefully it doesn't take too long to find, you know, a tank for this run. Because obviously that is still going to be... And at the same time, you know, I was going to say that we found tanks without too much waiting in the previous runs, but I think in both of those, it was some of you guys in chat, right? So... You do not have to join again, for the record. While I appreciate it, absolutely do not feel like you need to help me or anything like that. Frankly, the most, honestly, the most entertaining run so far was the Paladin run, which was a failure, because he did a gigantic pull, died, and then typed question mark, question mark. And that is the kind of authentic, low-key experience that you can only get with diabolical pug tanks. Now, admittedly, if that happened again, it wouldn't be quite as amusing, at least for me. But, you know, it is good content. They all inside? At least enough of them got inside. While I wait, I should do today's Wordle. I've been, I've been so busy streaming. I've been streaming the entire time that the Wordle's been active. I won't give spoilers, so if you're a big Wordle enthusiast, don't worry. Let's get a group from chat and invite Harldan to heal. Wipe on purpose, and then all type question mark, question mark. Yeah. Very funny. Alright. It looks like 2 people in my guild have gotten the Wordle in 4, and then everybody else has gotten it in 5. But actually, 1 person got it in 6. But nothing better than that, so let's see. Maybe I get lucky. Okay. I'm trying to think really hard, because I would like to be able to get it in 3. Obviously, you want to be top. It's always tough when it's like, there are multiple words I can think of, and then I just have to think, like, out of these words, should I go with the one that gives me the most information, or the one that has, like, the higher likelihood of being correct? It could technically be anything. Uh... Oh, there's the tank. It's a paladin tank. Interesting. With presumably... Okay, yeah. A little bit under-geared, but not terrible. Could be worse. Alright, I'm going with a word that almost certainly is not correct, but it is a valid option. Yeah, okay, that was a fucking... I didn't really get much information out of that. Whatever. I picked a fucking exotic guess, but it was the only thing that really came to mind.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Alright, well,
1.
I will try again later and see if I can get it in 4 at least. You didn't think the stream was going to go beyond 10 hours? Yeah.
5, 4.
I didn't think either. Honestly, I spent way more time early on just kind of yapping and doing delves and getting gear for my characters than I expected I would. So it took me a while to actually get around to the M+ part, but we are... finally there. I have no idea what half the debuffs in these dungeons are. So far, the Paladin tank is not getting completely pancaked. So we are definitely off to a better start than the Skyreach run. Yeah, I think this is probably a good opportunity to just Ultimate Penitence to squeeze out a little bit of damage. Did he... Is that spell warding? He spell wardinged himself? What the fuck? I've never seen a Paladin tank do that in dungeons. Somehow he didn't lose threat, so he must have... Like, I genuinely have no idea how he did that without losing threat. Because you definitely don't get final stands while in spell warding. That's only bubble, I think. Unless they changed it and I just somehow didn't notice. How many characters are missing the weekly? Oh, I have only finished one of them. So, technically 5. Now, there is, like, I haven't even finished leveling my my Paladin or my Shaman, so they're not getting the weekly no matter what. I should be able to get it on... Well, we're almost done with Priest, right? So obviously I'll get it on Priest and Evoker, which are the first two that I'm going to be doing as part of the actual challenge, so that kind of works out well. And I should Master Spell this. And I should have enough time to get it on my Monk. I don't know if I have enough time to get it on my Druid. We'll have to see. My Druid is not max level either, but it's at like halfway there. And I should be able to level up pretty fast. And I can just play Guardian, right? So there is like a non-zero chance that I can just get that geared up in time. But it really depends. Like, after Druid, or what's it called? After Priest, what I'm going to do is, we'll end the stream there, right? Because obviously I do need to sleep at some point. I'm going to, like, set an alarm for 4 hours or something like that. We'll see if that's enough sleep. And then if my brain decides, nah, then worst case scenario, I don't get the weekly on my Druid. Is what it is. But if I wake up with enough time left, I can maybe swing it. I just realized, like, the main downside of doing this normally is your healer will scream at you for taking so much damage. I could do that, and as long as I keep myself alive, you know, free haste. What's this? Okay, just a debuff.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Since spell warding just for magic immunity, they probably used it to clear the healing absorb. I mean, I understand why they probably used it. The thing I'm surprised about is spell warding is magic immunity, but it counts as bop, right? Spell warding is magic bop. So it also drops combat against, or, well, drops threat against anything that you're fighting. Or at least it should. So I don't know how he spell wardinged and didn't lose threat against everything. Unless there's, like, some weird interaction that I'm not aware of. That is a good clear. I'm gonna Penitence here, while there's nothing going on.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit. I love this guy's voice lines. My power output is peaking! You do it while tanking since Incarn makes you basically immortal? What do you mean do what while tanking? I don't know the context of that. Because if it's Incarn, then it can't be talking about spell wording. Peeking? Could be, true. Soaking the haste circle? Oh, fair, yeah. Honestly, I do that on Druid too.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Do I have any CC at all for this thing? I don't think I have anything that I can use on the smudge. Oh, that is a sick kidney. Do wonder, did one of you sneak in here? Honestly, so far, considering the vast majority of prop paladins I encounter are absolute turbo dogshit, this prop paladin is suspiciously... I haven't paid attention enough to know if they're playing well, but they're not playing bad, at the very least. And that alone surprises me. I have a feeling another one of you guys snuck in. If so, I appreciate it, though. Like, I don't mind.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Let's see. Ooh, okay. I thought he was pulling the whole room. I was like, wow, that's ambitious. I'm gonna penitence here. The DPS in this group are also doing pretty solid. Like, the fact that the rogue is kidney-shotting the fucking, the smudges, that is impressive. I do not expect anything even close to that in a +8. I mean, overall, like, pretty clean run so far. Definitely, out of all of the runs I've done today, I think, the overall cleanest run. The Magister's was pretty clean too, though.
My emissary.
Sneaking as a tank is pretty easy? Yeah. For sure. That's why, like, I mean, considering out of the last few dungeons, I think both of the two and the priest have been, you guys in chat. So, there's definitely a non-zero chance, but... Or at least, no, definitely, not out of the last two. It was the seat on my evoker and the pit of Sauron on priest. Oh shit, I don't have Shadow of Pain up on this mob? Oops. Whoopsie.
My
Why is this mob... Why is it immune? What is happening?
take it.
What is happening with these mobs? Why are they taking no damage? It's like the DPS just AFK'd for a moment. The tank and... Yeah. We've had some characters today. That tank was definitely, like, out of the runs that went well, one of the more interesting ones. The Paladin and Skyreach, the tank and Magisters, and... Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, nothing even comes close to me compared to it's so fucked that I have to stop TPS. I'm gonna be thinking about that dungeon for like the rest of my life. Oh god. I just like, that is the perfect encapsulation of a fucking warrior DPS. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh, this gives me leech. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I should save my, my ultimate penitence. Oh, we're flailing the group. We are flailing. Wait. Okay, I was about to say, does Ultimate Penitence take me out? But no, I'm still in range of the Light Scar Flare.
2, 1.
Okay. Ooh. By lining that up, I actually beat the Paladin. I probably should have pain or PI'd somebody there. Not that it really matters, but I need to be better about doing that. It's just, I'm so used to having the text-to-speech weak aura that's just like, PI somebody, and it tracks their CDs. Without that, I forget.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Wait, you can just... You can do that? You can do that? How long has the season been out? Holy fuck. You could just walk up that ramp? I never knew that. That's crazy. You could walk straight up the middle? Oh, fuck. Well. That's, I'm gonna cope by saying that technically because you have to do the RP to open it up, and somebody usually gets there before me if they have, like, Heroic Leap, that technically, I've never actually lost time because of that, I don't think. That is partially cope, but also I think objectively true. But I still feel a little bit dumb for not realizing until now. Yeah, in theory, Psychic Scream, I'm looking at some chat messages. Psychic Scream technically is if I had it talented, would be a way that I could CC, but, the build that I copied does not have it. I think the problem with Psychic Scream, as far as I know, is that in order to really make it useful for M+, you need to invest 2 points into the Psychic Scream's mobs Tremble in Fear. And there are, like, a decent number of class talents that you actually really would like to take, so you would need to sacrifice something semi-meaningful to actually justify taking that. If it was 1 point, maybe not. I'm sure there definitely are cases where, like, oh shit, I didn't realize the tank didn't pull. Like, obviously, for the Xalatath Orbs week, you probably run the Psychic Scream just as a way to clear the orbs. But I don't think it's that important outside of that. There might be a dungeon, maybe, where it's, like, really critical. Either way.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I kind of like the idea of getting all the trash at the end here. Personally, I mean, I like my route better, but this is fine. Did I buy snowballs for the boss cheese? What the fuck? You'll have to explain that, because I have no idea what that means. But I'm guessing there's some, like, weird niche tech that involves snowballing something. Well, I mean, obviously, based on context, but I don't know what it could possibly be. Yeah, we are getting kind of spam bolted from over there. Yeah, I did not know that. That is pretty cool, though. Like, you guys understand, right? I've, like, not really pushed M+ at all this season. So, it's this one. But, like, also, I'll be honest, I've always been very, very, very good at finding the right image, so I've never even considered that I would need a faster way to do it. I understand, like, if that's consistent, which I'll take your word for it that it is, then yeah, that seems helpful. But, like, a lot of the tricks that you might consider to be normal, I did a shitload of keys early in the season, because obviously for raid prog, and then I've been busy since then. I have not bothered pushing. And then, while most people in my guild are pushing, like, higher keys, I'm doing this. Fresh account shit. So. Anything that became popular outside of, like, week 1 or 2, which, I mean, maybe that was discovered week 1 or 2, but I definitely never heard about it, I know very little about. I'm looking for the correct image as if it fucking matters. Like, even if I find it, I can't kick it. If I Ultimate Penitence, will it hit the image? Okay, now it's only targeting him. I guess I did time it correctly. Nice. I mean, overall, that was a pretty clean run. Nice. That's pretty good. I also got a Void Shard. Sweet. Somebody got the ring. Time for the need ring spam. Yeah, I didn't even bother asking. Like, look, if the mage actually didn't need it, then maybe I should have asked. But, like, I just assume they probably need it, and I'm not even going to waste my time asking. See, I may as well catalyze these, right? What are catalyst stats? Haste or reverse? I mean, that's high haste, right? Surely that's good. What does the cloak catalyze into? Because that's versatility, right? Okay, same stats, so... I need one more, right? Yeah, one more. Alright. What's our final dungeon here? I think I've actually done completely separate dungeons. Pit Algathar Nexus. Compared to my Preservation Evoker. That wasn't an intentional choice. It just kind of worked out that way. And technically I did do part of Skyreach. It's just, you know... We had... fuck it, we can get the... It would be kind of funny if I ended up doing all 8 dungeons on this stream. Purely by chance. Although the unfortunate reality for my priest is I specifically targeted unpopular dungeons on my evoker so that it was a little bit easier when I went to farm gear. In this case, I've done all the popular dungeons on my priest. But it just so happened to be whatever I got invited into. Yeah, the build I copied doesn't use AoE fear. I'm like, how are you playing when the servers are shutting down? Then I forgot you're on EU, yeah. If you ever do Triumvirate, you can basically solo negate the slime mechanic, shackle one slime, and then dominate mine the other one. Oh, shit. I'll have to look into that, because I don't understand how I would let the boss eat it, but that seems interesting. Oh, fuck yeah. Why did that pop up? At 45% health, the mob jumps to another one. They become immune to damage and give them a big shield. You can CC them to remove the shield and immunity. Gotcha. During that light scar, if you're an Ardruid, you can Heart of the Wild and Catform for 1,000,000 damage. Yeah, I mean, that much I probably would have figured out on Ardruid, just because you can do the same for Guardian. So I always save my Heart of the Wilds on Guardian for that. 3 per week if you don't like Vault. Oh, was that an answer to the bonus roll question? Yeah. I think that was asked earlier. Let's see. Wonder if penitents would behave the same? Possible, yeah. I could definitely see that being the case. Check the replay on YouTube, and it looks like your message of change target appears on top of the real copy once the intermission starts. Interesting. Yeah, I guess, like, it would be nice if I... Oh, fuck, I should probably go to the dungeon, right? Of course, and I fat finger my potion like a fucking idiot. Whatever. But yeah, I don't have portals in this character, so gotta do that. What is the end IO goal for this challenge? Technically, the benchmark I'm going for is 2.5k, but realistically speaking, a time 10 for all dungeons, which generally speaking amounts to around 2.6k. That being said, that's not necessarily the goal, right? Especially the end IO goal. Like, that is the minimum level that I want to hit to basically be able to say on every single healer, I'm at least competent with them. But what I'll probably end up doing is, I've already said that, like, the goal is to eventually get Cunning Edge on one of my healing specs. And after I've done Keystone Hero on all of them, whatever healers I am enjoying more, and I find to be more interesting, and whatever ones I'm considering potentially, like, applying to a guild with, I will probably push higher and, like, try to get 3k or more with those. We'll see. Dude, why fucking Peak of Serenity has done 2 Add Everyone pings? Okay, man. Fat Finger the light potion so you can move at light speed clearly. True.
One. Entwined.
See, this tank isn't pulling the entire bottom platform. They know what's up. And they're playing... No! What? How? How is this 2 Sky Reaches in a row? Nobody knows how to kick Repel, dude. Come on! Oh. I have this, like, slow motion moment of I see that Repel's about to go off, and I'm just like, surely somebody interrupts this. I should have just chucked out my Void Elf Racial just to be safe. But I'm just, like, there's no way. It's the first pull of the dungeon! There's 1 caster! How hard? Alright, I am putting my ass against the wall for the entirety of this fucking dungeon. I mean, this one you gotta do it anyway for the fucking birds, right? But... I'm so... Okay, this is actually awkward because of the fucking swirlies. Should be fine. Just, I don't... Man. Repel my god. Dude, I'm getting farmed by Repel today. Want to buy fucking healer interrupt, please. Dude, I swear to God, I got another ping. Okay, I was about to say, if this is fucking Peak of Serenity. Okay, no, it's my raid leader saying, reminder that we raid tonight. So help me God, if a Repel goes off, I am going to scream. We're already off to a better start than the last Sky Reach, though. Come on, there's no way! I was ready that time, though, you saw. Like, I positioned here. I saw it casting. I would have gotten knocked back there. Fucking... God damn. They got it, though. Like, they actually did kick it. Ass at the wall, now he learns. I should... Like, that's not something that I should have to learn. That's one of those, like... Oh. God damn it. I'm trying to learn healing. What? No. I'm trying to learn healing, not, like, how to deal with fucking dumb fuck DPS who don't interrupt. Although I guess you could argue they're probably one and the same, aren't they? Yep. What is this warrior doing? Is this warrior just standing in the path of the fucking chakram back and forth? Fucking goddamn moron. What even? What even killed him? Where is the hunter? He typed he typed hero question mark, and then after he died, OMG, I distracted myself. Oh, well, at least he admits it. Oh no. Oh, they are getting fucking bouncy castle, dude. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure that warrior went off the edge. I saw, like, something flying off the edge of my screen. I'm kind of locked the fuck in, though, so I didn't fully process it. And, like, in theory, I could leap of faith, but... Like, Are we serious? Are we serious, Mr. Hunter? Are we seriously standing in the fucking chakram? Both ways? You can't be fucking bothered to move? This fucking guy. You're welcome, you stupid bitch. You don't deserve that heal. I mean... Every single one of our DPS took turns dying, that boss. Yep. Okay, look, I admire this warrior's balls, but at the same time, we kind of need to deal with the Zalatat affix. Okay, good. I did not trust our DPS to kill it in time. Oh. It's kind of fucked he had to stop DPS. God. Also, wait, what? Why the fuck? The Hunter typed hero. The Hunter is the hero. He's the only one who could even possibly lust. Right? Like, I'm not missing anything. They didn't give Paladin lust. I don't have the ability to lust, I think. So who the fuck is he typing hero question mark at? You could still charge the boss as a DPS warrior? You would think. Here's the question you need to ask yourself, though. Does charge deal damage? I actually think it might. I know in Classic it technically does, but does charge deal relevant damage? And the answer to that is no. And do you really expect them to have to stop their damage? That's so fucked. It's so fucked that you expect them to stop damage. God fucking damn it! Again with the missed kicks. I'm gonna... Why did I even try? Why did I even think that it was worth sending a single fucking heal into the stupid fucking DPS warrior, man? Why do I bother? You know what? I'm healing with my back turn now. I can't really target the mobs, actually, so never mind, I can't do that, but I wish I could. I also, like, I just realized I haven't PI'd anybody. But, like, does anybody here really deserve PI? Actually, yes. I've thought of the answer to my question. They do. What? How? How is he dead? He's standing in the fucking boss! Oh my god, this fucking dumb fuck, stupid ass fucking DPS warrior! There's no way! There's no way! Oh, just fucking kill me now, man. The supernova's gonna fucking one-shot me. Just... Why? Why? Why are you standing in that? Move, bitch! Oh! Why is this dungeon so hard for people? It has like fucking 2 mechanics per boss! Oh, good lust, good lust. Thanks, lovely. Love that. Who's gonna soak where? I need to get this beam. Okay. Oh! Can we, like, do we have a res? I don't have my res tracker working, so I have no idea if we actually have it up or not. I'm guessing we probably burned it all in that first fucking boss. Some fucking reason. Okay. Well, we are aiming the tank frontal at one of the beams, so the tank better soak this. I want him to think about what he's done. Okay, we're soaking this one. I mean, the hunter could have let me have the close one, considering they're considerably more mobile. But fuck it. What are the rules of this challenge? What does the 2 out of 7 mean? Well, technically, I'm still in the gearing process. I'm just doing low keys right now to get my Emissary of War box before the weekly reset. Disc Priest is the healer that I'll be doing 7, so that's why it's 2 out of 7. Because it's the second healer out of 7 specs. The rules for this challenge is I'm just gonna get Keystone Hero on all 7 healer specs. And I started on a fresh European account like a week or so ago. And even though I haven't finished Preservation Evoker, that one I'm doing first. Since I already made the chat cover, somebody was like, oh, you should put up the Disc Priest chat cover. So I was like, yeah, sure, fuck it, why not? I technically am playing Disc Priest, even though this isn't, like, super relevant for the challenge, but... Or at least for the actual Keystone Heroes section of it, but this is still relevant for the gearing process. Where's the hunter? Oh, the hunter's on the opposite side of the pillar? Right, okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't know why my timers are off here. Probably should have used that earlier. Which one's first? Okay, they're both coming at the same time. Nice. Let me, I'll read, what, dude, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way his dumbass somehow managed to die to the fucking... Ah. Fucking... Oh shit, I rounded the corner and almost face planted that. He walked straight into it. This fucking guy.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Fucking warrior players, man. Shit. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, I can't get a smite off. Alright, back to the wall, because we have more repel mobs in this area. God knows they aren't going to get kicked.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Okay, I'm targeting the repel mob. It's actually going to go off. It's going to go off, isn't it? Motherfucker. But I learned! I can't even fucking interrupt, and I still know to put my back to the wall. These stupid motherfuckers, they actually could have interrupted it. And they still chose not to. They chose death. Motherfuckers. This is my life now. Butt against the wall. Camera shoved all the way inside my character's model. Just to make sure I don't die to fucking repel.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Alright, well, 8 minutes to kill the final boss, so... kind of impossible to wipe from here. I say, potentially jinxing myself. I can pee out the tank again in a few seconds. You're fucking kidding me. Can I ultimate penitence? Yes, I can, and it stuns the mob. Or never mind, they storm bolted as I did it. But either way, I can kill my own mob. Nice. You know, look, I'll give him a Shadow Word Pain, and that's all he gets. He has to dig himself out of this hole.
My emissary.
Why? Why me again? How did that Shadow Word Pain not hit? Nice. Damn. Okay, I don't even need this cloak. I'm gonna take it for stat options, though. Unless, does the tank need it? The tank needs it? No, the tank doesn't need it. Alright. I actually got a decent amount of loot from these dungeons. Druids can shapeshift to escape the gargoyles and pit, but not this one? Interesting. Yeah, I definitely think, Disc Priest feels... I like Disc Priest. It feels a lot more comparable to the old Disc Priest that I played. There's some small changes, but, I mean, it feels very, very similar. Those keys felt extremely easy. And that was with, like, people fucking stuff up. Obviously, I know most people say Prez Evoker is, like, the worst healer in keys at the moment. Technically, it's kind of always been the worst healer in keys since I've started playing it. But I do still think that I have a ways to go to, like, really fully play it well in keys. There's definitely a lot of stuff that I could do to optimize it. And obviously, we'll see. But, it has changed more significantly than Disc Priest, as far as I remember. Alright, I open this as... I think I'll do the same thing. I open this as, unless... Let's see, what are Disc Priests running for trinkets? Are they running Litany? Most of them aren't running Litany. Yeah, there's not many Litany users. They're actually just all running DPS trinkets. Alright, yeah, I'll open this as Shadow. I think that's better. Fingers crossed, Gaze of the Elnseer. I mean... Like, that ain't bad. Shit. Okay. So far, I mean, we're 2 for 2. This is honestly better than what I got on my... Like, obviously, the stats aren't perfect, but they're fine. And... Like, obviously, the double socket, pretty good. I'll take, I want, quick garnet. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the better options I could have gotten, for sure. I am not upset about that at all. Whew. Normally I get complete duds. I mean, at the very least, most things I could have gotten from these boxes would have been upgrades. Very few things would have been whiffs, but I got one objectively really good thing, even if it's not like a full super duper best in slot. Like, that is really good, that necklace. And then I got pretty good gloves on my evoker. So far, pretty good. Let me catch up on chat, and then, like I said, we'll end it here. See, okay, you oh, wow, damn, you guys enjoyed that key. That's why we play Drakthir Priest. Honestly, not a bad idea, yeah. On Skyreach, you can mask the spell on the air elementals so they don't pulse damage when glowing red. Oh, interesting. Psychic Extreme is worth it to just not be at the mercy of these players, yeah. The Hunter got wombo comboed by himself. He was marked for the puddle mechanic, moved away, got Twister knockback, and then pushed away by his own puddle spawning. Ah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen people get fucked up by that, for sure, but I don't know. The Hunter also has disengaged. Like, he could have disengaged back on. It really is fucked up that the warrior doesn't have lust, yes. Bless John Orc Warrior. He literally was named, yeah. What was it? War Orc. God damn. He's just embracing the stereotype. The warrior's gonna spend more time dead than alive. Honestly, might have been. I haven't heard you curse at someone so much. This is why you hate healing. Yeah. Look, I would never say that to somebody's face, alright? But behind the anonymity of, you know, my stream, I will gladly curse out this random faceless orc warrior who is making my life a living hell. And, like, the nice thing about tanking is I can have the worst set of players ever while tanking, and it doesn't matter. You can just kind of solo the pull. If they die, yeah, whatever. But as a healer, it's my job to keep them alive. And then they just do everything in their power to make that job harder. And it just makes me sad. Well, more so it makes me angry. As a healer, you're more aware of people's mistakes, and it can be much more infuriating. Yep. What happened to Facecam? He's back to being a golden. True. The plan is I'm gonna do Facecam for main channel streams. Obviously, you're watching on Twitch, but initially this was just gonna be a short second channel stream, so I didn't want to do Facecam for it. It's also like, I mean, I am more anxious whenever I'm using the Facecam, I'll be honest, so I need to have some, you know, non-Facecam streams to, like, you know, relax off that. Rule is to get all 10s before you curse the day you rolled a healer. True. Circle on the third boss in Skyreach does 0 damage. They're just an indicator for the revive mechanic. Really? I did not know that. 80% chance they have a chestless transmog too. Yep. Oh, God. They're probably thinking it's a healer's job to interrupt. I just do DPS. Yeah, I mean, it's fucked up that they have to stop DPS to interrupt the mob. Oh, God. And, oh, I didn't even consider using Void Elf Racial to remove the cast them down. It's possible. It might have worked. I didn't think to try it. The Void Shield base absorb is kind of nuts for the average M plus mechanic. Yeah, the fact that it applies a massive absorb shield onto 3 people completely dynamically, like I don't need to manually apply that. I just self-target and it auto-jumps to 2 other people. Like, that is actually disgusting. Disc Priest feels very strong. I have no idea what, like, the healer meta is at the moment. I think isn't it, like, Arsham just for Sky Free buff or something like that? And then, I know it used to be Resto Druid, but now, because Guardian is, like, the meta tank, they, like, people are running, Resto Shaman, I think? But Disc Priest feels very, very strong. And I know it's at least good. I know it is a somewhat popular healer. So, I don't really expect I'll have much trouble with Disc Priest. Have I gone to sleep? No, but we are... It's Arsham Mistweaver. Oh, interesting. People are playing Mistweaver, huh? That I did not know about. I guess I could see that, though, for the physical debuff. Makes sense. But yeah, I am about to go to sleep. You got here just in time, once again. Am I streaming the raid? I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Like, I'll see how I'm feeling. If I feel like shit tomorrow, and I just want to, like, log in, raid, and, like, not have to speak at all, which is entirely possible considering I've been yapping for 12 hours now. We'll see. But I might stream my raid. Keep in mind, when I've said I might stream raid, raid is in 9 hours. So that's what I meant when I said I'd stream raid. I need to sleep, and then I have raid, and I might stream later tonight for raid. But I will be stopping now. I've gotten at the very least I've gotten the 2 most important boxes. I would like to hopefully have time to finish my monk later today. I'll be honest, like I kind of lost track of time. I didn't even notice how late it was. At this point, there's no chance I get to do Druid. Because in order to both finish leveling my Druid, get it a baseline level of gear, and then get 4 dungeons done with it, I simply don't have time. In fact, I might even not bother with my monk. Yeah, if I have time, I'll try to get monk done. Because I was going to say I might do delves on my priest instead. But, like, by the time that I do priest, there are more than enough days for me to spend my remaining keys this week. So, there's no real rush to do that. So yeah, if I have time before raid, I'll try to do my 4 dungeons on my monk. We'll see. That I probably won't stream. I'll just do that off stream, and because I'll probably be like half asleep, I'll just have woken up. And maybe if I don't have time for that, it's fine. We got Priest and Evoker done. Priest and Evoker are the first 2 classes we're doing for the challenge anyway. They're the most important ones, so there you go. Arsham for Lust and Mastery buff, but Rest of Druid and Mistweaver for most of the other groups. And Mistweaver healing is literally just spinning. I have heard that, yeah. But okay. I'm gonna go pass out. One thing I'll note is the YouTube stream is 11 hours 45 minutes. I don't know how the VOD works. If YouTube fails to convert it into a VOD, I am recording, so I will just then split the recording and manually upload it. But I will make sure that the VOD is available in some shape or form. So, we'll see. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Honestly, for what I thought was going to be, like I said, a short second channel stream. Obviously, it ended up being much longer, but pretty solid turnout. It's been fun. And then, like I said, I'll probably stream maybe later tonight for raid. I'll think about it. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you whenever I stream again, if that is tomorrow or later today or not. And I'm going to go finally sleep. Peace.